Sadie and Patience. Welcome, guys. Can you hear us?
Thumbs
Yay.
up.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure you're on board. So we've got Sadie from Jamaica. From Jamaica is joining us. And Patience is outside of Ottawa, if I'm not mistaken. Right? I think Ottawa way. Yeah. So anyways, so it's great to have them join us today. They know who I am, so I'm not going to repeat my story. But anyways, I want to thank you so much for joining us. I am now going to introduce Stephen, who I'm so grateful, and we're so blessed to have your partnership, to join Neolife, to say yes. You know, we've been with this company, many of us, for 20, 30 plus years, and we've seen different leaders come and go. And we're hoping that you're going to be the stayer. We don't want another replacement. Everybody else did their part, but you're taking us to like the next level, like huge level. So Stephen.
Well, thank you. And by the way, I love Neolife. Like, I love this place. And I've said this before many times. So for those that I haven't had a chance to meet or spend any time with, I've been in this industry for, this is my 12th year in the industry. A background in finance and accounting. So I found direct selling, probably like most of you in the room, by complete accident. Like, I didn't grow up hoping, wishing, and dreaming like I'm gonna be part of a direct selling company one day. That may have been your experience. That was not mine. I wanted finance and accounting background where I was going, but I happened to get to know a chief financial officer in the direct selling industry that introduced me to it, you know, about 12 years ago. Oh, thank you. And I, right here. Oh, no. I'll be good. I will, but we'll need it. I'll be good. But I got introduced to this industry, and I was with the company for 8 years. And if you honestly, from 2011 to 2019, I thought I was going to be at that company forever. You would ask me that. I literally would ask me, I would have said, oh my goodness, we will be the largest direct selling company in the world one day. I'll be here for my entire career. Unfortunately, that company and the ownership of that company made decisions that I believe were not in the best interest of the company, but more importantly, was not in the best interest of the distributor base. And it changed the whole dynamics of that company, the whole culture. Long story, I didn't want to be there. And so I will tell you this, I have not had the feeling of like, and I spent some time at a couple other direct selling companies, and I had never had the feeling until I got to Neolife of like, I found my home. Like I want to be like with this company forever. So I said it to say, they're gonna have to like kick me out. Like, I'm not gonna go anywhere. Like, Kendra will be like, I'm tired of you, you're gone.
You better behave.
Yeah. So Kendra will have to kick me out because like this is like, and I'll start with this real quick for those that are maybe new in here. Like, you have found, if you're newer, if you've been around for a while, you already know this, but you have found, in my opinion, like the unicorn of direct selling companies. And when I say like a unicorn is like, I don't believe there's another company in our industry that has all the elements that Neolife has at the foundational level. Like I heard there was one of the top leaders in the direct selling industry that they call him the $100 million man because he'd earned over $100 million in commissions, which is kind of crazy to think about, right? It's crazy, but he's been in the industry for like 40 or 50 years and very successful. He's been with one company. He was in an interview one time. They asked him, they said, hey, if you were advising someone and they're looking at wanting to partner with a direct selling company, and what one piece of advice would you give to those people? And he said, easy. He said, the single most important factor of a direct selling company by far is who is the owners and the leader, the CEO of that company. And they said, because at the end of the day, you can never escape the character, the integrity, the mission, the heart, the motives, or the intent of the owners or, the leaders of a company. It's more important than the products. It's more important than the compensation plan. It's more important than anything. And I'll say this, like, for me, that is why I am so confident in Neolife and our future, is because of the Brasco family and their ownership of this company. I've never seen owners and leaders who have such a heart for you all out in the field, because that's where they come from, right? Like Jerry cut his teeth in this world as a distributor. And so his heart is solely for you all as promoters and distributors. And Kendra has carried that on as she's been a promoter. And so with that being said, like, I truly do believe we have the greatest ownership and leadership in the direct selling industry, period, when it comes to Jerry and Kendra Brassfield, like hands down. So we
You're
have
gonna
that.
meet them in July.
And they'll both be in San Antonio at Impact Summit. You'll get to hear from both of them. And so for me, like, that's a huge layer of confidence of why, most of the time, honestly, if we're like gonna be real, like, if you've been around this industry, like, most owners and leaders are not humble. Brass family is so humble. A lot of them are super arrogant. It's all about them. Like, they want to be rock stars. That's why they start companies. They want to be rock stars. They want everyone to like look at them as like this amazing person, like, and like, that's not the Brassfields at all. Like, I have to like beg Kendra to want to get out in front of people and speak and stuff like that, because she doesn't want it to be about her. Jerry doesn't want it to be about her, or about him. They want it to be about you all. So we have that. Okay, so when I look at a direct selling company of like what's important, we have the most important aspect in our ownership and leadership, and the motive and the character and the direction they're going to take this company. I could not be more confident in. I truly do believe Neolife will be one of the largest direct selling companies in the world in the years to come. And that's one of our missions. And I'll talk about that later on. But the second thing is, and I'm getting off topic, I'm going to get right back on topic here in a second. For those that are new. The second thing that I think makes a direct selling company is the products. Because at the end of the day, the products are the fuel for your business. And if the products aren't strong enough in the marketplace, it's going to be challenging. It doesn't matter how good the marketing is. It doesn't matter how good the compensation plan is. It doesn't matter how good the ownership is. Like, if your products are not competitive in the marketplace and they don't deliver true value, if people don't want them, and most importantly, people don't want to reorder them, you're going to struggle. I think we all know we have superior products. So we've got the ownership, we've got superior products. What I love is I also think we have the best designed compensation plan in the industry, and a stair-step breakaway. And what I mean by that is compensation plans are very difficult to create and to structure in the right way. A lot of times compensation plans will either will pay too much upfront money. And so it's very attractive for new people. And they get new people really excited with a lot of upfront money. But unfortunately, after the upfront money is gone, there's no money left on the back end for people who want to build a true residual income business, because they paid it out on the front end, right? Or sometimes there's like, sometimes it's like, you'll create a compensation plan that only rewards certain individuals. But in my opinion, the stair-step breakaway compensation plan is the absolute fairest, most generous compensation plan in the industry, which is what we have at Neolife, because it's fair for those that are getting started to earn income, and you can earn a rewarding income up front, but also you create a legacy residual income through our compensation plan. And it is absolutely fair. Like, there's no smoke and mirrors with the compensation plan. There's no gimmicks in our comp plan. I think we have the most rock solid comp plan in the industry. So we have the ownership, we have the products, we have the compensation plan, and then I think we have which I think is maybe we have the culture in the field. Like, at the end of the day, every direct selling company, whether they want or not, has a culture that's been developed in the marketplace. And that culture is either going to attract or repel people. And because of who you all are, we have an incredible culture that people want to be around. That's why that room was packed out last night, is because of who you are in the culture. And unfortunately, a lot of direct selling companies give off of an icky type of feel too often. And maybe that's why our industry has gotten a bad name, because it's all about making money. It's all about what's in it for me. It's all about the hype versus about like truly changing people's lives. And that's what Neolife is all about, changing people's lives. We're not all about the hype and the sizzle and all of those kinds of things. And we're about truly caring for people. It's not just about making a sale or making money. It's about making an impact. So I think we've got the foundation for Neolife, for you all to build an insanely incredible business. And today, the goal is for you to learn like the nuts and bolts of exactly how to do that. So we've got the ownership, we've got the products, we have the compensation plan, we have the culture. Now, and this is Bill's mentor, I want to get it. Now it's just about learning the key fundamentals and skills of what it takes to build this business. And so here's what we're going to do. I'm going to give you a quick overview, and then we're going to dive right on in. We're going to base today's entire training, keep it simple for you, around what we call the 6 P's of this business. And if you master these 6 P's, like you will master everything that you need to know in building a direct selling business. Like you'll have all the components and all the parts to go build. So the first P, and then we're going to dive into them, and we're going to spend more time on some than others. The first P is we have to spend time talking about defining your purpose and also ensuring that you know how to help define your team members' purpose as well. So the first P that we're going to really dive into today, you're going to hear about is purpose. Purpose is so important. And I'll tell you why in just a moment. The second P that we're going to dive into is the products and being a product of the products and why you want to be a product of the products and what that looks like, and also helping other people become a product of the products. The third P that we're going to talk about is going to be packaging your story. Everyone in this room has a story, or you're going to have a story very quickly. And stories sell and facts tell. And if you were there last night, which I think almost everyone was, by far, the most impactful moment of the entire night was all the stories. That's what I remember. That's what people are going to leave and remember. They're going to remember the stories that were shared, because stories move people. Stories connect people at the heart level. Facts connect people at the head level. And it's important. You need facts to back up the stories, but we're going to help you make sure that you know how to share a great story, because there is a science to it. And there's parts and a format for how to share great stories that we'll talk about. And then the fourth P is all about talking to people. And we're going to help you make sure that you understand how to talk to people, how to have conversations, how to overcome objections. The fifth P is the prospecting process. You can just do this willy-nilly and just kind of do it. Or we have a proven prospecting process that you can plug into and plug your prospects into that will lead to much faster results and a lot more success. And we're going to teach you that exact process. That's the fifth. And the last one is it's all about personally plugging in to what's available at Neolife for you to grow your business and learning how to invite other people to plug into what we're doing. So that's what we're going to really base today on, is your purpose, the products, the packaging, your story, talking to people, following the prospecting process, and then learning how to get people plugged in to Neolife. So that's going to be kind of the format. So I'm going to spend like really quickly. I'm going to talk about the first P, and then I'm actually going to hand this over to Rose to really dive into this more. But the first P, and I want to talk about this for a moment, is defining your purpose. All right. So when I was in this industry, I had a mentor. When I was first, I was actually he's still my mentor to this day. He was one of the top, he was one of the executives at a couple of companies that I worked at. But before that, he was one of the top 10 income earners in close to $1 billion business. So he knew how to build a large business, and he was incredible. And when he was first coming up in the industry, he could never figure out, he's like, I could never figure out how to go to meetings. And you'd see people there, and he's like, I'd see people walk up with, educations that were the same. Like I'd see teachers who were crazy successful, and then I'd see teachers that weren't successful. He's like, I'd see personal trainers who were successful, and I'd see personal trainers that weren't successful. I'd see corporate executives build a life-changing business, but then I'd also see corporate executives that would just crash and fail. He's like, I'd see stay-at-home moms that would change their families' financial future with this opportunity. And I'd see stay-at-home moms that wouldn't be able to get it done. He's like, and then I would see young people who were having crazy amount of success, and I'd see young people who would struggle to build the business. They could never get anything going. I'd see older people who were building the business and I'd see older people that couldn't get anything going. He's like, I saw people with no high school degree who would build multi-million-dollar businesses, and I think people with no high school degree crash and burn. He's like, I'd see, PhDs and doctors who had crazy success in this industry and in the business. And I'd see doctors and PhDs who couldn't build a business to save their life. And he's like, I couldn't get it. I'd see all of these people who have these backgrounds, these educations. He said, these socioeconomic statuses. And he's like, I could never figure out why some people succeeded in this business and why others didn't. He's like, I tried to think, I thought, is there a personality that succeeds and didn't? He said, no. He said, I see the quietest person have crazy success. They were reserved, they were shy, they were introverted, but they'd have crazy success. And then I'd see those that are introverted, kind of shy, reserved, like struggling. I'd see the extrovert who talks to everybody have crazy success. And I'd see the extrovert who talked to everybody who couldn't get anybody to do it with them. And so he's like, I couldn't figure it out. He's like, I couldn't pinpoint why did some people build a life-changing business? Why did some people stick and stay? Why did some people go on to change their future while others struggled? He said, I boiled down to it couldn't be their education. That didn't make a difference because I saw people with the same educations have totally different outcomes. He said, I figured it couldn't be their occupation. I see people with the exact same occupations have completely different outcomes in this business. He said, it could be their age. I see people with the same age. Some would change their life and have a crazy successful business and others wouldn't. He said it couldn't be where they lived because I'd see people in living in the same town with the same network, the same community. Some would build a business that changed their life and others wouldn't. And so what he said he finally had to do was he was in the car driving. He lived in Dallas, Texas, where I live. He said he was in the car driving from Dallas, Texas to Oklahoma City. It's about a 3.5 hour drive. And he said he was with the founder of the company. And he said, I finally got him cornered. I'm in the car. I'm about to ask him the question. I'm going to ask what is the difference between people who have success in this business and those who don't? And so he said he was halfway there. He said he wanted to get halfway there, so he had to answer the question. So he asked him, he said, Charlie, tell me, why do some people get started in this opportunity, build a business, overcome challenges, overcome obstacles, they stick and stay, and they build a life-changing income through this opportunity? They become debt-free, they become financially free, they have time freedom, and this opportunity changes the course and the direction of their life. And then why is it that some people get started and they don't have success? They don't achieve debt freedom, time freedom, financial freedom. They don't go on to change the course and the direction of their life. He said, I can't figure out what the element is. And Charlie said, oh, that's easy. Purpose. He said, see, this group over here who had the success, it didn't matter their background, it didn't matter their age, it didn't matter their education or occupation. He said, this group over here knew exactly the reason they were going to build this business, and it meant something to them deep at the heart level. There wasn't going to be anyone that was going to stop them from achieving their goal. It didn't matter what anybody else said, and it didn't matter what anybody else did. This group was going to do it because their purpose was so much bigger than what anybody else thought or what anybody else could say. Their purpose drove them into action every single day because it mattered so much to them. They couldn't imagine, once they saw the opportunities, that they couldn't imagine knowing they had an out to not go, not to take it. He said that once they saw they could be debt-free through this opportunity, they couldn't imagine not giving it all to become debt-free. And so they said either this group had a rock solid purpose of why they were doing this business. And so it didn't matter the obstacles, the challenges, or what anyone else did or said. They were going to do it and they were going to be successful no matter what. He said this group over here who gets started or sees the opportunity or gets excited but doesn't have success, he said the reason is because they never really knew why they were doing this at the heart level. They never had a rock solid purpose that mattered to them more than what anybody else said or did. So he said, it's the first sign of disappointment, at the first sign of difficulty, the first sign of challenges, like the first time a couple people said no, it was like boo, and it scared them out because their purpose wasn't strong enough. Their purpose wasn't big enough. Their purpose wasn't meaningful enough or deep enough. So they couldn't overcome those challenges, those obstacles. They weren't willing to put the time into it. They didn't have a rock solid foundation to build upon that drove them into action. So as soon as it got difficult, as soon as there was a challenge, as soon as it wasn't convenient, as soon as a few people said no or a few people quit, that it took them out of the business with them. So he said that's the difference, is purpose. So here's my question for you, and then I'm gonna hand it over to Rose to really make this more personalized. Is this question is, if you don't do anything else today, can you just fill out this question? I am doing Neo Life so that. And the thing is, though, is it has to be something that is so meaningful to you that it gets you hungry and willing to fight for. If Neo Life, oh, sorry, yeah.
So this is not something you have to share with people.
No, you don't have to share it. No, you don't have to share it.
No, not even today, but like with like, sort of like why, and why did you feel like? Share.
You don't have to necessarily. It could be something personal for you, yeah. And I want you to ask the question, like, I want you to like, you may say something, but keep going deeper on your purpose. Like, because what it could be is like, well, why are you doing Neo Life? You're like, well, I'd love for us to not have credit card debt. Okay, well then, like, so you don't want credit card debt. Well, why don't you want credit card debt? It's just a super like big strain, like, every month thinking about that bill and how much you're paying. But well, why is it such a strain? And like you get to the root of it, is like, honestly, because inside our four walls, we can't stop arguing and fighting about debt. And it's driving our family crazy and our marriage crazy, and it's burning us. Like, so like I wonder, like the real purpose is like to like help like inside our four walls. Like, does that make sense? Like, so go deep, that it's going to motivate you, but you don't have to share it necessarily with someone. Absolutely, you don't have to. But so answer that question is, I am doing Neo Life so that, and then it's got to be something worth fighting for. It's got to be worth. It's got to make you hungry, because this is a work program. So Rose, I'm gonna hand it over to you now to let you, share your purpose and really dive into it. But if you don't get anything else today, if you walk out of here with a purpose for the first time worth fighting for, and that you're hungry about, you don't need to know anything else. You can walk out of this room, you'll be crazy successful. Like, you don't have to have anything else. But if you don't have a purpose, you can learn all the how-tos in the world and really struggle here. You can know all the how-tos, but if you don't have a purpose, you'll struggle. So the purpose is what's going to drive you every day. So Rose, I'm gonna hand it to you, my friend.
Thank you, Stephen, thank you. Yeah, we don't have to watch that yet, but yes. So since Stephen talked about purpose, I guess I'm done. No, so for those of you that don't know me, I'm Rose Pilato. I met Nada, I think in 2017, and I was one of those ones that was really hard to crack. I think Nada could admit to that. But I didn't believe in supplements. I didn't really take vitamins, anything. I just thought they were, whatever. You take them for a little while, you feel better, and you move on. Personally, I struggled with low iron, and I was a vegetarian. I had been a vegetarian for most of my life, and that was kind of what had the low iron, made me have the low iron. When I met Nada, I understood that it wasn't, I didn't really have enough iron, it was that my body wasn't absorbing iron. So really tried to understand what was going on, and so I listened to her. And I started with the Pro Vitality at that time, then added the shakes, and anyways, how many years later? 2017, whatever, math, I don't know. But anyways, it's really changed my life. It's changed my husband's life. And yeah, being able to share that with other people to help transform their life, I think is really what's kept me in the game. I'm here to talk about purpose. So I want to ask all of you, what is purpose? Like, what do you think of when you think of purpose? Like Stephen alluded to it a little bit, but it's a big word. And quite frankly, when Nada asked me if I would speak on it, I said, yeah, no problem. I can talk about purpose. And then when I sat down to really think about it, I was like, oh, well, what is purpose? So I started doing some research and, really looking up things. And I'm just going to share with you the definition, this dictionary definition. And there's different ones, but it's the cumulative effect of meaningful goals. Okay, it's defined as a long-term aim or guiding principle based on meaning. The impact we want to have on the world. Right, so those are just a few things, but when you really think of your own purpose, and this is where I struggle, because I thought it had to be some grandiose thing, something I could put on headlines and people would be like, oh my gosh, yeah, I gotta follow her. But it's something that's so internal something that's so precious to you. Something like Stephen said, that gets you going when those people don't want to listen to you. Right? Nada mentioned those lovely things at the back. I had a chance to meet Maggie as well. You have a powerful story, but not everyone's going to care about that story. Right? Or some people might not even believe that story, but what's going to keep you going? Right? And thankfully you have a powerful story. Some of us have stories, but they're not as grandiose, let's say. So how are you going to get that message across? And how are you going to be the one to say, yeah, I'm going to keep going because my purpose is that big? So I want to take just a few minutes to just look at this one video. And we'll talk a little bit more about purpose. And this is Steve Harvey. I know he's a comedian, but he does actually a pretty good job. And I have to tell you, it was hard for me to find a good video. So this one was kind of cute. So I just got here now. The middle? No. Oh, sorry.
Your gift is very simple to know. You don't have to go anywhere to discover it. It's not in the water. It's not on the mountaintop. It ain't hid under a rock. Now, this is how you know you're not living in your gift. When the alarm clock goes off in the morning and you ain't happy about it, you ain't doing what you want. If your job makes you sick to go to, if you're unhappy with waking up to go where you gotta go, it's because you ain't living in your gift. What burns in your heart is important for you to pay attention to because it never goes away. That's why people wake up in a rut. See, you hate waking up because you're waking up and you don't know the reason. You're waking up and you don't have no design in mind. Once you live in your purpose, when you discover your gift, you can't wait to wake up. Please understand, pay very close attention to the thing that makes you happy. All of you are gifted at something. The problem is, you keep wanting your gift to be what somebody else's gift is. Identify your own gift because you already have it. Here's the way you identify your gift. Your gift is the thing that you do the absolute best with the least amount of effort. If you fry chicken better than everybody you know, you ought to be somewhere frying chicken. People make millions of dollars frying chicken. Popeyes, Kentucky Fried Chicken, El Pollo Loco. All they doing is making chicken. They just found a way to do it. Somebody just started making chicken. You know the story of Marie Callender's? Do you know what this woman did, man? She worked for a diner, a greasy spoon diner that was going out of business. It was her only job. She was a single mother. It was her only job. She needed that job, but the diner was going to close. So she went to the owner of the diner and said, let me bake one of my pies. People like my pies, and see if I can help you make a little money. He said, whatever, bring it in. She bought one pie in, sold every slice. The next day, the people came in and asked for the pie. She had to go home and make another pie. The next day, so many people asked for the pie, she had to make 4 pies. Then people started saying, can I buy my own pie? She made so many pies at this store that she eventually saved her money and put a commercial oven in her house. Now, she made so many pies, the dude's shop, he ain't selling hamburgers no more. All he's selling is them damn pies. That's how Marie Callender got started. Marie Callender now has over 120 restaurants. You can't go to no frozen food section without seeing Marie Callender in there. You know what she started with? A pie. One pie. Your gift will make room for you. Now, what is your gift? It's the thing that you do the absolute best with the least amount of effort. That's your gift. Quit running away from the gift. Your gift will make room for you. Stop trying to be something you ain't gifted at. Maybe you're here because you need to hear this. Maybe you're here because you need to dust off your dreams. Maybe you need to explore your imagination. Maybe you just need to identify your gift so you can quit tripping in your own life, trying to figure out what you can do. Some people are born to be teachers, caregivers, nurses, babysitters. Those are gifts, you know what I mean? If you're living in your gift, you're cool. It's just if you ain't. You do anything else, when that alarm clock go off in the morning, you ain't gonna like it. I
Bluetooth
would
connected.
die and never do the thing.
Bluetooth disconnected.
You should look into that before you mess around and check out.
So that really got me thinking. No, not yet. No, I don't. Okay. Your purpose is really attached to your gift. We don't have to overthink this. And that's where I think we spend too much time thinking about how perfect this purpose can be. But if you just look inside, what are you most good at? What is something that comes naturally to you that you can do, right? And attach that to your purpose. And you know what, I'm gonna be honest with all of you, I struggled with purpose. Because I thought it had to be something like really big. And so I asked a good friend of mine and I just sent her a message and I said, when I talk to you about purpose, what do you think that is? Right away, she says, do you need to talk to me? Do you need to talk to me? This is what she said to me. So she says, and I thought this was so brilliant because she says, for her, purpose is creating a safe space for people to be themselves. Now, she is pursuing her to become a swim instructor. She's 55 years old and she realized that this is what she wants to do in her life now as she's retired. And she says it's just about keeping that space safe. And I met this woman. She did a leadership forum for women. This is where I met her years ago. And when I was invited to that, I felt that space and I felt safe in that space because I was between careers. I didn't know what I wanted to do. And she naturally created that space. Now she's taking that on to another level where she's creating that space for people to feel safe. So then I had to ask her, I said, what do you think my gifts are? Can you identify your own gifts? It's hard to sometimes. You know why? Because they're so easy. They're things that you're doing that you naturally do that you don't think they're a gift. You take them for granted and you think you can't grow on that. You don't think that that's attached to purpose, but it is. So my gift is about positive energy. That's what she says. And then when she said that, I remember all the people along my way, like through my career and stuff. And that's the one thing they always said to me. Oh, every time I come into your office, so positive in here. The energy is uplifting. And she says to me, and I thought this was beautiful. She said, your purpose is to drive positivity in the world and show people that they have a voice. And like Stephen said, when you start asking yourself those questions, you got to ask why. Like, why is positivity important to me? And that's what she was doing to me. We did this exercise. Why is it important to me? Because I said the same thing. Like I said, first of all, it's about voice. For me, to have a voice is very important. So being in an environment that I allow other people to share their voice, to allow them to speak, to allow them to show their heart-centered voice, very important to me. So when you're thinking of your purpose, that's what you have to kind of go deep inside and don't overthink it. We tend to want it to be something huge. On our last leadership call that Nada did this past Tuesday, I don't know if everyone had a chance to listen to it. If you don't, I apologize, but I listened to it afterward. I listened again and again. And all of you, what did you say about Nada? Do you guys remember? Do you remember what?
She's always so helpful. She's always there.
Yeah, she's always there. And there was somebody that said something about, not joyful. What was that word? Enthusiastic. Somebody said about enthusiasm, right? And if you think of Nada, some of you don't know her like as well as others, but if you think of Nada, when she started this business, she was like ignorance on fire, right?
Oh, that's the best.
She says it herself. She knew nothing about anything, but she just knew the stuff was working. She was blah, 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 just talking to people, right? Within 2 months, she became a director, right? Because she saw something, and her gift is that, right? She has no fear to speak to anyone. If something's working and she's honest, she's genuine. What did you say? What was the word you just said? Joyful, and what, you said something, Joan. Enthusiastic, yeah. But that's a gift that allows her to bring her purpose forward. Her purpose is to help people, right? That's a part of it. But it's attached to her gift. That's why I can't be you, Leonie. You can't be me. Sean, I can't be you. You can't be me. Right? Because each of us have our own gifts. So looking inside, did you want to say?
I just
anything?
want to say generosity.
Generosity,
Just walking
yeah.
generosity.
If I were to ask you, Nat, I'm sorry to put you on the spot. What your purpose is, could you answer that? And don't overthink it, just what comes to mind?
Impact people's lives. I really wanna help you guys. Everyone I meet that has a burning desire to change their life, I know I can help them.
Okay, and why? Why do you want to help them?
I don't know why.
But why?
Because you love people.
Generous. See, it's hard to say like good things about yourself, right? And that's why this exercise, maybe even if you can do it with someone, and someone has to really dig deep and ask those why. Like, it's easy, surface level, we all want to help people, of course, that's why we're here, right? We know that Media Light can impact people's lives. And for each of us, it's in a different way, right? It's not only health, it's also financial, right? But do we really talk about it? And I'm just gonna go back to this lady over here, when you were saying, I'm sorry, what is your name? Yes, Chelsea?
Chelsea.
Oh, Chelsea, sorry. So you said, do I have to share it with anybody? And you know what? Of course, it's personal, but you will have to share that with someone. And maybe right now you're not ready to, but in order to make an impact, what did Stephen say? Stories sell, right? We're not saying stories just for the sake of saying stories. These are real stories. These are things that are happening. So don't be afraid to share your purpose. Don't be afraid to share what's really burning in your heart. And sometimes it could really be hard for you to do that, because everyone wants to keep their emotions intact, right? If you have to cry in front of somebody, I mean, that's the best way you can share. And I'm not saying y'all have to cry. I mean, if that's your nature, but I'm just saying, like, someone once said that to me, if your why doesn't make you cry, it's not strong enough. So your why is attached to your purpose, of course, right? You want to do something, but don't forget who you are when you're doing this. Like I said, don't try to be Nada. I can't be Nada. I'd love to be Nada, but I can't. Right? And again, don't think like it's easy to see Nada here now, 30, how many years? 34 years later. She wasn't like this 34 years ago.
I was like Francis. I'm serious, Francis. I was scared to talk. I was scared. But I'm using her as an example.
Sure.
But when she's talking to people, she's excited
Yeah.
about products. And you're
Yeah.
doing what I did 34 years ago.
And you know what? I gotta do something right now.
Yeah.
It's kind of off topic, but I want you to stand.
Oh,
I
God.
want Francis to stand. Like, look at these two. Is that hilarious?
She's wearing red and white, guys. She's wearing red and white. Each other. Each other.
Anyway, sorry. I'll go back to, like I said, I did really read up some. I love, I listen to a lot of podcasts and things too. So one of my absolute favorites is Jim Rohn. So I, searched up Jim Rohn and say, what does he have to say about purpose? So again, it's a magnificent obsession. Right? These are like, these are keywords. I just want you guys to think of this. Maybe it'll help you kind of define your purpose. It's important to do that. I think Stephen mentioned that, like, it's very true in this industry, actually really anywhere. And I think back to even in my career, like even if you're in a job, you see different people excel in it than others. And again, some of them, like, backgrounds are different. You could have two of the same people, have the same degree, have the same whatever, Or you have two people that don't have a degree and they both are at a job and one does better than the other. Why is that? It's because what's in here, what's driving them, what's their magnificent purpose, right? What is their magnificent obsession, right? So it's something that does something to us, right? And it's always something that's pushing you towards your future, right? If we are stuck in the past, if we are looking at something and we're saying, oh, this didn't work, this didn't work, this didn't work, it's not pushing us forward. That's not your purpose. Don't rely on things that you did in the past. And things that you did in the past, those are what taught you to where you are now. Use those as life lessons. Right? Do what gives you meaning. That is your purpose. Do what your heart tells you. How many of us listen to our heart? Right? That's hard. Your heart doesn't talk to you. But really think about it. Think about what drives you. What makes you happy? What gives you joy? Those are all related to your gifts, which in turn allows you to fulfill your purpose. It's not easy. I'm not going to lie to you. It's not. Because I'm still doing this exercise myself. And for me, it was helpful to ask other people, what do you think of me? What do I do? What am I good at? And if you have to do that, that's fine. And I don't know if we have time to do that today, or, I mean, but these are some people that really do know you. Like Nat has been here for 34 years. She knows a lot of us, right? She knows a lot of what we're good at or what we're not, right? I don't know. I just find it's, if you don't dig deep enough to really find out what you're good at or what comes naturally, or I guess they're both, it's sort of the same. It's never gonna propel you to share that with other people. So I think I'm over my time. Am I? More, but I can't, yeah. So I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna end it with this quote because I thought it was so fitting. And, you know, like Steve Harvey talked about gifts, because I never related perks to gifts. And then in the same area, then I found this quote, which I think was beautiful and kind of ends it really nicely. So this quote is actually Pablo Picasso. And I love this. The meaning of life is to find your gift. The purpose of life is to give it away. It's time to give your gifts away. Right? Thank you, Megan, for allowing me to check. That's too deep for me. Awesome.
So now we have Missy Joan Poon. Come on down, girl.
So this is progress. I have no notes.
Wow, Joan.
I can listen to Stephen in my head. Good morning, everyone. I think most people know me. Should I do my story?
Quick story. Yeah.
I was introduced to neolife 28 years ago. At that time, I just finished treatments for breast cancer. And I was looking for something to boost my immune system and my energy level. And that's when I found neolife. And the rest is history. I feel amazing today. In my 60s, then I did my 30s. So that's my story.
Awesome.
So today I'm going to talk about being a product of. So that's the first step in our daily success. Use the products. And as Stephen says, use what you can afford, right? You buy for your family. You don't want to stress yourself out, because that's another product that we have is solution to your financial anxiety. So use whatever you can afford. And of course, you want to use more products. The longer you're in the business, you should be using, I think most of us, if you're in the business for about 10 years, you should have everything, right? So if you're just here for a few months, of course, we understand the starting. So when you use the products, of course, you experience the products. So some of the products, you feel the difference, right? And you can see the difference as well. So that's how you can, when you share that, you share it with conviction and passion. And you can experience the product. And the analogy you did was, if you didn't see a movie, you can't be passionate about it. You can tell them about a movie, but you can't be passionate about it. There's no emotion. So that's one thing. So by using the products, that's how you can get your story. And you need a story to share it to other people to be able to build a business. So the more products you use, like for instance, if you use a skincare, then you can talk about the skincare, or people see the difference. So if you try to sell the skincare, you're not looking very good. Right? So then you can look at me over there. Your product is a product.
Oh, thank you.
So with the cleaners, so if you're selling energy and you're tired, so that's the thing, the more products you use, the more experiences you have and the more products you sell. And so you make your story, develop your story from using the products. And next, now that we're talking about crafting your story. And that's really important in terms of your product story. It's gonna go into it, but I think that's a segment.
Leonie's doing that part with me.
Because crafting is really important. It's not just telling the story. There's a craft, someone to believe you or to buy into it as well. I think that's my saying.
You're gonna ask for a couple of people.
Oh, yeah. Did you, nice.
You pick somebody that you think would be good.
Oh. I was on the spot.
Who do you think we should get? Two people, any two volunteers on a product,
Volunteers first.
product testimonial?
2 minutes, product estimate.
This is where the leadership comes in.
Come
Come on. Product testimonial.
Yeah, no, you're just.
Yeah, Shelley's already speaking. We'd like to share a quick little.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, girl.
I don't need to be up there.
Yes, you do.
Yes, and you gotta come.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yuli Walling Sampson, and I joined Neolife many years ago. And the reason I was introduced to it is because my sister was doing the business. Thank God I stayed healthy and well, but I used to get a cold in the winter. And she encouraged me to take one of her products. And of course I said, no, I'm fine. I'm taking my home remedy. She persisted. Every month she would say, don't forget to take the product. And I got so tired of it, I thought, you know what? I'll buy a product. I'll say yes. I said, okay, go ahead, buy the product for me. And guess what? In about 3 weeks, I noticed the difference. I was so embarrassed, I thought. So anyway, I thought, okay, she isn't gonna notice the difference. So she called me up and she says, oh, by the way, don't forget to get another product. Don't forget to get your order again. I said, okay, sure, go ahead. Well, the next year, in the meantime, she was encouraging me to take Trianan. What's Trianan? Why do I need to take it? Okay, I'll buy that. So the next year she said, when I got a cold and she said, don't forget to get your product. Okay, yes, I got the product. This time, it's like in a week's time, my cold was gone. I thought, this can't be real. No. My friends noticed the difference and they said to me, what are you doing? I said, my sister is doing this business. She shared the business with me. I have no idea what it is. Don't ask me anything about it. Here is her number. You call her. Well, they did, and they started buying products. One day I got a check in the mail. It wasn't a huge check. It was like $25. I was so embarrassed. I thought, okay, should I tell her? She doesn't know. So I thought, okay, I called up. I said, hi, Jay. I got this check in the mail for $25.07 from Neil. Well, it was NGO now, it's in Neolife. Oh, what's it for? She says, what do you mean? You've been taking the products? I said, yes, so what? She said, but your friends have been also purchasing products. I said, so what? She said, wow, come on. I said, you need to tell me if I share this with other people, I'm gonna get paid. Yes. She said, yes. I said, really? She said, yeah. I said, sign me up. She said, I already did, dummy. That's why you.
Wants to make eye contact.
All right.
Oh, there you go, though.
Very, all right, Laura May.
All right, I'm maybe a little bit rusty, but I would like to speak on the fuel of generosity and lead you into my story, because I was at the skateboard park with Nada, and you saw her two boys last night, right? Jack and Luke, they were there. And my two boys were all at skateboard park together. That's how we originally met. And I was underweight and I was stressed out. And my kids were not well. They had colds. My little guy was full of asthma, and I had been asking, I need help with my choices in food, etc. Anyway, long story short, Nada didn't leave me alone. And out of her generosity, she would meet with me. I was quite skeptical, incredibly skeptical. This seemed too good to be true. What do you mean? And also, she would bring me soup, and she would bring me her homemade bread, and she would bring me Formula 4. And it didn't take long for me, although I was still quite skeptical, even past going to California, I was still like side-eyeing things because it just seemed too good to be true. But it was over time and through the products and the changes I was feeling. I was a full-time single mom, full-time working single mom, driving 2 hours just to get to work and back. So I was stretched. And between the products working, Nada's consistency in connection with me, and seeing the possibility of a business, between all those things, my life's completely changed, and I saw the change almost right away. So that really helped me. And then also the consistency of Nada, and my boys now are a lot more grown, and the health and wellness that they experience, they come, I hear them come in, Mom, where's the shake? Mom, where's the shake? And then they're gone again, because they need to make sure they go to the gym with the shake. So it's that education around proper nutrition, the consistency, the opportunity to earn income, all the things is the fuel for me. So thank you, Nada. I'm forever grateful for meeting you at that skateboard park.
My words were, you don't have to live like,
Don't have to live like this.
that's all I
I know you don't have to live like this.
She's like.
I'm like, I don't want to live like this, but I don't believe you. And here we are.
Thank you, Joan. And you know, when Joan said being a part of the product, you know, one thing that, funny, I remember even Josh saying that, when people come into his bathroom, they don't have those other soaps in the bathroom. It's LDC, it's green, you know, and he's saying, you don't have to throw everything out, but slowly replace things. Why would you buy from another store? And you can be buying from your own store. That's another thing. I think that's a really important message for you to understand, and just, it helps your PV. And when you're using the products, it's easier to share, right? When you're using the cleaning products, the skincare, the laundry compound, right? It's really, really important to use all the products as you're running out of your stuff. Or I have people go, well, my stuff is toxic. I'll just throw it out anyways and start adding the G1, because really, it's not that expensive, right? When you throw away some of that cheapy stuff, right? So now I get to call it my dear friend Lee. Who's good. And we're gonna have a little bit of fun with this.
Okay.
I think
This is a hard act to follow, you guys.
no, it's not. You're gonna do awesome.
Okay. You have to excuse me, because it's the first time I'm talking to a bunch of people like this. And actually, that is it. What did you say? I voluntold you.
Oh, I use it all the time.
And I said, is that English?
We use it a lot.
Yeah.
You didn't, oh, I moved that you don't know?
It's not really a word, but it's a word.
Okay. Anyway, she's forced me to come up here, so I'm, okay, so if I bungle it, you know what, whatever. Okay, so first of all, I want to welcome all of you to my town of Orangeville. Yes, for the visitors, for Stephen, and for my Orangeville peeps, I call it, right? Okay, so my name is Leonie McCullough, and the segment of this training today is packaging your story. Now, everyone has a story, and all you need really to know is your story. So to the new people, you're gonna say, well, I don't have a story because I just started. Okay, but one of the things you have to think of is this. What was it that attracted you to Neolife in the first place? Think about it in 2 seconds. That's your story, okay? And so with your story, no one can argue with the facts because that's your story. Okay, they can't question you about it. Because they can't change it because that's your story. Okay? Don't complicate it. Don't get straight, just get straight to the point. Now, if you go blah, 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 you see people will get, they have this glaze, right? That means you're talking too much. And don't ramble, just be short and sweet. Now, we all know that Neolife has got all these amazing products, right? But no one needs to know them all at one time. No. We call that the curse of knowledge, okay? So it's the curse of knowledge because we know so much, we want to tell everything. Don't do that. Just stick with the basics. And a lot of us, or most of us, have started with the Pro Vitality and the shakes, right? That's just the basics. Know those basic things. That's all. And then you will eventually get to learn about everything else, all the wonderful products, slowly. Now, if people have questions, well, please, if they say, don't say, I think, don't say, and don't lie, because you get caught in a lie. Be honest and just say, you know what, I don't really know what that answer is to that question. So go and go ask Nada, go ask everybody else. Okay, don't lie because they'll catch you in it. You want to be sincere, you want to be truthful, and you want to speak from the heart. Now, a good story compels an audience to move. So what do? So all of you have to craft your story. You got to practice with someone that you trust. Now get someone who says, okay, tell me your story. Okay, just tell me your story. And then when you listen to it, be honest. With as Ashley Peeble, she's our director of field development. What does she say? She says, with truth and grace, give a proper, honest critique. Now, if someone sucks at their story, don't say, okay, yeah, you sound so good. Because what you're gonna do is you're gonna go out there, they're gonna go out there and make idiots of themselves because they're speaking nonsense. So please be a good friend, right? And be honest. And you are, think of it this way, because you're setting them up to fail as well. So it's on your conscience, guys. Your story is the preview to a movie. So a good preview is intriguing, it's exciting, and it leaves us asking questions. Now you have started a conversation with someone. It's not a monologue. Don't just be talking. Now the art of conversation, you got to learn that skill. Not everybody can talk, okay? And the more you talk, the better it is. They should have a question. They should want to know more about what you're doing, and they should be excited. And your story, if you're talking to someone, you stop someone there. They're not gonna give you 2 minutes. They're gonna give you 30 seconds. That's all you have. 30 seconds. So for example, Nada, she's got this car with the words that say Neolife. Everybody sees her driving around in Orangeville. Everybody knows the car. So if someone goes up to you and say, hey, Nada, what's that Neolife in your car? She has 30 seconds, guys. That's it. Can't be long, can't be boring, make it attractive. Can't be technical or sciencey. And I know science, Neolife with all the science, it rocks. But that's not the time. You can't do that all at that one time, okay? What's going on and on and on again will get you that glazed look. So think of that glazed look. So if you run across a nurse or chiropractor or someone in the health industry, okay, go wow them with what you know. You know a lot, so go wow them with your knowledge, with your science knowledge. Scenario 2, okay, guys? Scenario 2.
I'm not.
This is scenario 2, this is for fun. So,
This is part of the bullet hole.
so this is, yeah, you gotta stand here. So now imagine this, okay, so we are standing in line, now you're gonna be here.
Come on now.
Now she's the mom. I borrowed this baby from my. I borrowed this baby from my neighbor's.
Get on with your.
Okay, okay, so you're standing in line at the grocery store with a mom with children. And then you're running around all over the place and becoming brats and, can't behave. So now, Science is not gonna get her. Science is not gonna get her, right? She's tired, look at her. She's tired. So you gotta share your story, you gotta relate. Gotta relate. Oh, great. I'm in the grocery line, okay? Just check it. Oh my God, that is kids. Yeah.
5 and 1. 5, 3, 5, 3, 1. And watch. It's got another 100,000. Another one.
Okay. You must be tired.
You know what? I'm exhausted. I'm sorry. It's really hard, especially with the baby coming and, yeah. I'm Chelsea Clark. Marjorie.
Share something with you. Can I share something? Okay, when I was in my 40s, right, I used to be tired all the time, and I would sit on my couch, I'd be like from 2 to 2:30, every day like clockwork, because I was tired and had constant headaches, right? So guess what? So I met a friend, Nada, she gave me these products. She said, you gotta be on these products. Within 1 week, I felt like the Energizer Bunny. Okay, I could go on and on and on. And look at me, I'm still going on and on. So would you like to learn more and just be more energetic and not be tired anymore?
You know what? I really could use something.
Yeah,
Curious-
you could?
curious what you-
Yeah, I think you get rid of these two first. Thank you. Thank you. I know that took longer than 30 seconds, but you can really say it quickly.
It was
right?
rats.
Yeah, because it's the brats, right? So basically, I would say in 30 seconds, when I was in my 40s, I was always tired and suffered from constant headaches. I had to nap for 20 minutes every afternoon, like clockwork from 2 to 2:30. And my dear friend Nada introduced me to the products. And within a short time, I felt like the Energizer Bunny. I wouldn't stop. I still have boundless energy and I keep on going. No more migraines. Would you like to learn more? Now, if you time that, it would be like 27, 28 seconds. Okay, but because we're just acting it out, obviously it's longer than that. So we cover the 3 S's: struggle, solution, and share your success and where you want to go. The struggle, she was tired. No, I was tired. Sorry, that was me. I was tired. The solution was Nada and the Your Life products. The success in action was lots of energy and no more migraines. And I was just telling everyone, that's what I wanted to do. Now, not all stories have to be structured, and we call them snippets. So if there's, so let's say, for example, if you go to a party and someone's talking to you and you go, I got bad digestion and, I'm burping all the time during meals and stuff. It's really embarrassing. And you go, oh, wow. That's just like my son, Sean. He burps all the time at meals, and we try these products and they really work. And guess what? No more birthing. Do you want to learn more? Absolutely. That's a snippet. Okay. Questions that you will be asked if you're sharing your story properly is, does it really work? It did for me. How long does it take? How does it taste? Delicious. Can I afford it? Absolutely, you can. Can you afford less than $3 a day? Now that is in reference to the for Vitality, $3 a day. They are inquiring because you have intrigued them. So not long, not boring, not like little. not a monologue, TMI. TMI is too much information in a very short time. You want to avoid that. No diarrhea of the mouth and letting everything loose on your prospect. Because you go, blah, 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 blah. That's what, sometimes they tend to do that. I do that. We all have done it. We all are guilty of it. So you gotta stop and zip it. Everybody knows is zip it, right? Successful people have learned to stop talking too much. Practice makes perfect. So work at it. Stories tell and facts. No, stories tell and facts tell. And you can borrow the stories from other people. And it doesn't matter if you haven't done it or not. Like, for example, my friend Laura, she's lost 22 pounds, 8 inches. She's a 90-day challenge winner. She's won $1,500 in prizes. Would you like to learn more? How you can lose weight and get all these prizes? Of course you would, right? So you borrow someone's story. You don't have to have that story. Now, in conclusion, is that your story is important. Work on it and work at it. Practice makes perfect. Refresh and revamp your story, make it new, exciting, and update it if it's necessary, and make it compelling. No TMI, too much information. So everyone, let's just get to it, get to work on your story. And now I would like to ask Nada to share her business story.
And we are gonna be practicing. This is gonna be like a hands-on work session. We're gonna spend quite a bit of time on this. Because I believe this is really the part that's gonna really help you guys share and get people to say yes. Right, because that's what you want. You want people to want to be a part of what you're doing. To take a look, to come to events like last night, to come to our Zoom, weekly Zooms, to come to the Discover More, right? It's your story that's gonna get them to come to those events. Okay, so you gotta get good at your story. You can't be rambling on, you can't be, again, saying too much, like Leonie. And I know sometimes we do get carried away, because when you're in this, for some, even as well, in the beginning, I used to ramble too much. I did, in the beginning, I was told. And then I got better, and then as I started to get excited, I forgot again. Sometimes I would ramble, and I think, okay, no, I say way too much that time. So I still make those mistakes, even though I've been doing this for 34 years, because that re-excitement, that excitement never goes away, guys. Like people say to me, how come you're still doing what you're doing? I still feel that same excitement that I did 34 years ago. Isn't that amazing? When you're part of something for that long, and I still get that burning desire and that true excitement, right? So, and one thing though I am good at, and only because of practice, I could change it with different situations and different people that I'm meeting, and that will come in time. You have to perfect it, just like your basic story, but as you start to do it more, you'll be able to change it when you're meeting different people to connect with different people. So don't think it has to be, you're going to be able to do that right away. Okay, that does take time and it takes practice. Okay, and I'm pretty good at it now, I have to say, because I know you, when I was at.
Like a magic show. It was, I went with her yesterday, Stephen got on the phone and I said, you have got to see the magic show I saw.
And you know, it's just, I have fun meeting people, and I just start conversations with people, and I compliment people, and you know, and I try to get something that I can relate to people with. So we're gonna talking about that, but we're gonna practice, and that's really, really important. And you've got your sheets in the, on the left side, I think, of your, the practicing your story. Yeah, I think, so thank you so much.
Oh, you're doing this.
Yeah, I'm going to make sure that, so what you're doing. Okay, so I'm gonna share my business story, and then we're gonna practice your story. And you heard my story last night. Now, sometimes when you're doing it in front of a group or at a meeting setting, you know, you can spend, 5 minutes. But when you're meeting somebody quickly, and you're trying to get them to know what you do and who you are, try to, like, we call it like a 30-second commercial, right? Or like even a minute, if you have a minute. So I usually just kind of condense it and say, I was introduced over 34 years ago. I was tired, so stressed. I sort of like my career, but it wasn't my true passion. And someone shared Neo Life with me, and I was more concerned about my mom and our health. We started to use these amazing products. They changed our life. My mom's in her 70s, pain-free. I like to say she's aging gracefully. And I feel younger in my late 50s than I did in my 20s and 30s. I shared the product, started to generate an amazing income, and I left my police career because I realized I wanted more of life. I wanted time freedom. And I'm a piece of now in both areas, health and also helping them make a little extra money part-time, like a side gig, or generate an incredible full-time income. Would you be open to keeping the book? So that was just little bits, right? And if I'm meeting like a mom in the grocery store, I might change it more towards how I was so tired and, you know, and then I started these products. And when I had my kids, I had energy. I was so grateful and blessed that I was on these products to give me the energy to help to deal with my children. Would you be open to taking a look at how, you know, about what I did with these amazing products? And they really helped me. Most people say, yeah, I'd like to know more, right? So we're gonna be practicing. So you have your sheets in front of you, okay? And I want you to just write down where you were before Neo Life. Where were you before Neo Life? Okay, yeah.
Sounds like where is another location.
No, where you were health-wise, or are you looking for the business opportunity, where you were in your financial, if you were financially struggling, where were you before Neo Life? Or if you're there now, right? This is, because you want to say what you saw, like what caused you to say yes to try the products or to look at the income opportunity? Like, what did you see? For me, I I drove to Nashville to find out more. And that's when I knew the products worked, but I saw an opportunity where I could maybe one day leave my police career. Because that's what I saw. And what happened is I said yes. And I was able to change my life and have the time freedom that I yearned for. Right? So where you were, the struggle, the initial struggle, what you saw, what caused you to say yes, what happened, and where am I going now? I want to work with people to help them develop a purpose and have an impact in their life. I want to help them with their health. I want to help them with, you know, just having an incredible life where they can have financial freedom to do what they want to do with their families, with their kids, and not have that financial stress and financial burden. I want everybody to know about Neo Life. Like these products will change people's lives. People need to know about what we have to offer and the Neo Life difference. And I'm on a mission to make sure that I talk to everybody that I talk to. They're going to somehow find out what I do and what these products can do for them. Okay, so, and I want you, yes, Stephen?
I want to add one thing that as some of you may be in the beginning or the middle of your journey too, right? So like you think, you know, so you're like, oh, my story's not finished, right? Like I haven't set with my career, or I haven't done this. Another thing you can put in here too is like the struggle, the solution to success is also like, kind of like you said, you may say like, you may do something along the lines of, you know, we've just been really stressed about what our retirement is going to look like. And knowing if we're going to have enough funds in retirement to live the quality of life that we're looking for. I'm so thankful that I have found the opportunity that's going to allow me to build a business from home to generate extra income for our family. Now we feel confident that we have a path towards enjoying a retirement that we always dreamed of. You know, so like that doesn't mean that you're there yet in retirement and you're enjoying it, but that could be the story where the struggle was, you don't know what we're going to do with retirement. The solution was you found something that you believe is the answer, and the success is now you have confidence that you're going to enjoy the retirement that you've always hoped for. Or it could be debt too, you're like, you're burdened with credit card debt, and we have, years now, not thought, how in the world are we gonna get above and pay the minimum? Are we ever gonna really eliminate this debt, the burden that we have? We're so thankful that we found an opportunity that we can do on the side of our careers, that we can build from home. That's gonna allow us to start paying down our debt, and we are more confident than ever that we're gonna be able to be debt free in the months to come, the years to come, because of what we found, and we're sharing with others. So I just want to say.
No,
Yeah.
no, it's very important for the, It is, it's recording, it's on Zoom. Yeah, so I want to make sure, did you guys hear Stephen, guys? Could you hear Stephen? Did you hear Stephen? Could you hear him? Not, Stephen, can you do that again? Come to the front. No, Stephen's gonna do that again, because it's a very important, no, it's very important. Yeah, this isn't a very, right here.
Oh, right here, okay.
Because
In front.
The Zoomers want to hear you.
And it's the product, it can also be the product side too. So if you feel like, like, oh, I don't have the success yet, like I'm not, but it's also, you can share the journey. So like, I'll do the financial side of it first. Like it could be, and I'll start with the debt one, right? It could be that, when you're sharing your story with someone, and maybe your goal or your purpose is to become debt free, but you're not debt free yet. So you don't feel like, oh, I don't have a story, but you do, because your story is, we have just been burdened with credit card debt the last few years. And with the current, income that my wife and I make, we've just been paying the minimums every month. And we literally talked about it over and over again. Of like, we had no idea how we were ever going to pay more than just the minimums to actually eliminate our credit card debt. We're so thankful though, that recently a friend of ours, Nada, shared an incredible opportunity that allows people to earn extra income from the convenience of their home on the side of their careers. They don't have to quit their jobs or anything like that. And now we are so excited because we actually have a solution and a plan to be able to pay our debt off in the next few months, in the next year, and become debt free. And we have hope that we have hope now that we didn't have a few months ago. So even like, does that make sense? So you could even share like how you're feeling now and the confidence that you have in your future with, based upon that. Does that make sense? Or it could be like, we've been talking about and thinking about, what are we going to do in retirement? Like we're not going to be able to enjoy the quality of life that we've always dreamt of in retirement with our current savings and our current retirement plan. But I am so excited and so thankful that a friend of mine shared an incredible opportunity that allows people to build a residual income business from the convenience of their home and their phone on the side of their careers. And now, because of this, we have hope that, and we have confidence that we're going to be able to live the quality of life that we wanted to in retirement, because we're going to have an additional income stream coming in every single month because of this amazing opportunity. And we're more excited now for retirement than we've ever been. So even if you're like in process, or it could also be if you're like on the product side, and maybe you're just getting started, or you have someone who's just getting started, like they always feel like, well, I don't have a story. It could easily be on the product side too. Like, man, I am so excited. Like, with work and family life and career, I kind of let myself go physically and kind of quit going to the gym, quit making good food choices, and, gained 25 pounds. And I'm so excited though, because a friend shared with me just last week, an incredible solution for those that are really wanting to get fit or lose weight. And we've been on these products now for the last week. I feel incredible. I'm back in the gym, and I actually know that I'm gonna be able to get back to the weight that I want to. So even if you haven't lost the weight yet, you can still share how excited you are and confident because of what you're doing, how you're starting to feel that it's gonna happen. Does that make sense? So I just wanted to share that too. So if you don't, for those that maybe don't feel like, well, I haven't lost 25 pounds yet, or I haven't eliminated my credit card debt yet, you still have an incredible story because you have hope now for your future. And you got to share that hope. So I just wanted to mention that.
That was awesome.
Okay. Nope, I'm out.
And this is all recorded. You guys, when you get the Zoom link, you can go back and listen to it. And I did record it. If you want, I can send it to you as well. No, I talked.
Okay. I thought it looked square. I'm like, oh, it's
No. We're good. So keep writing, and then you're gonna practice with people, and then I'm gonna have some volunteers come up and share. Because the more you get up, the more comfortable you're gonna feel, and again, the more people you're gonna talk to, and it's just gonna come, you want it to come natural, right? And the only way is to practice. Okay? Are you writing? Got your homework going? And again, coffee, tea, just, anytime you want to get up and stretch and grab something, just help yourself, okay?
When we talk about that, that's great, I remember, after working on your stories here, like, asking the question is that, you really want to create, like, you can write down, if you can, if you have time, 3 stories. And that, you want to have a product driven story, and your personal product driven story, in case, that is up. You also want your business story, and, and then the combined story of, product and business together. So yes, so product, business together. I was curious as to. That's how you.
Oh, I don't do. I know what it's. But then said,
Yeah. You're inside.
Yes, standard.
Sean, nice to see you. I have to run. Yeah, I do. I have to go to a luncheon.
You did a great job.
Oh,
Awesome.
thank
Really good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, just patience is on now, okay.
There's two people.
Oh, okay.
I can't stop it, because then it'd be in two sections.
Yeah.
People, they can forward it.
Yep.
It's on-
There's two people on, yeah.
Or they come back.
Well, hopefully there's.
They're just practicing their story, and then they're gonna come up and do it in front of us, okay?
I wrote it. I gotta stand up for a minute. That doesn't help, just so you know, Rose.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like. And then. Yeah, why? Oh, like later. It's not, no, I know. Yeah, I'll see how later. But my James. James and Julia. Yeah. Yeah, but yeah, no, it was awesome. You know what? I always was. You know, the other things that we did. She wanted to talk about something. Oh. I think it is something on there. I'll let you. Yeah. No, but I left a message. Yeah, you just do what you feel is right for that group session. That is how it should.
But it's not.
No. Yeah.
All right, yeah. Sorry. Then we have to get it on, you know, it's happening, it's like that, it's needed. So when that. Yeah, I know.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
I gave my credit card to buy the bun. I'm giving it for free.
Nice.
And it was somebody and they.
I don't know.
Everybody.
All right. What I.
Can you see?
Hello. Did you enjoy it? Okay, yeah, no, this is Nada's, thank you. Ooh.
No one wants to hear their entire.
I just didn't want to feel like.
Yeah. Yeah. Now I don't know where to put it. Girl, you can hear okay, right? You can hear? Oh, good. Oh, good to see you. I gotta keep it. Just looking at Ray, so- But yeah. Stop it running. To be the one that goes. No. She's doing it because I know why. She doesn't want to be wondering.
I just want to get it over with.
Okay. Oh, and where's Steven? Hang on.
Okay.
Where's Steven? Okay, we'll wait. We'll wait. And then we'll just look at these.
But then tell me what I.
Oh, yeah, do it and then.
Well, you can.
We're gonna keep sharing and critiquing and giving guidance, okay? What do they call that?
Positive feedback.
Positive
Yes.
feedback. They call
Or I'll take anything, actually. I should get it something extra for going first.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we can just come around like this or like this.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no, she's the back. Oh, they're amazing at the back.
She wanted
Right,
to
hang
on
on.
her own in the corner.
Yeah. Sweet for Steve. Steven. Oh, that's it. That,
Oh, I
was
love
thinking
that.
of the phrase, truth with grace. Yeah, truth with grace.
I like that. I'm
And
gonna.
one of the best, phrases that I love today was, magnificent obsession.
Yes.
I love that. I texted it to you. Right? Cause it's true, like, some people say to me, like, you're so obsessed with Neolife. And I always say, what's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Right? If it's a good thing, some people are obsessed with things that aren't good,
Yeah.
right? Even like working out, my mom always used to say, you're so obsessed with working out, I said, and that's a bad thing, right? Not a bad thing, but a good thing.
Yeah.
Right? So.
Telling the truth is, how grace.
You give grace about the truth.
Oh, can you come up and say that again? Say that again.
Well, then they can hear it. It's Zoom.
So they can hear you.
Come on, Joe.
That's important.
Yeah, that was good.
I want to hear it because. And then write it out. Are you gonna write it out? And then can you text it in the messenger group for me, Leonie?
What?
Yeah, she's gonna text it in the messenger group, because I visual, she's gonna share a quote. A powerful, powerful sentence, I think she needs to share to the,
It's actually, it has nothing to do with a pillow. This one has nothing to do with a pillow.
It sort of sounds like this.
okay, and nice and loud to the, to our guests.
Our humors are in writing.
If you tell the truth without grace,
You tell the truth without grace.
they won't listen.
They won't.
If you give grace without the truth, they won't change.
Yeah.
You.
I think that's
Great, if you give grace without the truth.
That's actually.
If you give grace without the truth, they won't change.
So now, you won't change.
Through the grace, through the grace. That's powerful. So who are we waiting for still? Are we good? Okay. Oh, Ian? Oh, Ian's there.
Ian's there.
Oh, Carl. Did you go to the bathroom? Yeah. That's okay, okay.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, wait, we just. Yeah.
Okay, I just didn't do that.
It's okay.
This is my compensation 20-minute presentation. Even if it keeps teasing me. So my name's Sean King. I almost did I'm in human resources, but that's my other gig. So 27 years ago, I was quite young and, was 27 years ago. And I didn't know anything at all about supplements. In fact, I had bought some knockoff, some brand, and Nana said, just finish those and then start with ours, because she doesn't like wasting. So we began a health journey. I had just got married. We began a health journey because we wanted to be healthy when we had our children. So I was introduced to Nada at that time through her sister who lives in my area. And she basically told me everything I needed to know about the products and about the business opportunity. So at that time, I wasn't interested in the business, but I did sign people up. But I wasn't interested in that part of it. I was more interested in the products. So I started to take the products. I felt amazing right away. Throughout the last 27 years, my family and myself have been on the products, and we've had a lot of success in a number of different areas. And I know I can't really know what because there's too much. So as we're getting closer to retirement, my husband is eligible to retire next June. We wanted to make sure that we could be as close to debt-free as possible before we retired, so we could enjoy those years. So I'm now focusing more on the business side of the amazing business side of the, that's not what I meant to say. I'm now focusing on the amazing opportunity to earn extra money and residual income during our retirement. So I've spent the last 27 years faithfully taking the products and know how amazing those products are. And I've seen many successful people in this room and of course Nada on the business side of it. So I'm very excited for that opportunity and being able to do that. So I just wanted to know if you'd be interested in taking a look at either the products or the business side or both. So I know I kind of did a more of a little speechy thing, but I kind of know now that I've said it out loud where I
Make it warmer.
yeah, like not so speechy and like because I'm talking to a group, so that's where my head went a little bit. But if it was just you and me one-on-one, it would. I'm gonna work on that.
Yeah.
But if anybody else has anything, want to tell me about that?
What do you think, the way she started, what do you guys think? Anything that maybe tweak it a little bit?
I like how it was a quick kind of overview because she was starting the product and realized now that, hey, this could have been a good business, so I'm gonna focus on it. I should have done it 27 years ago.
I think that's a
important to say. Yeah.
Because you found the benefits and B, wouldn't it have been great to start earlier?
Yeah.
Because now we're close to retirement and we want this money, so, but now you have a focus.
Yeah.
Now you have a focus of, we need to, you know, to share it, but you have,
Yeah, Stephen?
Thanks.
I was gonna add, when you, at towards the end, when you're talking about, that we use the word, like, we're gonna, start focusing on it.
Yeah.
I would maybe change the word focus to, you can say focus, and they are, say that as like, we're so excited to begin really engaging in our business.
It's focused.
Because of this, we have such hope for our retirement that we're gonna, more confidence, it's kind of, I would say more confidence when you're talking about both like focusing on opportunities and in connection to your retirement.
Right.
Versus in saying like, oh, we're retirement coming, so we're gonna focus on this.
We're nonchalant.
We are excited because we should now have a plan and we have hope that we know we're gonna be able to enjoy retirement and always dreamed of. So just more confidence in that, I would say.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, the more you practice.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
okay, not for me?
No.
Are you sure? Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Story, is this when you're meeting somebody, or? This is how I get confused now, because if I'm meeting somebody, my 2-minute story wouldn't be, oh.
No, I put the product and business together, because
Yeah,
so
but
I didn't do.
I want you to do first your 2-minute story that like what you would do to share with us in a group environment. That's what you're doing right now.
Oh,
Okay. The
thought
30-second is something that's more, yeah, that's something we can do. Do that separate.
Oh, that's what I've been doing.
Yeah, so much.
Yeah, I know, this is why I volunteered. I was like, this is not gonna happen. Started that. Started listening to back and I will, I'll start right now.
So I was seeking quality supplementation to give to my kids that they would, one, take and to finish the bottle. I wasted so much time and money on way too many products. I saw my kids enjoy taking the Neo Life products and were doing well and not getting sick. They were taken care of, so I could then focus on me. I was feeling better on the products, especially once I added the protein. Now I love sharing Neo Life with others. Whoever I've shared with have felt better on the products. Would you be interested in learning why Neo Life is the quality of supplement? Why Neo Life is the quality of supplementation we deserve?
That's great, short to the point.
Yeah.
I think maybe, this is my, when you say that's really good, but perhaps we could probably pick on something, whether it be energy or something that's more tangible. That when you're feeling better, it's a very, broad based thing. So let's just.
And start saying, hi, my name is Chelsea.
Yeah.
I have, how many kids? I have two children. I was seeking quality supplements to give my kids. That they would, cause I think you gotta be a little warmer coming in. My name is Chelsea. I have two boys. I was seeking quality supplements to give my kids that they would take, that they would finish, right? I spent so much time, so many products and money. I saw my kids enjoying, okay, who introduced you to your life? A friend, so then a friend through me.
Yeah, well, it's like, my cousin, mom's cousin.
Someone introduced me to Nada,
Okay.
a friend or my cousin introduced me, so this, they know the connection. Saw my kids enjoying taking the products, taking the life products, and they were doing, what were they doing? Were they doing well? What does that mean?
Well, so I guess taking the Neo Life products. They were taking them and not getting.
And not getting sick, it's okay. Forget it. Taking the life products and they weren't getting sick anymore. So is that like, as you said, and they weren't getting sick. Like you gotta, like, right? That heart's gotta come, and they weren't getting sick.
Okay, so
So
say what
is it- yeah, so take that line out and say, now I could, and then I decided to focus on me. Right? How are you feeling before? You said I was feeling better on the products, but what was your pain before? You? What were you?
Yeah, well, out of body experience.
I was struggling.
Yeah.
I was really struggling with what, energy, fog,
Yeah, I was struggling.
energy, brain fog.
Energy.
Yeah, yeah,
Energy.
energy, brain fog.
Who can remember 27 years ago? I just.
Yeah, so.
Like, awesome.
Yeah, it was long. I started taking the products, started feeling better. Especially when I added this amazing protein that tastes fantastic. Right, so just a little more. Awesome. Yeah, something like that, right?
All right.
A little more heart, a little more, way to go, girl. And when you say to your children, like to say, like that, people can relate, like especially, a lot of moms with kids, right? So, when you say, I was looking for something for my children, right? And then just, awesome. Thurman?
I love this pen and paper thing, so old school. That's my jam. Hi, I'm Laura May, AKA the Joy Girl. Yeah, that's my.
So we have to say, we did a networking meeting here, and it was on her sharing the Joy Journal, which she created the Joy Journal. That picture was here, and she came in wearing clothes with those colors, like, it was epic, like, and she'd never been here before. So unspeakable joy, that's Laura.
So I wasn't always this, I mean, I was always in my heart joyful, but I had been suppressed, and that's because I wasn't well. I used to be a stressed out single mom working full-time in an exhausting career. I had a lot of digestive pain. Porn was my issue, big time. And I lacked sleep because my 2 children were sick a lot. I wasn't sure if I'd ever feel good, and I really wanted to feel good. I was so fortunate to meet Nada, another mom at the skateboard park. She told me I didn't have to live like that and invited me to look at whole food nutrition. I decided to try it to see how I could learn how to help myself and my family. I started with products focused on energy, stress, and digestion. Not long after, I started to feel better. And soon I got excited because I had more energy and my children were sick less often. And so my boys had a mom that was rested, happy, and well enough to actually play with them. I also was excited because I learned about the potential for me to earn extra income. And I was excited about my family's future. I decided to become a promoter, sharing the life-changing products this company has to offer. I love the freedom to do what I want. I like being able to do what I want. And so in a few years, I transitioned from the exhausting career to one that I'm excited and energized about. I find it easy, simple, and fun to share my story with others. And I'm so excited that the partnership I've built with Neolife has improved my health, my family's health, my friends' health, and my income. I can work from anywhere, sharing something I love for extra money, and I'm so grateful and hopeful for our future. Would you like to learn a little bit about how you can feel better?
Yeah, would you? Right, I thought that was very complimentary.
Okay, good.
She's practiced a lot. Anything else? Stephen, what do you think?
No, I
Thought that was pretty good.
love all
All
a
the
lot of
points.
the buzzwords that you use. I got some buzzwords, but like, I just love like a lot of the, like you give the specifics of like, kids were sick. It's like, and I'm exhausted, like, instead of being like too generic, you know, like, oh, and our family wasn't really well, you know, like, that's so relatable to people in that stage, like, I know I have kids that age, so like, that's so very, I'm like, yeah, our kids are sick, I was like, oh, I'm exhausted too, like, so I thought that you made it very relatable in the different, like, the different ways that you said it, that would connect with folks, really good.
It was on me.
Yeah.
I run. And again, like she's practiced and she's rewrote it, I think probably a few
I
times, right?
listened to it as well, so
Right.
I recorded it on my phone, and I have it recorded, and I'll play it as I'm doing other things, to just hear myself.
Smart. That's a great thing to do, guys, right? Record yourself and listen to it, and then you'll know if you like the way you sound or not.
You ready? You want me to do it? Well, it'll be a different thing, because
We're individuals.
I've been around for a long time. I've been on Meal Life for a long time, so I meet people who are a lot younger than me that I want to entice into the business, so. This is my beginning story, and I was a bit numb then, so I don't remember a lot of it, but I hope that it will be compelling to younger people, new moms like I was. So, hi, my name is Gwen, and 37 years ago, I was a new single mom. I had 2 kids under 3 years of age, had to go back to work. I was a nurse, I had a degree, but I didn't know what I was going to do as a nurse. I wanted to work daytime so I could stay at home with my kids in the evening and the night. I wanted to give them a normal working life. So I survived by going to my best friend's home every second weekend, because that's when my husband had the kids. So I wasn't going to stay home and whine and cry. So I went to her and whined and cried. Thank you, Lynn. And she never said no. So Lynn wanted to get out of nursing, and she was looking for some kind of a job that was to do with health and wellness. And she started in a company that went bust. But she found another one, reluctantly dragged into it, kicking and screaming by our upline, Jim Stevenson. And she asked me if I would try the product. And I said, the product of the day then was Formula 4, which was Tray and multivitamin, multimineral, all in one. And I said, in my poverty, as a single mom, I said, yes. I don't know why, Lynn, except that you were my best friend and I trusted you. So I did. And I got that energy, but I didn't get the business because I love nursing. I wanted to be a nurse. I wanted a daytime nurse. And I actually thought, I don't want to go into poverty the way single moms do. When couples separate, the guy gets richer, the girl gets poor, especially if she's got kids. So I thought, I need to go back to school because I love education. And that's why I love Meal Life too, but that'll come later. So I went back and I got lucky. I got a part-time job working in the School of Nursing. And at that time you could be a professor in the School of Nursing if you had your master's. So I applied for my master's, got accepted and worked on it. In 3 years, I got my master's degree, kicking and screaming, because it was hard work with 2 little kids. And I worked throughout that time part-time, so I was there for them a lot of the time. They were in daycare, and then eventually started school, and I had a job. And it was a Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, and it worked. And I went through that throughout my life. Different things came up, different health problems. I always went back to Meal Life and Lynn. And I started on a lot of products. Like I am a product of the products. Because I take everything, and I think at my age, 72, I'm doing pretty darn good physically.
And she works out and every morning where we're staying at the house, she had her weights there.
Anyway, so that's what happened, is going on Meal Life, being supported. Doing what I felt I needed to do at that time really worked for me. So I'm hoping that this would be my story for younger women, that I could share that with them, because wouldn't you wanna have that kind of support in your life? if You were in secret. So that's my old story.
The only thing, I know where you're coming from, when you have so much to share. I wouldn't share, I took a lot of products. That could
Scare them off.
Yes. Cause right away they're thinking, ching, 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 right? So, yeah, so just say, I was recommended to take some products. They don't need to know how much, or when when they say, yes, what did you take? Say, well, this is what I took, but we could start here, like this, we talk about the breakfast solution, we talk about, you don't want to overwhelm people, especially in the beginning. Because if people see how much product we take, right? But guess what? We've been in the business for how long? We write it off as a business expense, and you'll teach you how to do all that after. But you really want to make sure you keep it simple and not too much about the product. So we'll simplify this a little bit. But it's emotional. Yes, Stephen? What do you think?
Like,
It's a beautiful story.
beautiful for also too, like, one of maybe the best parts of your story that you just shared that was like, oh wow, is at the very end. I know you said you're trying to target like younger moms that are in the same season of life that you were in and helping them then. But when you just said at the end, you're like, and I'm 72 and I feel great, like, like the way you did that with energy and like, I mean, I can't imagine how many 70+-year-olds are not 1/100 of in the shape that you're in.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
And the energy that you, and that was powerful.
I can
I
see
wish she wasn't wearing a long shirt. Flex your muscles on Zoom, but she's always wearing a long sleeve shirt. She's got better muscles than me.
I think that's awesome, but I think, again, like, look at me now at 72, but maybe I have so much energy, it helped me with energy, like actually saying
Saying
something.
what?
It helped me with energy. It helps me that I'm pain free, it helps me that I'm not on meds, something like that, that actually.
Forgot about my big goal, I was to never be on med.
Well, that's it, but it actually tells what has happened because of this over the years.
Yeah, so look at me now, 72, energy, pain-free, medication-free, which was my goal when I started nursing. Is that what you?
Absolutely, yeah.
Because you saw medication was.
I did.
To people.
And having energy.
Don't get me started on medicine. I beg your pardon? How many days of the week are there?
Every day. She works out every day. Chelsea workout every day. Yeah.
I love exercising.
Don't. They have everyone can have a target market, like, there are probably so many in their 50s, 60s, and 70s that are literally enjoying 1/100 of the quality of life that you have right now. So you're most how about where it may not even be if you were a new single mom. It could be right now, you're living a vibrant, healthy, energized life that like you're on vacations, you work out 7 days a week. Like, I mean,
You're an anomaly.
mind blows most.
So I divided my page in half because I have 2 stories. And they both, well, the one brought me to working the business. And the first one just brought me to the products. Because I didn't see the business. I saw nursing.
I have a question. How many years have you been taking Neolite?
37 plus.
Oh. That's almost 40 years.
Yeah. So like I'm 72 and you're gonna say I'm almost 80? Because that will sound. But I have to tell you, when people tell me that they're gonna be 80, so they think it's the end of the world, I'm thinking, are you kidding me? Just got started. That's right. Thank you.
Oh, I was gonna say, one thing, this is a great opportunity to also like, we kind of like borrowing other people's stories. So like, I'm not 72. So, like, when I talk to my, like, my parents and my, like, in-laws, and I heard this story, I immediately went to my parents and my in-laws. And the reason I'm like, they're in their late 60s. All of them are in literally like 100, like, they don't work out 7 days a week. They don't have the energy. They're not up our family and our kids for 2 hours, they're done. They're like so tired, you know what I mean? Like, I cannot wait to get back, and I'll be sharing my story with them. So this is why you want to listen to this story and learn them, because like the next time, like my parents are gonna ask me, right? I'll be like, hey, how did you get it? I was like, it was awesome. You know, like, I thought of you when I was there. I heard the most incredible story. I'm gonna share that story right there with them. So this is why you gotta borrow stories of other people that you don't know. Our other people's, because your own story is not gonna connect with everybody. But apply that in your target market and your, you know, in your network, because you get a lot of people that your story's not gonna relate to. And like so they know I've got a story in my arsenal that I can take back, that I can share with others. So this is why it's so good to listen to other people's stories.
Hi, everyone. Sort of my first time in a while being up here, so, okay, my name is Virginia. I've been taking the products since 2005. I used to wake up tired and drained. I felt like this even as a child. Through my teenage years, can everyone hear me? Yeah. Through my teenage years, and in my early 20s and 30s, I was always exhausted. Most days I would come home from work and I'll have to take a nap before I could make supper. I went to a health and wellness fair and I met Joan Pooh, who is a promoter with Neolife. She did a presentation on the benefits of Neolife and whole food supplements. At that time, I was a bit skeptical because in the past I've taken supplements that didn't work. But I thought maybe I should give this a try anyways. After taking the Neolife supplement, wow, I had more energy. I couldn't believe how great I felt. I was no longer taking afternoon naps during the day, and I felt so much energetic and energized. I exercised, trained, and became fit, and I was able to run a few half marathons. I am so grateful for the Neolife products because it has changed my life. Now I'm sharing the products with everyone. Will you be open to hearing more information?
You know, what's nice is I've heard you say that story several times, but you're starting to say it with more, right? Did you notice that? I know you've been working with Joan. Anything else? Anybody?
Sorry, one thing I would think of, and I should mention this, I've written down two, three, four stories. There's some words I would stay away from, and that's with like the general person we're talking to. Well, really, they won't relate to them. Things like upline, I would kind of take away upline.
Okay.
Older, I would say like, I was like, I met Joan, and he is. When it came to like nutrition and lesson to me. So make it more personalized. Like I met Joan, she's a great friend and she's so wealth of knowledge when it comes to nutrition. Versus I met Joan, she's a promoter or upline. So I say we can like I always call it like Neolife specific jargon, and it's so easy to create into the stories because we all have been doing this for a while now. So it's easy to talk about like, oh, this is World Team and they're a director and they're, you know, so on and so forth. So yeah, those are just some, I'm trying to think if there's any other ones, like titles, like your kind of title, like director, senior manager, promoter, upline. Now, anything you think of any other kind of jargon that's easy to slip in the story that would not, the prospect wouldn't really know what that means.
Neolife products. Like that word is like, I find it businessy. Yeah, Neolife products. Maybe just something softer, some taking some amazing whole food supplements.
That sounds, that does.
Instead of Neolife products like that, like sound really harsh.
One thing that you did an amazing job of, and I really, this I think is so helpful in the story, because it makes it very memorable and relatable. Somebody was mentioning that you did, you said something along the like, in the afternoon, people have to take 2 hours a nap before I can even make dinner. Like,
Sorry.
that sticks in people's minds. Is this like, I get home and I was so tired before, I'm not doing anything to make dinner. That's just, people are gonna forget that, because we're all tired, but like, I had to take a nap and then make dinner, like that is real for folks. And then you like, I no longer have to take naps. I get home and I have energy and I can make dinner. That was so good.
And then training and doing 2 half marathons, that was like,
Very.
yeah.
The only other you said like, now I'm like, about their bunny. I thought that was such a great, that's a great way of saying it. Instead of saying, I now have a ton of energy. Like, people are gonna, like, that's not gonna like land and be remembered, but I will not forget you like, and now I'm the about their bunny, and I have to go. I can't stop. Like, people are gonna remember that. So I thought you did a great job. I just told your story.
Perfect. So you ready? I can do it. You wanna just read it? Did you write something? Okay. Are you okay?
I'm American counties.
I know. I'll stand beside you. Yeah.
For everybody. Break for lunch.
Yeah. Lunch is ready at 1. We'll take a break after this and then walk around a little bit and then lunch will come out. Okay? Okay.
Not really sure how to shorten this.
That's okay. That's why we're here.
So my name is Jennifer McClellan. I've been doing this, I started them about, I guess, last May. Through Serena, she reached out to me. Basically, I've been homebound for the better part of, I guess, since 2009. I used a walker for most of the time, anytime I did leave my house. I didn't really cook meals or anything like that in my house. If I did leave, I spent 2 or 3 days kind of laid up.
I was unable to exercise or cook, clean, laid around watching life go by, maxed out in on pain meds, slept for days on end. A testimonial video, a story similar to my product, so similar to mine, where someone took some products.
It's just different than anything else I tried before. I tried a lot of.
She tried a lot of things that never worked. Within a few weeks, I went down the stairs using opposite feet, did normal things, and 2 and 3 days in a row, I started cooking again. Before I knew it, I had been 3 months since I was laid up or used a walker. My pain meds cut in half, and even my inflammation number went down.
Yeah, using my blood work.
She has a what?
My blood work.
Okay. I'm making plans with my husband again. My aim is to dance again and help as many people as I can to earn enough income to help or retire David. The reason I like this is when she did this initially, it was a lot of information, a lot of detail, and it was long, and we told her to make it shorter, and you've been working on this, like, honestly, it's getting, no, honestly, you're starting to simplify it, because you don't want to overwhelm people with too much. So basically, I was homebound, I depended on my walker, I didn't go anywhere. Couldn't go to appointments, the mall, I remember you shared this with me.
Okay, that's crazy question.
Couldn't go anywhere, right? Maxed out on meds, that's all you have to say. I was maxed out on meds, right? And then I met Serena. Right, and that's, I think rather than saying a testimonial video similar to mine, just say, and then I met Serena, who shared the neolite difference, right? And then within a few weeks, I went down the stairs without using opposite feet, I guess.
Yeah, because I used to go down, like, if I went down, it was like a 2-year-old. I couldn't go down like, I still have rough days, but I have like a rough like the last couple days because I vacuumed twice as.
Yeah, she overdoes it.
Unheard of.
She's gotta take it easy.
I vacuumed that.
Yeah,
It's just-
yeah.
We still, we'll look at each other like, did you see that?
Change, right?
Maybe get up and speak then.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's good.
That's a huge.
One of the things you said,
Oh,
and I'm sure it can relate to everybody, that this is a powerful thing to put your work in. I always try to use the lens of, like when I'm hearing a story, is someone who is a guest or a prospect, right? I try to like put myself in their shoes. Something you said that's so relatable that probably fitted something in everybody's story. And I think it matters. You said something to the lines of everything before nothing worked. And I like this. I think that's a really powerful, because let's be honest, most people, if you're talking to them and they're wanting to lose weight, they're wanting to have more energy, they're trying to solve some kind of health or problem. This meal is not the very first thing they've ever heard about or tried. Probably like you talk to them, it's not the first time in their life that they're addressing the problem that they have. They've probably tried other things they haven't worked. And you just immediately you speak on somebody talking and saying, I've tried everything and nothing worked. And girl, I just crazy enough. And also using whole food nutrition changed my life. So I love how you said that, because everybody you're gonna talk to who has some kind of ailment, issue, or whatever, like they tried something before and it probably didn't work. And so you're giving them confidence that this is different, this can work. So I love that.
And I didn't get a picture with you because I was up with you. Do you mind if I get down here? Oh, I went on my phone.
Well, you gotta get back up there now.
Sorry.
Walk there, go back.
Now you have to talk. I know more about it. Yeah.
This can just help like you're building on your base here, and more of these like little 30-second way, this little format that I heard one time. I really like it. Maybe it can help you really get that power statement out of your story. And it goes kind of like this. I'll start write it out. I heard someone say, so after trying to get that like 30-second story, here's another format that you can use. It's kind of still the same with like the struggle, the solution, the success, but you can write it out this way. I used to, and I try to think of a better word, but this is the word they used in it, so I like it. But I used to hate ... Then I found ... And now I love ... So it could be something like, I used to hate having to get home from work and literally having to take a nap before I could cook dinner because I was exhausted. Then I found some incredible whole food nutritional products that gave me energy and vitality like I've never experienced before in my life. And now I love that when I come home, I'm not taking a nap anymore. I'm playing with the kids in the backyard before I go cook dinner. And then I have more energy to actually clean the house after dinner before I go to bed. This has been life-changing. So that's another format that you can also do it in, is like, I used to hate ... You fill that in, and that can do whatever. And then I found ... And now I love. And so you could kind of, yeah, like I used to hate going to the gym. Like it would hurt. I'd be sore for days, like, etc. But then I found some incredible whole food nutritional products that filled in all the gaps that my body needed to like repair and recover from going to the gym. And now I love feeling fit and be able to work out 7 days a week, and feel like I'm in my 30s, like, so that's just a little format that you can use. I used to hate ... Then I found ... And now I love ... So
Remember all this, Stephen, eh?
it just years. So that's just a little format that could help if you're wanting to craft your story.
And you can count, so thank you. And then we're gonna continue, because I want everybody up here. Oh, you okay?
I've got to mention one more thing. Laura May brought this to my attention, and this is so good. Like, this is a game changer. I wish I would have thought of her said it. You can also use this little phrase, I used to hate ... then I found ... and now I love ... This can also be a way that you can transition your story to a bunch of different situations. Like, so that use your base story, but use the one about travel. Like, this was.
Oh, yeah, I do, no, that's just nice, yeah, it's just like, so it's not.
A lot of work. But then I found whole food nutrition, and now I love traveling because I'm up, and 3 days beforehand, I'm all packed and ready to go.
You know, I love this, that this is a way that you can craft your story a bunch of like, yeah, you can do it from a bunch of different ways. I love that. That's a great thing to remember. It's not just your base story. You can bring this into any situation. Right, that is so good.
Yeah. We'd like to hear about And we're breaking for lunch, guys, so, I don't know, I guess we're just gonna keep this running, because even though it's recording, you can just fast forward, because it's gonna be up where you can forward it to the next session, right?
Or you can have it tomorrow. If you want to not waste an hour before I turn up. Yeah. Oh, don't.
I love that. Yeah.
Thank you so much for doing much everything that has What are you doing? You guys are. That was good. Good. I know, I'm like, it's supposed to shut up. I was, oh, we're supposed to shut up.
Wasn't sure. Part of it, I know when the acting started or stopped.
But I like the. When they say, right? I'm excited to be done.
Yeah.
Oh, it was good. I was.
Yeah. Great. Yes, and great.
You're in charge. Yeah. I don't like it. But if I, like, I'm in my comfort, so I do health and safety, so when I have to do health and safety training. And then why I almost did that. That's my, yeah, and I'm just, I've been here for about a year and a half, like, still, which I don't work over here, so I ended up doing. writing, I'm gonna more. That was good, eh? Good for you. I thought I was actually watching it, but I said, and I was like, why not get on? Daughter doesn't watch TV. Yeah, well, not, it's not, she's at my house, I'm just like, what you watching? She's like, Andy and I just watch Netflix or like a series or something that we watch. So we didn't want to watch something like that because she wouldn't have, you know, and then she left, so she came to check that. She left it for me. But I think that's a lot. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot to do, like, and I yeah, and so I kind of think about it on the 9 a lot of times. I think about it myself. Where's the bed? I know it's 5 days. So 7 a.m. I love someone that's like, oh, it's my work, and you're like, I have to have time too, so. Yeah. So I haven't really kind of, it's slow, you know, so. But I'm like, you know, and then I did the talk thing, and I'm like, okay, I'll send you stuff at lunch. Like, I think sometimes they're really professional. And they go, oh, okay. Yeah, because I have to kind of get. Yeah, that's one with, I work with like 3 years house. So, and I talk to a lot of people. So when I talk to those, you know, if they say something that might, whatever, lots of people talk to them. It's not quite there, but you know what? Yeah, I'm like, oh, he's going and I can't. So, yeah. Yeah, yeah, like I think that's. And then I started giving her the update, which she's kind of, oh, then my kid, I was really energized after my kids were running away, and I'm like, so I just said, did you watch the video? Like Dr. Matt. I watched it. Then she went, watched it. She goes, oh, she had at the end, and she did the kind of like team thing, like all the selling thing. I'm like, I watched them like, I think she read into that. So like whatever, it's not a, it's a the whole 95%. So that you know, it's very easy. Yeah. 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 And I felt it's just about getting it. You know. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, I used to live there, and then.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and we used to, with our church, when I used to church, we do like Super Sundays and the sandwich.
We have Sadie, where's Sadie? It doesn't look like Sadie. So that doesn't look like Sadie. There's Penny. Hi, Penny. Hi, Penny. My friend is Saskatchewan.
Oh,
Nova.
And Sadie,
Nova.
picture's not there. That's why we don't see it. We don't see patients.
Good. It's Nova. She's from Saskatchewan.
No.
I'm starting to smell food. Oh. No wonder. Your smeller is not a fan of that. So when? Go back to I remember, I think what it felt like. I mean, really, so tight, so exhausted, no light, because I was so tired. Yeah. I'm trying, but this is killing me. You know, I never can have it like that. I got it. Oh. No, but I think it's sad. Because he says he will not be sponsored because I didn't want to. So we put some year before we got pregnant. In order to make sure that we were. So like. There's a way to look back. You can ask we started on our, that's in your organization. We'll say. Oh, I'm at luck. Okay, I'm at a luck. That's in the back, organizational purpose, probably not on the app. But on the app, it's on TNL. It's on the device. Well, actually, he's no
Sales proposal. Silhouette. If you're going to sort of that, your events, so go in there. And I know that I now when I saw That's awesome, thanks. That.
Recently.
Okay, you have to let me know what to tell you what. I'll sit on
I've had the mental, I haven't had it. Yeah. Washed, but not, you know. Yeah. And this is the one time you just kind of have to bring it there. You went out here, nice, nice. You outside for a little bit? Thanks. Why? Oh, okay. Coming down. Turn off.
So it's not like it goes not. No. I don't know, I'm saying this on last. They didn't do anything like colors. Yeah. So, but you know, they were. Like they stayed on site there. Right. Taxes are only 2 months, right? Oh, no, that's one thing. Remind me of, went to the law and then. That's the new one. I have a lot of, that's the new one.
my portfolio. A lot of people knew someone like that, right? But everything was so nice. Just heated up, breathe. Supplements or do you ask your energy? Or your body wants? Bigger test. I'll show you. What are the other things? What is actually, if you need it, you don't take it for that. So it's, they have some. But they don't have. It's the body, so you first of all, you stand up straight, it's faster. Look like, yes, they are. And then the body, or back on your neck.
then you bounce off your toe, and then it'll be pulling forward, and then don't neutral, meaning, it doesn't matter if you do, it doesn't matter if you don't, like, I don't have a freeze out, right? So you're doing the right thing. And sometimes you can get cold legs, just forward something, I really need it, or wait. So. I've been doing that more lately. Because of the, I've been on the thing and I see the whole COVID protocol, right, especially on this protocol. But I might not need it. So how do I know? So if my body says yes, sometimes I'll even say how many, one, and I'll look for the next yes, one. And then usually that's, so it takes time. I pull your back, trying to bring it right now. That's why it's all like. It's a full body potential, you're utilizing that you're actually setting on in front of yourself. Your heart, your body, you want this. You do it with anything, you can ask for, stew, do I need water? The body is that. Cells that are like, brains, right? Yes. Pick it up, yes, the ridge, sort of land. Love what he's practicing. Yeah. And if you don't do it, it's not there. Why would you ask? That's really, but I have something that are being switched. If you never. Nobody you're asking for. Like they just send it, just think about it. That house. Oh, emotional, yes. All right. Body might need extra. And I'm I did, and then so I've been able to go to focus now. Since I've been going to but somehow your body's like, and then you keep taking it. I don't want to just get cleared out. Yeah, you know, we'll get some up. It's very much vertical. Yeah, across border. So you have to mindful of why. Maybe you for a long service. If we didn't have to cross border that stuff. For smart, we'll border it all. It's definitely a lot of nice stuff. It's real deal. It's you guys be way up for 7:45. I'll let you know. That was to teach today.
I watched it and I see when a whole about that trip. But I see the difference. It's like. I don't speak. I really
Okay.
Do you want a little, like a half of a Oh, yeah, the road is a lot of. I see that, but. Almost full pot, well, you know, I don't. But I can make some more, or I can put some more in there, anybody's like me. Oh, good, we need to say a lot. Well, yeah. These are all. So these are the ginger cookies. And these are. So, I did it. We'll be able to finish a little bit earlier. We can talk at the barbecue back at the house later.
Yeah, so if you haven't had dessert, it is amazing and it looks amazing. Once I have it tried. That's so good. So okay, by the way, if you haven't shared your story yet, you may be thinking, oh, I'm off the hook because we're moving on to another topic. But you're not quite off the hook just yet.
I'm glad she's done.
I do want to mention this because we talked about this. This will be before we get started here, this next section. I do want to mention is we talked about your story and how powerful your story is. And here's what you're going to run into though, and we just talked about it a second ago in the back. When you get a new promoter started, I mean, they're just getting started, right? I mean, they're getting their first order put in place. They can get started on their products and all of these things. They don't have any really story yet. So you're probably thinking like, well, how are they going to go talk to somebody? But actually they can, and they should, and they've got a really easy way to do it. And I'm just gonna give you some few word choices here that will help as you have new promoters that are wanting to go share Neo Life.
Hang on,
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna videotape it, because those are some so handy.
Oh, is it right here? Playing a game with it on it.
Log in.
Okay, so
Okay,
here's some like what the goal will really be for a new promoter. If you have a new promoter, and we talked about it earlier, their job as a new promoter is to be a professional introducer. They can't carry the ball yet in Neo Life of sharing the message. You know, they just gotten started. They're brand new. So they don't really know how to go talk to a prospect about Neo Life yet, right? They don't know how to answer questions that are gonna inevitably come up. They don't know how to overcome any objections that there may be received or any of that. They don't even know probably what the next step is of how to get that. If that person did say yes, they wouldn't even know what to do with them at that point. So a new promoter, like they literally have one job to be a brand new promoter, and that is to be a professional introducer. Ideally, every new promoter is working with somebody as a sponsor who knows more than they do. And even if the direct sponsor doesn't know that much more than they do, then the upline leader somewhere in there does. And so there's going to be someone you're going to work with as a mentor to help. So as a brand new promoter, like this is really what you want to equip them with, is to be able to, and the one thing they're going to have to utilize, because this is really the biggest asset they have in the beginning of building this business as a brand new promoter, is their relationships, their trust, and their credibility with people they know. So their friends and family and coworkers and associates and all of that. I mean, that's what they bring to the table, right? And so here's how I would advise them to like reach out, would be something along the lines of reaching out to those that they know, love, and and those people that know, love, and trust them as well. Reaching out and saying something along the lines of, you know, like, hey, I wanted to reach out because I found something recently that I am so excited about. That would be, you know, like, hey, John, or hey, Jane, or whatever it is, you know, like, hey, I want to reach out and kind of quickly connect because I have found something recently and I am so excited about. That'd be like kind of the first line. Then the second line would be, I would say something along the lines of, and as I've gotten started and I'm starting to learn a lot more about what I'm involved in, I thought of you. And that's the truth. You wouldn't be calling them if you didn't think of them. You know, it's like, I am so excited about, you know, what I have found and what I've recently gotten started with. And I thought of you. Okay. So that would be, then it's the next little phrase I would use in there is in like John or Jane, like, I want you to know, like, what I'm doing and what I'm so excited about, it may or may not be for you. Because you want to take the pressure off, like, so you say, you know, honestly, this may or may not be for you. You may or may not be as excited when you hear about what I'm doing and what I'm so excited about. But I did think of you. And I would love, if you're willing, just to get maybe 20 to 30 minutes of your time that I could show you what I'm doing and why I think you may be just as excited as I am about it. Then I would say something along the lines of, I'm gonna say, and as I mentioned, I'm just getting started, so I don't know a whole lot yet. So if you'd be okay with this, like, I'd love for us to grab lunch or grab coffee at the coffee shop or even jump on a phone call. I'd love to invite my good friend Nada or whoever it is that you're working with. I'd love to invite my good friend Nada to share with you, you know, what we're doing, because I want you to see this the same way I saw it from Nada. And you'll know whether this is something that will make a difference for you or not. So really, like, you put your own words in there and you can kind of carve some of that out. But really what you're trying to do is let them know a couple things. I found something that I'm really excited about, or I'm really passionate about, or I have found something that it's making a huge difference in a lot of my friends' lives. Now, if you can say that's even better, like I have found something that my friends and family have been a part of now for a few months or a few years, and it's making a huge difference in their life. And when I saw that, it got me really excited. So that's what you were like, let them know that you're excited about it. Let them know, second, that you thought of them, like you specifically thought of them and you want them to see what you saw. Third, let them know it may or may not be for you. Take the pressure off the table. And then fourth, let them know, like, you're really just trying to set up the appointment where you can get your leader involved for that, for third party credibility. So you utilize that to, like, you know, I don't know a whole lot. I'm just getting started. I'm just really excited. And I started making a difference in my life, or I'm really excited because the difference it's making in people's lives. And I want you to see this the same way I saw it. That's a key phrase. Like, I want you to see and hear about this the same way I did. And don't say like my upline, don't say my, my sponsor, don't say like good friend. Nada is the one who introduced this to me. And she's the one who's really sharing this with me and helping me. I'd love for you to see it the same way I did from her. Give 20 or 30 minutes that we could, jump on the phone with her or just sit down. And I promise you that if you're not excited about it, if it's not for you, I'll never bring it up again. However you want to do it. But that's a way, if you're new, you don't have a story yet, that you can hopefully try to get an appointment set. Like, that's your goal in the beginning, is just to start the conversation and try to introduce them to your sponsor or leader. So I just want to mention that.
Perfect.
Okay.
And I'm gonna send all this to you guys in a YouTube link so you can listen to it. I know I like. Perfect.
All right, so then we're gonna move on. So we talked a little bit about defining your purpose, right, at the very beginning. So hopefully, if you haven't done so already, like by the time we leave or sometime this weekend, I highly encourage you to have a written out on paper purpose of why you're doing this. And here's a couple things from your Neo-Life business that I have you write down in your purpose real quick. I didn't mention earlier that I should have, is a couple of things. What you want to achieve. The what. I want to be credit card debt free. I want to replace a second job. I want to send our kids to a certain school, or we want to go on these vacations. Like, there's a million reasons why you may do this, right? So you got to write out the what. Like, what are you wanting to accomplish? For Nada, it was, I want to be able to replace my income so that I can have time freedom with your family, right? Okay, so that's the what. You have to write down your purpose, the what. The second thing you have to write down is the how much. You also got to know, like, okay, what's that going to take? If to eliminate debt, is it an extra $1,000 a month that you need to be able to go on vacations? Is it an extra $2,000 a month that you need? Like, so you also want to figure out, like, how much income on a monthly basis am I looking to achieve? And you want to write that down. So now you know what you know the what behind your purpose, like what you're trying to accomplish. You know how much it's going to take. And then if you would really want to, take some time and write out the why behind it. Like, well, why do you want to go on those vacations? Because maybe growing up, your family didn't have the money to go on vacation. So you never got to go on vacations as a kid. And that was something you never experienced. And so you want your kids, or you want your grandkids, to experience what it's like to go on vacation as a family that you never had, right? That could be one. That could be a why. But write out that real meaningful why and get on a piece of paper somewhere so you have your purpose written out. We talked about being a product of the product second. So once you've got to define purpose, second, being a product of the products. And, one of the things I think, John, you said that made me think of this about, like, or Nada, one of you or both of you said this, and I love this, like, if you hopefully from today, you'll take forward, like, take a business owner's mindset. That's one of the biggest obstacles here is, like, do you have a hobby mindset or a business owner's mindset? There's nothing wrong with having a hobby mindset in Neo-Life. But if you treat Neo-Life like a hobby, it'll pay you like a hobby. My hobbies don't pay me very well, right? But if you treat this like a business, you have the ability for it to pay you like a business. And that's a big hurdle for most people, is that they treat it like a hobby, so it pays them like a hobby. Instead of treating it like a business, it pays you like a business. So one of the big ways of treating it like a business versus treating it like a hobby is using the phrase of, I would say, you got to live the brand. Like, are you living the brand? And here's what I'm like, again, we always say, like, use what you can afford. But, like, I'm going to take it into consideration, like, of a restaurant owner. Like, if you owned a restaurant, like, in your restaurant made sandwiches and hamburgers and French fries and all of this, would you just eat your hamburgers at your restaurant, but go to the restaurant across the street to get French fries? No, it's your restaurant. I'm not eating French fries or hamburgers anywhere but my restaurant, right? Like, it's not like, oh, you know what, I'll eat fries at my restaurant, but you know what, I'm gonna go get milkshakes down the street at the other restaurants. No, if my restaurant makes milkshakes, I'm drinking milkshakes at my restaurant, right? Like, if you owned your own restaurant, like you wouldn't go elsewhere to get, like you'd eat your own, right? And so the same thing is like, if you can live the brand, like this is your business. So you want to be a product of products and live the brand. I love what Nata said. That means like for us, like I live the brand in Neil Life because this is part of who we are. Like, so our laundry detergent at home, it's G1. Like we're using the Neil Life laundry detergent.
Already?
Oh, yeah. I love it. And well, honestly, I don't like our cleaning line that much at Neil Life. Can I tell you why? I do not like the Golden Home Care line.
There's a box.
It lasts so long and it works so well. People barely have to buy it. You know, like it's crazy. I'm like, I mean, think about like it lasts forever and it works so well. Honestly, it's not the greatest product line in the world to build a robust business from because it works so good, it lasts so long, and I think we did a study on it that it will replace like the cleaning line will replace hundreds of products in the normal person's home cleaning products and save families, this is US dollars, on average, over $700 a year in home cleaning supplies product savings from using the Golden Home Care line. Because you're buying products so much less often because it lasts so much longer and it works so much better. So that's why from a business perspective, it's not really like the products are too good. Like, you know, like it's kind of crazy, like the products are too good. But like, so we use G1. What do I use at home to like for my shampoo and my body wash and everything? Nutrients, organic skincare and personal care, right? Like I'm not buying off the shelf at somewhere. Like I'm using, like I'm living the brand, right? So I just want to encourage you, like if you can, like I want y'all to have a business owner's mindset. And one of the ways to have a business owner's mindset is being a product of products is to live the brand. Okay. So then we talked about packaging your story. And this I mentioned, you're not off the hook, by the way. If you're here today, you're not off the hook yet and sharing your story. And it's for twofold. One, just getting up and practicing talking in front of people is huge. And then other people getting to hear your story is helpful because now we have stories that we can take back home with us and share. So I've got 4 or 5 more stories in my pocket because I've been listening, thinking of everyone's stories that I'll be able to drop into conversation with folks. So we're going to continue to talk about packaging your story, but now we're going to transition to is the 4th piece. So we talked about defining your purpose, being a product of the products, and living the brand. And part of living the brand is you're a business owner. You're the CEO of your business. So we're going to treat it like a business, not a hobby. Then we talk about packaging your story in the format of your story. And now 5th we're going to talk to is go down to like, okay, this is why you have a story, is because this business is all about the 4th P, which is talking to people. Talking to people. So if you've ever wondered, I'm just going to spend a couple minutes here before I bring Heather up, and she's going to really dive into maximizing a list of names that you can have a warm market list to work from. But if you've ever been in Neil Life and you've ever had the thought like I just don't know what to do. Like, what do I do now? Has that ever popped up? Like you're working your business and you're thinking like, what do I do now? Like, what do I do? Like, has that ever, or do you always know exactly what to do each and every day in building your business? Do you feel like you have clarity on like, I know what to do? No? I'm hopefully going to give you like the most simplified training. You should never, ever be lost from this moment forward in Neil Life on what to do. Like, this is like, you'll never, ever be lost again. And if you're working with team members, they're like, I just don't know what to do. You will always now have the perfect answer to guide and direct them. Because at the end of the day, like I'm going to give you 6 words, and these 6 words will forever eliminate the question of, what do I do next? Or what do I do now in Neil Life? Like, what do I help my team members do? Like you're ever like the daily method of operation is solved from this point forward. So you're going to write this question down, and you're just going to ask yourself this question every day. Anytime you want to do Neil Life, ask this question. And if you're not doing this question, we're really not doing Neil Life. So the question is who can I talk to now? Like that's it. That is our business in a nutshell. Who can I talk to now. So from this point forward, no one should ever be lost in your neo-life journey if you're wanting to grow and build a business. If you're ever thinking like, what do I do? Who can I talk to now? I mean, then you may ask the normal question, okay, but then after I talk to them, what do I do next? Who can I talk to now? And then you may think, okay, but let's even like, what if they say yes and they want to do this and they're going to get started on a product, get started as a promoter? Like, what do I do next? Who can I talk to now?
Nada.
Yeah. Like, or, yeah, like, if someone, like, so, and like, or, so, like, I'll never forget, one of the most successful leaders I know in this business. This is where I learned this phrase from. Who can I talk to now? Or who can we talk to now? Is because, and he, like, this was his mantra. Like, people were like, his name was Mike. Mike, you should just get this tattooed on your forehead, because this is exactly his response to anything that ever happened in the business. Like, he'd have teammates go up there and be like, Mike, I'm so excited. I just talked to 4 people. I got 3 new people started on products. The 4th one's getting started as a promoter. Couldn't be more fired up in my business. Mike would be like, that is awesome. Who can we talk to now? Like, who can we talk to now? That we think, or someone would come to this team and be like, Mike, I'm so frustrated. I mean, everybody I'm talking to is saying no. No one's interested. No one wants to get started on product. No one wants to do this business with me. It is so frustrating. It is so challenging. Mike would go, I know, I feel you. I've been there. But who can we talk to now? Like, that was his phrase. That was all it is. Because he knew at the core, like, and the way of saying it, if our mouth isn't moving, our business isn't growing. Like, if we're not talking to people, our business is growing. So that I want to give you as like a framework, as we've gotten into like, who can we, like, talking to people, just have that question and ask yourself that question all the time. Or if you're working with team members and you're wanting to help your team members be successful, it's the simplest question to have. If they really have goals they want to reach, it's just ask them, you know, hey, John, I want to help you build your business successfully. The only way I know how to help you build your business successfully, there's only one way I know, is for me to ask you, John, like, who can we talk to now? Like, who can we talk to now? Right? Because if we're not talking to people, we're not building a business. And then I also want to mention this really quickly. I think there's a couple of reasons we don't talk to people. I think there's 4 primary reasons we don't talk to people that I just want to hit real quick. And then I'm going to bring Heather up. Number 1 is this. And we kind of talked about it a little bit today. You're like, and especially if you're new, you feel like, I don't know enough. Like, I don't know enough about the products. I don't know enough about the ingredients. I don't know enough about Neolife, the company. I don't know enough about the compensation plan and all the percentages and how it all pays out. And like, but man, once I know all the ingredients, and once I know all the product lines, and once I know the compensation plan and all the different percentages that pays out, and once I know the name and bio of every one of our SAB members, and once I know, like, then I will go talk to people because I'll know enough. Honestly, what happens is like, in my opinion, sometimes the more you know, the worse we are at talking to people. Like, the less we know, the better. If you're just really excited, like, ignorance on fire is the absolute, best thing. Like, it's the best thing to have. All you have to know, Lily, there's only 2 things that you have to know to be successful in this business. All you have to know is why you're excited and your sponsor's cell phone number. Because the easiest thing to do is go, I don't know. It's a great question. I'm just super excited about this. Good thing my friend Nada has been doing this for like 30 years. I think knows everything about it. Like, hey, let's jump on the phone with her. We'll both learn that together. Like, that's all you have to know. So don't think you can't leave this room and go talk to people because you haven't been doing it for 30 years and you don't know everything. All you gotta do is be able to loop other people in. Second reason we don't talk to people, and I think this is gonna be the one that probably keeps most of us in the room, is we feel like, but I need to have the perfect words when I go talk to somebody. Like, they just need to be able to melt in front of me after I get done sharing. Like, it needs to be so smooth and so polished and so elegant and so persuasive that like they just melt in front of me. And I'll tell you, like, no, you don't. Like, perfection doesn't build this business. It's passion that builds this business. people move off of passion. You just gotta be passionate about it. Now, time out. This is not a license to be a train wreck either. Like, Steven said, actually, it's like, the more you are practiced, the better. But here's the truth, like scripts don't work in this business. And if you sound too like polished and too plastic and too fake and phony, people will send that and be like, you're just trying to sell me something. Like, so you don't have to have the perfect words. Do you want to be organized with your thoughts? Yes, because you don't want to be a train wreck. Do you want to have some flow and a format of how you want to share some things? Absolutely. But you don't have to have the perfect words by any means. You just gotta be able to share from your heart. What's real in your heart and relevant to the person you're talking to will win all day. So you don't have to be perfect. The third thing I want to mention is like why we don't talk to people is like, it's so simple. Who can I talk to now? Like how's everyone not building this business to high levels? Like, because I think the third one keeps us is the fear of rejection. Like how many times you don't want to make a call because like, what if they say no? Or what if they say, I'm not interested or something like that. And let me just kind of help you with this. They're going to say no. Like people are going to say no. That's part of what we do, right? And I always say like getting in a boxing ring and a boxer is starting to fight and like getting hit from the opponent and running to his corner and go like, oh my goodness, what is happening? The coach would be like, he's hitting you because you're playing boxing. Like that's what happens here. So when someone comes to me like, well, what if they say no? I'm like, they're going to say no. Like that's part of what we do here. Like the majority of people are going to say no, but what no just means for most people is not right now. As long as you stay consistent, as long as you follow up, most people will come back around. And then the next thing is like your purpose does have to be bigger than people's no's. As I mentioned in the beginning, what really stops most people from building this business is they call a few friends, like 3, 4, or 5, and 3, 4, or 5 friends like, I'm not interested. No, not for me. Oh, you're doing one of those things, and boo, they get scared immediately and they're done. Like so. Your purpose has to be bigger than anybody's no. So like the fear of rejection is real. Like I do get that. Like no one likes getting told no. No one likes like you ever heard the people that are like, oh, I eat those for breakfast, right? Like, oh, rejection doesn't bother me. I'm like, you're lying. Like that is human instinct in nature for everybody. No one at our core likes to be rejected, right? Or told no to. So like those people, like I'm just like, I'm not even listening to you. Like it bothers everybody. And honestly, most of the time when it bothers you when you get rejected is because it's not so much you, it's you feel bad for them. You're like, I want you to like have the same kind of life-changing results that I've had. And like, I feel bad that you're saying no. But like, small story is like, don't let the fear of rejection stop you from talking to people. People are going to say no. People are going to say no right now. People are going to say they're not interested. And that's okay. Who can we talk to now? Keep talking to people. Your purpose is bigger than anybody's know. And then the last reason, and then Heather, I'm going to bring you up, is the last reason is the fear of the opinions of others. This is the biggie, is like, oh no, what are my friends or family going to think of me? Because I'm doing a direct selling business and they may think it's one of those things.
Yes.
So the only thing I can say about that is that like one of which is like, this is a mindset shift. Like this is not a less than business. And you have to take on that posture too. You have to get to reside in the fact that this is not a less than business. If you think it's a less than business, then you're going to approach others as if it's a less than business. Like, I think this is one of the most credible, legitimate, viable, methods of business operation there is. Like, I love our distribution channel. Like every industry, every company has a distribution channel. I think ours is the best. It's people helping people is what it is, instead of corporations to corporations, right? So one is like, and the next thing is, again, your purpose has to be bigger than what other people think of you for doing this. And you got to also kind of know that like some people are going to think that you're one of those things, and you got to be okay with that. Yeah, if you really want to be successful here, like if you really, really want to be successful at some level, you cannot care what other people think of you because you're doing this. You got to have the mentality like, they're not paying my bills. They're not funding my retirement, right? They're not putting food on my table. Like, they're not the ones that are going to leave a legacy to my kids. Like, I don't care what they think or they don't think. Like, I know what this is. I know what it can be. I'm doing it. So you don't have to know everything. You don't have to be perfect. You're gonna have rejection, you're gonna have to overcome. It hurts us all, but it's just part of the process. And then you can't let the opinions of others dictate whether you talk about this or not. Because if you do, we'll be scared to talk to anybody. You gotta overcome that, okay? So you'll never be lost on what to share, who or what to do. Who can we talk to now? Heather, I'm gonna hand it over to you, my friend.
Yes, Heather.
Okay, well, thanks, Nana. That's a hard act to follow.
No, it's not.
I'm look after Stephen, that's okay. I'm gonna take the first couple minutes, I'm gonna do my little stories first,
Awesome.
okay? Rather than take up somebody else's time who hasn't shared yet. So my name is Heather LaCroix, and 25 years ago, I was teaching full-time. I was totally overwhelmed with stress and fatigue. I had no social life because I didn't have any time after school, after supper. I was too tired. All I could do was get through life. And I needed something to help me feel better. At the same time, I was looking for a business. Not very many people knew this because I didn't want them to know. I was looking for a business, something part-time that would help us pay our monthly bills and reduce our debt. In fact, I wanted to quit teaching. I'd been teaching 14 years and I got trapped. It would take another 14 years before I'd qualify for full pension. I didn't really think I'd make it that far. And I wanted a business that would supplement my pension in retirement. Well, one of the volunteers in my library, Lynn Mitnoff, she shared meal life with me. And the whole food supplements that made a lot of sense because I'd been looking for something, but I didn't know where to start. So I got started taking the basic, vitamins in the breakfast pack, what we call it now. And after a few weeks, I had a lot more energy. I couldn't believe the difference in how I felt. In fact, I phoned Lynn and I said, Lynn, I know why you're calling me and asking how I feel. I started sharing with my friends and my colleagues. After all, I was surrounded by people who were stressed and tired. And so they became my first customers. And a few actually saw the opportunity, just like I did. Well, I'm now in my 70s. And I'm more excited than ever to grow my business. I actually retired 3 years early because I did have an income on the side. And I meet so many people now who are struggling with some kind of health issue or young families that are looking to make ends meet. And I know what it felt like. And the struggle is real. And in today's economy, they're losing hope. I lost hope. I thought I was trapped. I didn't know where to go. But I'm really enjoying my retirement. Retired early. I can engage in all kinds of sports and activities that I love, play with my grandkids. And I feel younger and better now in my 70s than I did in my 30s. And I love it. So I want other people to feel that way too. So do you see anything for yourself in what we have in your life? Would you be open to just taking another look? Woo! So a little background on that starting in your life. I was really, really shy. I didn't talk to people. I didn't know how to do small talk. I didn't like small talk. I wouldn't start conversations because a lot of people didn't know this, but I had a very severe hearing impairment since childhood. So you don't start conversations because you're not going to hear what they say back, or you're going to be embarrassed because you're saying pardon, pardon all the time. I knew, and I really, really wanted to do this business, but I knew I was going to have to talk to people. I was going to have conversations, and I literally didn't know how. And I knew that was the first skill I would have to learn. And I don't know how many of you remember Larry King, but he put out a cassette. He actually wrote a book.
And I happened to come across the cassette tape. And I played it in my car whenever I was driving anywhere, to work, home from work, down to Mississauga, to the Neil Life meetings. How to talk to anyone, anytime, anywhere. The Secrets of Good Communication. He wrote that in 1995. And what he said in that cassette is what we learned in, just smiling to somebody. Saying hello. And so that was the start, because it didn't matter if I knew what I was going to say, I had to be able to start. And so then we learned, you have to make a list. Well, that stops a lot of people. I don't want to list all these people. I don't want to have to talk to all these people. Well, look, let's not be scared of lists. Lists, we do that all the time. Who makes a grocery list? You're going on a trip. You have a packing list? Anybody have a wedding? A daughter's wedding, son's wedding? Invitation lists, birthday parties, special celebrations? We have lists all the time. Why do we have a list? Because there's things we don't want to forget. There's things that we need to remind ourselves of, because let's face it, as human beings, our brain is programmed to forget. Goodness help us if we remembered everything that came past our life in a day. We're programmed to forget. Once you get that, and making a list is a joy. It takes the pressure off, right? So back to Stephen, who do I talk to now? Well, sure, you can go back and you make the list of all the people that were in your class in grade 13 or grade 12, college. You can do all that. You can go to your church congregation and think, okay, these are the people in my Bible study group. These are the people in my whatever from your past. But for me, it's more fun building this business with the people who are in my life now. So sure, I'll go and think, what are my activities? Well, I curl. I could put everybody in the curling league on my list, but I put on my list the people who I have in the games, who I curl with, who I see, who I talk with after the game, right? If you don't make a list, even the people that you meet in the store, standing in line somewhere, waiting for an appointment, you think later in the day, who was that lady? I met somebody, they were talking about something, let me see, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, grandkids, right? Oh, her kids were in my grandkids class. So you have to kind of go back a little bit, so let's just put their name down, right? Put their name down on a list, and there's a really, really easy way to do that. Carry a little notepad, those little ones with the file on it, and a pencil or a pen, just write the name down. No, that's really easy. We have cell phones with a really great app. So, most of the time now I'm chatting to somebody, went to an author meeting the other night, and after the presentation, there's always a lineup for the ladies' room, So we're standing there, and this other lady and myself kind of look at each other. I said, you look familiar to me. I said, I know, I'm not thinking the same thing about you too. So I said, but I traveled for an hour and a half to get there. I said, are you local here? You live here? Yeah, I do, just not too far. Oh, well, I used to teach around here. Well, so did she. We were actually librarians in the same board. She went on to administration. So I said, you know what? I'd really like to connect with you again. Do you mind if I get your information, connect? So I gave her my phone, new contact. She puts it in my phone, and then I can sync it into my account. Sync it into the TNL app, right? Put on a how to quote list. So that's really easy. But again, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay. So use your agenda to remind yourself, who am I going to put on my list? Well, some days go by, they're so fast, right? You're busy. We're busy people. We're meeting busy people. Nobody remembers what happened yesterday or the day before. Hopefully we did yesterday. But you want to go into your calendar, your agenda. Oh yeah, I had that meeting. I was sitting beside a couple of ladies. Oh yeah, I was over there. I had an appointment. And there was somebody I met on the way, right? So you can review
a week or so, just in your activities. Put those people on your list. You have a conversation of some kind. We've just learned how to do that, right? Thank you. So that's a great way to just grab the moments of your present day for the people in your life. These are the people you want to impact. And sure, I've got my list from my grade 13 class. We just had a reunion last year. It's fantastic. So I was able to renew friendships. Definitely, they're on my list now. You know, we've renewed friendships, and now they know what I've been up to. So don't prejudge. Big one. Put their name down. You have no idea if they're interested or not. Lynn didn't know I was looking for a business when she shared the products. We both knew I needed the products. She had no idea I was looking for a business. Because we don't always say. We're here to offer solutions, no pressure. So the other thing to do about making lists, say yes to new things. You know, after we've got a list and we've been working the business for a little while, one of the big questions that come up is, yeah, who do we talk to now? But where do I go to find these people? You know, I have my life, I have my circles, I have the people that I'm with. Where do I go? Well, here's some of the things that I found. There's all kinds of online meetup groups. There's dog walkers. There's bird owners. There's crochet groups. There's all painting groups, you know, go paint a painting for an evening. Things that sound like fun for you. If they're fun for you, they're fun for other people. Join a meetup group. Sure, there's business networks. They've always been around. Gardening circles. Look, the time here we're in horticultural societies. We're always looking for people to join them. And you might enjoy gardening, but you make some friends while you're at it. Crop circles, walking groups. I started a walking group because I do Nordic pole walking and I wanted people to Nordic pole walk with me. So I said, hey, you know, come and walk with me. Well, now I have a whole bunch of people who walk different days and we chat along the way. Right? And you just have conversations. So that's a great way. Yoga is not my thing, but maybe it's yours. Or good line dance. You know, there's all kinds of these things. Pickleball. Oh my gosh, I've met so many people at pickleball now, right? Active people. That's who I want. I want people who are active and out and doing things and they want to stay that way. Here's my favorite lately though. This lady, she posted women's wine night on Wednesdays. And so she reserves a whole restaurant. It's a small restaurant, 48 places in Little Old Fenton Falls. And all you have to do when she posts, okay, wine night is next Wednesday, you post, yep, I'm in, yes, I'm in, reserve 2 spots, whatever, up to 48 people. Those are the people who get in. She has 170 some people on this Facebook group now. And we have to get in there fast, right? But the whole thing is you're going out, you're sitting with different people. It's very loud because we're all talking, it's all women, mind you, guys.
Is there a men's wine night?
Probably be a beer.
I'm sure they've got beer and pizza somewhere. But yeah, so the point is, this is, and she makes it very clear, the organizer, this is not a business networking group, but let's find out who we're sitting to beside. You know, feel free to share. We want to find out the other people that are in our town. Have friends to do things with. They've started another yoga class. Well, I'm not in that one either, but anyway, there's a few ideas. Look at what's fun for you. Find other people who are having fun doing the same thing. Have the conversations. So good luck with your list. It should be so long and keep on growing.
You are awesome.
Heather, I have to say you nailed it. You totally nailed it. Yeah, because we did used to say, you know, make your list. We used to say, oh, look at your wedding list, you have 300 people on that list. But I think it's so much more fun going back to and finding things that you love to do, which is awesome. I love my yoga, my hot yoga. I find a lady at my hot yoga, my 31 gift bag lady. Yeah, so, oh, thank you so much for that. So now. You're talking to people, Stephen even says, sometimes they say no. And I have to say that sometimes in the beginning, it seems like they all say no. Like you're just feeling that initially, if you don't have the first couple of yeses initially, you feel like you've just been knocked down, and I totally understand. Now I was fortunate that I had my family and my friends come on board very quickly. But all of my people at work avoided me like the plague. They would not talk to me. They just I would walk into the report room and the guys would get up and leave. We were quite rude. Yeah. Anyways, Henry was a hard enough to crack the teeth around. Through Mary Ellen. But so I understand that feeling, and it's funny because you said it. It's like you feel kind of bad that you've been rejected, but you feel worse. They don't see what you see. They don't feel what you feel. That's the hardest part. You just want them to know how important it is and why, and they don't see it. And it's the most frustrating, but I've learned, and you will learn this next, you will find that tribe that will want to be a part of what you're doing. But you have to, this training, this today, what you're doing today is going to help you find more yeses, right? Because you're going to perfect your story, right? You're going to not ramble on about things and get people to have that glaze over. Okay. Now, some of the objections that we get, and I'm going to I have this in photocopied, so you will get it all. Okay, this was what Ashley did on the Ruby camp training, but I'm just going to share some scenarios. I'm not going to go through them all because I'm finding that they're not all happening for me, but there's some in here that might happen eventually. So just I'll have it as a handout. But the first thing I think that sometimes we get is the products are too expensive. I can't afford it. Or they ask you, are the products expensive? And the worst thing you can say is yes, they are expensive, but there's somebody in the room here that did it the other day, and I had to sit down and say, if you believe they're expensive, guess what? You're going to exude that energy, and they probably are going to be afraid to take a look. Okay. So when someone asks me if the products are expensive, I say absolutely not. They work. What's out there on the shelf, don't know what you're buying. You're wasting your money on things that you don't know, and you're putting these things into your body. Also, you can, so some other examples is the company could have made cheaper products, right? You know, they could have made cheaper products, absolutely, but the owners want them to really work, right? Jerry Brasfield, he wants the products to work. If this actually really helped you, would it be worth it? But I feel that if people know that there's value and the products are worth the money, they will spend the money. Another answer is, I found that buying the best is always worth it when it comes to health. I'll tell you what, if I can help you earn your health pack free every month through our referral program, would paying for your first order be worth it? Right? So they have to buy their first order. You're going to have to work with them to help them to find 3 people and help them get started so that they can get their next pack free the following month. Okay? Or you can say, this is a very common phrase, is I know exactly how you feel. I felt the same way, you know, when they first showed me the products, but I haven't found anything else that gives me these kinds of results. Up the cost, sorry. When you compare quality, there's no competition. I even save money when I add up the cost of the meals I replace with the Neolife shake. Plus, I can show you how you can earn your health pack free, referring a few friends. We can always resort to that, right? Especially if they know, like, usually people can find the money to get started on a health pack, but I think what they see is $200 a month. Right? If you can help them get it free eventually, they might pay for it for a couple of months and then get excited about eventually getting it free. Doesn't have the money to start the business. They don't have $98. Then you know they need this business, right? How many people? I'm sorry to hear that. It sounds like you're in a tough spot. Do you have a plan to fix that? Do they have a plan? Are they going to stay like that? I felt the same way when I got started, but then they taught me what to do, and I'm so thankful. I was able to turn my situation around. Some examples, right? Really wants to buy it, but can't afford it. Okay, so you're saying you really want to do this, but you don't have the money in the bank or on a credit card. So you're asking them, is this what you're telling me? Like you don't have any money in your bank account, don't have a credit card, and wait for them to respond? How far off are we? How much would you be able to put together to get started? So if they can just afford to start with the Vitality Pack, that's what I've done. Just start with the Vitality Pack. If you can't do the breakfast solution, let's get you started on the Vitality Pack. We'll find 3 people to get the breakfast solution, and then next month you'll get your breakfast solution free. Wouldn't that be cool? I've had people do that. They can pay the $98, start with the Vitality Pack, or they start with the Upbeat, something that they can afford. They say, well, I only have a couple $100. Because if they start with the 98 and 200, you're looking at 300. That sounds a little bit greater, right? But if you can start with the breakfast solution and then scale down. So let's start here. I'll help you get there. We do this together. I will help you. I will work with you. You're not doing this alone. Another thing is the time factor. You know, the busiest people in my life have had the greatest success in this business. I was working 10-hour days, quarter of my days off. Some of you know my story. I would work all night, and because we were living up in the country at that point, and it was an hour and 15-minute drive home. And when I worked all night shift, I wouldn't go home some nights. I would literally sleep. The Neolife office was in Brampton. They gave me a key, and I used to make a bed and sleep on the floor. I'd go to court and I'd stay in town for meetings. I didn't think I had the time, but I found a way because I knew I had this goal, I had this vision, and I just didn't want to miss a meeting. I was so happy to be around that culture, especially leaving that negative environment. And I knew, you know what it's like. We had such a beautiful community. We would get together every Tuesday and every Thursday night. If my supervisor wouldn't give me time off, I'd book off sick. And he knew I was sick. Lots of sick time, a lot of sick time days, so I didn't feel guilty. And I did a lot of work for them. They wanted 100 tickets, I gave them 100 tickets. So I did what I had to do, guys. But time, so many people are struggling with that. But man, everywhere you go, as a mom with kids, when you're, I see, when I see moms, or like if let's say you're having a business and you're dropping your kids off and then you're picking them up and they sit in the car. Why are they sitting in the car? I would get out. I'd try to start a conversation with other moms, right? So there's always a way to find a way to connect and talk and to start a conversation. Don't just sit in your car. Get out and try to connect with somebody. Now, when another time thing, it might not be a fit for you, and I love that when you tell people that because it kind of eases off a little bit. But I found that the busiest people are often the most successful because you're surrounded by people who want to have more energy, feel better, and look better. if you truly don't have any time, you might need this more than I thought. Maybe this isn't a fit, but you might want to find a way to generate residual income to help free up your time. I found it makes all the difference. Not a salesperson. Now, have you been to a car dealership? Do you want that person on your team? Depends. It depends on their personality, right? It really does. But if they are like your typical car salesman, I've struggled. Unless they're willing to change their personality a little bit. But you don't want that salesy, pushy kind of person on your team, right? And I was joking out with somebody, says, we were talking with somebody, I think it was Sean, when we were out talking to people. And we connected with a few people out there, said, you don't want to recruit a headache, and we walk away. You do not want to recruit a headache, okay? It's a lot of energy, and I know sometimes you don't want to prejudge, but sometimes you just get that feeling where you just know they're just not a right fit for you and your personality and what you're doing. So that's okay. Okay, you want people on your team that you have that same vision. You have that. You might not be the same culture or the same personality, but you have that same vision, and you appreciate each other, and you enjoy each other, and you kind of have the same belief system, which I think is really, really important. Okay. Totally understand. I felt the same way, but I found that all I had to do was share, be genuine, and people are either interested or they're not. It's been a great experience. And honestly, I much prefer doing this with non-salesy people. I can show you how to do it if you want, but if you don't want me to, no worries. You don't want to, that's okay, no worries. Understandable, and I honestly prefer to do this with people that don't have experience in sales. I sure didn't. We have the tools to make it super simple, but if it's not for you, no worries. Do you know anyone who might want to make extra money part-time if we show them exactly how? Or when they say they need to talk to their husband or wife first. Sometimes, you know what happens, you never hear from them again, because when they go home and they talk to the person, goes, right, there's nobody there to, but that was me. And I said, I don't care, I'm spending $50 and I'm doing this. What's $50? My husband twice talked me out of it, told me it was crazy. I believe this site. Some of you have you ever met Gordon Lorndorf, the realtor that tried to? Did you ever meet Gordon? Hair down to here, earrings. He was a real estate agent. He's yeah, driving like this. This is the way he talked to me in flow, and I'm like, I do not trust this guy. He got my friend, because they're really good friends, Flo on the products, and she got me on the products. If it was him, I would have said no. I'm dead serious. You know what he did? He wanted to date my sister. So he said, can we do a double date with your sister? And I'm like, oh gosh. And he goes, I'm gonna take you to the best restaurant, French restaurant, pay for everything, buy all your wine, buy the best food, rent a limo. Just looked at Flo and I said, heck yeah, let's do this. So I said to my sister, I said, look, Gory just wants to take you out on a date. Let's just go for dinner. He's taking us to this amazing French restaurant. You know what he did? Took us out for this beautiful restaurant. He rented a limo. After dinner, he passed around this vitamin box. And he told us to take these vitamins. My sister looked at me like, does he take these pills? I didn't know what these are. Now, I trusted Flo, my neighbor. So I took them. My sister would not take them, but he said to me, now that I've talked vitamins, I can write all this trip off. The limo, the food, and that's when I kind of went write-offs, right? So there's so many different ways you can talk to people, right? But could you imagine? That is how I was introduced to I don't tell everybody that story because it's a little crazy. Anyways, he was so crazy. I'll tell you the dog story in private. My wiener dog did not like him. Tell you what happened to the wiener dog. It'd be worse than that, I'll tell you after, and I'm not on Zoom. On the break, I'll tell you what the wiener dog did to me. Anyways, but yeah, talking to husband or wife, you know, sure, that's important. You know, when you join with us, we invest a lot of time with you, so it's important that he or she is on board. Tell you what, let me know when you get the okay, and then we'll do it. Or absolutely, it's important for them to understand your decision. Sometimes it can be helpful to talk through it to prepare. Let me understand what you think they'd object to. What do you think that they might give you a challenge on, right? I always like to say, well, do you think maybe we could get together, the three of us? If your husband gives you a challenge and has some questions, or you know, is giving you a hard time, do you want us to get together for coffee and maybe they can ask me the questions? And I can help answer some of the questions that you might not be able to answer. That's worked very well for me, trying to get together even on a three-way call, or now we can do Zoom, right? Just so you can get a better feel. I tried a business like this before and it wasn't successful. And I have met quite a few people. They don't make any money. Actually, Joan, you were with a company how many years? 3. And did you make any money? You went to all their trainings, you went to Pennsylvania, in the States, and you bought all their, how much, you bought all their tapes, all their cassette tapes, all their books, because I know other people that did the same thing. That was one of the reasons why I didn't want to get involved. Because I thought, I knew people that were doing things like that never made any money. Right? I got a check in my first month and I didn't know what it meant. Did not know what it meant. PVBB, what is that? I got a check. Seriously, and it scared me. So I was like, what? And then like, anyways, yeah. Okay. Why do you think it wasn't successful? They usually admit, you know, well, I didn't really put a lot of time in. They start, you know, telling you all their excuses. It was a bad company. You know, they start, you know, the number one kind of reaction I'm getting from people when they say they have success, they didn't have the support. You need to hold their hand in the beginning, and the newer promoters in the back, your hand will be held. You have an amazing leader. There, Joan's grabbing your hand. I'm dead serious. I needed my hand held. Guys, you guys have it so easy. We didn't have cell phones, apps. We didn't have internet, computers. At month end, I had to pay my downline. I got my check. Yes, just I got my whole check. I had to pay you if you did 500, you if you did 1,000, you if you did 1,000. I had to add up the PV, the BV, and all the orders. I would sit there, and thank good, I only did it because I had Flo beside me and Gord, the crazy Gord. There was the three of us were together doing month end, writing everything out, getting all calculated. I remember crying, saying, "Oh gosh, like I did 4,000, right? My second month, and I had to pay anyone that did 500, 1,000, like, and I had to add up the PV, the BV per product per column. It's like, oh. And I hate. Well, I have a T-shirt. What does it say? What does my T-shirt say, Shelley? I don't do that. I don't do that. So yeah, it was a challenge, and you know, and some of them look back and they go, "Why did you stick? What's kept you? What was going to those meetings on Tuesdays and Thursdays with Flo and Crazy Gord being there? It was fun." And being around the positivity, and you know, Al closed every single meeting with a quote from Bob Proctor. My first, and Laura May introduced me to Bob Proctor in person many years later. He closed every meeting, and I looked forward to that quote. So being around that community, the positive group, people are hungry for that. Okay, a lot of negative people in my life, a lot of pulls, a lot of that, and I just to block that out, and this is what kept me in that positive environment. Oh, is it that network marketing? What do you say to that when someone asks you that? well, no, it's not really, is that the way you react? Yeah, absolutely. It is the most respected way of marketing products today. The fastest growing industry, they're even teaching it at colleges and universities now. You be proud that we're in the direct selling industry. It's the way you react. And some people go, oh, because sometimes they don't know, right? They don't understand, what it means, right? Or you can even say, where's another one? Pyramid. Is it a pyramid? What do you mean by that? Explain to me what a pyramid is, because when I first heard that 34 years ago, I was a little afraid of it myself. And I tell people that, but I didn't understand it. I didn't know what it meant. I thought it was the person that the top makes all the money. Right? Is this where the people at the top make all the money? Funny you say that. I actually thought the same thing when I first heard about this. But what this really is performance-based compensation. People at the top making all the money is more of a corporate structure. Because you guys can bypass your upline and make money. I have. My downline or my uplines are no longer active in the business. So are they going to get paid for doing nothing? No. It's a very fair marketing. When someone says no, when you're closing, I think, what is it that's stop? Just so I know, what is it that's stopping you? What is it that you're saying no to? Find out. So that down the road, if you ever bump into them again, and let's say they've given you an excuse, you can ask them, say, how are you doing? Let's say they're starting a new job and they're overwhelmed and there's not ready to take a look right now. Then you can follow up and say, hey, how's your new job? Are you enjoying it? Right. So just find out what they're saying no to. Anything else? Anything else that's on your heart? Yes.
Soy.
Yeah.
Soy. Last night, a lady came to me when I was cooling the drinks. She said, what's the source of the soy in the product? And I thought, okay. I said, whey, and I thought, do I tell her it's soy? Bet she won't want it anymore. So then, I thought, I can't lie. So I said, there's also soy in there. She said, oh.
Okay,
I won't be able to take.
So Francis, when you said, oh, you've already said it like
She said that.
No, what did you say?
She said, I said, there's soy, and she said, oh, then I can't take.
I say there's non-GMO soy, not the commercial soy that you find out there. And to say, what is it that you have against soy? Share with me what you know. And then I sent you all those articles. I sent you John Miller video.
Yeah,
So
but
what
I
I
can study that.
study those articles,
And then.
MD Anderson, right? All of those studies that have been published and proven now, they're coming forward to say that it was misinformation, right? They're now recommending soy for cancer patients. Hey, Joan, like there's so many, but good quality non-GMO soy. They're finding that it helps to prevent hormonally mediated cancers. And I sent you all those articles. You got to study those articles, listen to John Miller's little thing on soy and send that to her. Yes.
Because just before she ended thinking about, people asked about the allergic reaction.
Yes.
To the product.
Yep.
So answers.
Are they having allergic reaction or are they concerned about it?
No, I just
Just ask them if they have. In general, most people are good. Sometimes if they have like sensitivities or sensitive to certain things, they'll tell you. And then what I say is, let me see if that's in the products. Like if let's say it's an ingredient or a nutrient I'm not familiar with, we just make sure it's not in there. For example, the other day there was a lady that we met that was allergic to fish. And she wants to try the fish oil. And I asked her, I said, if you did a scratch test, would you get a reaction? So she took the fish oil home. Have you had it with her? Still nothing. So we've had people where they can squeeze it to a scratch test. And if they don't have a reaction, but I always tell them, you know what, do it with a practitioner, right? Or if you have an EpiPen, near an EpiPen, but very few people. Like we did have Cindy, one of Cindy's promoters was allergic to Amanda. Wait,
she couldn't do
wait. And she tried every whey product on the market And she said she had severe reactions, so I didn't want to give her a sample of the shake there, right? She said, but I'd be willing to take some home and try it when my mom is with me, because she's a nurse. So she took it home, she tried it, she's been drinking it every day for about 5 years. So you know, you just remember, and if somebody buys something and they can't take it, they return it. They get their money back, 100% money back guarantee.
Just like my husband's cousin, who doesn't eat a fruit or a vegetable to save her life. We got her on the vitality pack. She'd come home from a trip. She took them, she had a reaction. She ended up with a headache and a couple other things. And she thought it must have been the products. And I said, your body rejecting fruits and vegetables. But anyway, so then she did it for a couple days in a row, ended up with these horrible headaches. So we had a 3-way call with Nada. And what we decided, and she was willing to, she did one product at a time.
I opened up the vitality pack and did,
I think she started with Formula 4.
that's like the hard tablet first, we
Yeah,
had every
yeah.
day for a few days, and then she added the tran in. The fish oil was the last thing,
Yeah,
because she said she was thinking that it might be the fish. But she's fine,
yeah.
she did, so it must have been something else.
Yeah.
But I told her, if you can't take it, return it, and we'll get you started just on the tran in, or whatever that she didn't react to that was in the pack. Okay, so return it, money back, and start with other stuff, okay?
I remember you telling me once when I was telling you about a client of mine who said, that she felt worse when she started taking her vitality. You said he might be detoxing because Crayon opens up the cells, right? The nutrients get in, but the waste.
Yeah, so sometimes people do feel a little more tired too in the beginning.
Yeah, so I try to remember that with everyone, and I might even warn them, say, you know, if you find that it feels like too much, just separate them out.
Yeah, separate them out, or take them every other day, even for in the beginning, and then you can.
And then I said you'll detox more gently, and then you'll be great, you'll be detoxed.
And also with the soy story, Francis, now that you know more about Dr. Arthur First and that whole website that you read up on,
Yeah.
you can, even say, one of the top cancer researchers in the world, Dr. Arthur First, who's reputable, well-respected, supports that soy is, he's the man that decided to keep soy in the products. And it played a key role in cancer prevention. So they're just not, they're educated in old form, yes.
Okay, so, I just thought of something, in all of these questions that people may pose. Just, remember, it might not be an objection, it's simply a question. Like the one about, is this a network marketing? Is this one of those network marketing? Or are you in network marketing? I'll say, yeah. You say, I just so respect you, I think it's a perfect thing, So it's just a question. Remember to respond to it as a question, so you don't have any defense, because they can sense defense. Right?
And it's
Good
okay-
one.
And it's okay also to say, you know what, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah.
I'll find out and get back to you.
That's a question.
And with Francis, you could say, you know what, I've had that question in the past, and I do have some research and some information I could forward to you. If you can't remember all the stuff that I sent you, because I'd like to send you some information, just so you can get more informed and have a better understanding about the difference between good quality soy and what's out there. Okay. And when you come to the summit, I'm gonna have you talk with the scientists, so they'll make a clear picture. So when you go back now, so you know, I talked to these scientists, and this is what they said, and this is what's proven and published.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm gonna read up on the stuff you gave me and try and memorize it.
okay.
But the lady that was there last night, she said, oh yeah, I went to another place, I found sucralose in products. And they were telling me that, oh, we found out it's okay now. Before it wasn't, and he said to me, but I still don't believe them. All of a sudden, they're changing their tune about it, right? She's talking about sucralose. And she's doing the same one. Sorry, and I don't have it memorized, but they can come back on that. But a lot of my friends are wary about the soy. And my doctor, who's now retired just recently, he always said to me, soy has an estrogenic effect. Don't have anything in soy. And when your doctor says that to you, it's hard for somebody like
me, like a lay person,
Yeah,
try to convince you.
absolutely. So Joan, our registered nurse.
You know, intensive. For, you know, the blocks, the both of these side to side. Estrogen, the blocks, the bioestrogen. You understand that?
Stand up, stand up, John. Stand up.
I'll be honest, I would be answering that, I'm not really sure, and that's because I would, like, for me, when it comes to ingredients and products, not know how, not that I would have to, I'll get back with you, need to answer that.
It is a big challenge. We get this a lot.
Yeah,
about
y'all would be way more experts than I would on the
Okay,
ingredients and
Okay,
products.
so don't explain it again.
It's vitamins, minerals, estrogen, right? So it's like a jigsaw puzzle. So it's specific to estrogen. You have seen on estrogens that get from, say,
Plastic.
mistakes, detergents, whatever. They try to, see on estrogen go there. But if you have the soy, soy, it goes into that insecticide and protects it from the bad. So it's actually.
It's protected.
Maybe that's what you say.
Yeah, and if they're not up on the latest, like, and that's been, well, how many years now? Like, probably 20 years, this research has been out. And if they're not taking the time to read the latest research, and even MD Anderson has come and apologized for the misinformation. Right, so. Yeah, that would be one of the hardest, I think. I think that's probably the only ingredient, that and the fructose. I think those are the only two things we're getting challenges on right now for ingredients. And there are some people, you'll never change their mind.
And the celiac, I think that's another one.
Yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, just questions about the gluten-free and how gluten-free is it?
Yeah. And, you know, I just share other people's, we have celiac clients taking the products and they're fine. Right, so, I mean, again, it's a matter of.
We have a letter.
We have a letter from our company talking about parts per billion or whatever, how much. Right, and it's in there. So, yeah, and if you don't know the answer, say, you know what, I know we have a lot of clients that are celiac that are taking the product. I'll find out and I'll send you a letter from the company that talks about the gluten and gluten sensitivity. Nothing wrong with saying I'll find out.
Is that the detail one or the other one?
Just the regular meal. Yeah. Okay, is that good? Anything else? Any other? Yeah.
The trionine, the grains in the trionine, is that something that's allergic to the wheat? Is it?
Gluten or wheat?
Gluten, I mean the wheat, I should say.
So remember, we always say that there's less gluten than a bowl of gluten-free cereal. So usually, John?
If you're allergic, it's usually the protein.
Right.
So which is not the oil.
So usually you're allergic to the protein, not the oil. Now, I've had, I think in 34 years, I've had one person that could not do the Tran-M right away. Actually, I even had, remember Sheila Hayward's testimonial, the rheumatoid arthritis testimonial? She was allergic to strawberries, peaches, fish. So she was scared to do the salmon oil, scared to do the carotenoids, and here she has rheumatoid arthritis. What am I going to give her? So I talked to Don Lawson, and he said, acidophilus, start with healing the gut. And you know, she's been on all those products for like 25 years. And she couldn't take them before. So again, it's just a matter of sometimes healing the gut, right? Yes.
I recently had a question about natural flavors. I've had other objections about that before. There's some notion out there that it means it's artificial. So I had to call Neil Life office and get the information on it.
There's a good letter on there.
And just send them exactly what Neil has said.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say to people, if someone talks to you about things, say you're gonna call the office. And get back to them.
Neil Life has letters on almost any objection or any question that's out in the field, so you can just ask them, they'll send it to you, and then you can send it, fire it off to them. So there's natural, and sometimes it'll say naturally or artificial flavoring.
Natural,
Sorry, natural flavors.
Yeah.
Come from food. So that they'll extract different nutrients from food that alter the flavor of those ingredients. So it's naturally flavored with natural ingredients. But, is that what you meant?
Let's say one thing is artificial, meaning if you, say if you have a berry flavor, and another flavor.
Yes.
It's not. berry.
You're artificially flavoring that ingredient, even though you're using natural ingredients to flavor something. Yeah, you're altering the flavor is artificially flavored. We get that challenge. Yeah,
That's a tricky.
it is a tricky one, but there is a letter on file as well that from Neola.
One of the price objections, I would say, is an investment.
Yeah.
It's investment.
investment. Yeah.
It's investment.
And you know what else too is how much do people pay for insurance? Right, insurance on your car, health insurance. Right? Way cheaper than trying to fix something after.
Yeah, that's what I just, I thought of, my daughter's a lady who cleans my daughter's house, and, Erin talked to her probably about a year ago. And I, kept in touch with her, trying to, be able to do a one-on-one or invite her to something, and she just, I was too busy, she was going. Well, and it was arthritis, right? So now she has to have an operation, she has to have her knee done, knee replacement. And now she's not gonna be working.
Not getting paid.
It's just, she's doing what's the day.
Yeah.
That investment.
Yeah, it is a prevention is so much nicer.
Done with this, the cross-border products.
Mhm.
So saying, I know there's an explanation for the promotion, but they're saying, why don't they do it?
There's just some Canadian laws and Canadian regulations. Just won't allow these products in, and customers here want it, and there's a clause where you can make it available for customers for personal use only by cross-border. And I just say, I'm just grateful the company's done that, because that full motion, if that wasn't available, I'd be smuggling in it. Right? Right, so just say, the company had to find a way to get that product here, because people needed that, they wanted that product, and that was one way that they can get it here. It's through personal use through the US cross-border. That's okay.
Yeah. I think with that, Adam, just really quickly, because I get that, I've had that before, it's like, but why won't Canada let it in? Like, why won't
So,
Canada allow us to
different
have the product?
ingredients.
What's wrong? Like,
So
you know what I mean?
yeah, so the full motion is a little more technical. There's an ingredients in there that, it was in Canada for like, what, how many years? We had full motion in Canada for like 15 years maybe. And then the government made a change in an ingredient called boron, which is proven to regenerate rebuild cartilage. But now they made it only naturopaths or practitioners can sell that product. So how are we gonna get it in Canada? Right? So when John Miller gave me that phone call, he knew that was a big selling product for Canada. Because I just want you to know, don't be afraid, and this is before we even had cross-border. So we're gonna try to find a way to make this product come into Canada by a cross-border. Would you be okay with that? I said, heck yeah. If we can get that product, I'll be paying US, I don't care. Also, there's other products where this is up to us, guys. There's not enough sale. So for a while there, even some of the skincare, I think, was cross-border. Remember, we had to order it because it was expiring. They were throwing, because Neil, in order for the company to not waste money, they order in cases are shipped, I think, at a certain time to Canada. And there's a certain amount of cases that have to be ordered. So when things start expiring and they have to throw stuff away, companies losing money. So certain products weren't moving as fast. So they thought, rather than discontinuing the product in Canada completely, we're gonna put it cross-border from the States. When our sales go up again, I can go to Stephen and say, hey, how are our sales on cruciferous? No, cruciferous, I think is a,
Cross border.
that's an ingredient, because of an ingredient.
Oh.
Yeah, it's an ingredient in there. I think product.
But I think that's what people don't understand. It's like, well, they're so government focused.
Yeah.
Like, oh, the government's not allowing it, so it's probably not good for us.
Yeah, but our Canadian government.
We have that.
Yeah, but some of it is because of sales. If we get our sales up, I'll be able to make more. When I get on the president's team. That's what they told me. Title has a pull. No, it's it. We gotta get our sales up in Canada, and that. Jerry Brassfield, that's why he's in the financial position that the company is in. He's careful, he knows what it takes to grow the business and to keep Neil Life out of debt. Which is huge, okay? So now we're, oh,
And then honestly, one thing to always remember is that when we are making any decisions, like, we really want to, it really needs to be, it must be, in this industry, a win-win-win. And you've heard of win-win, but it needs to be a win-win-win. It really has to check the box that first, is it a win for the customer? They just think the consumer. Second, is it a win for the promoter, you all? And third, is it also a win for the company? And if it's something to be a win for the customer and a win for you as the promoter, but if it's a loss to the company, that's not sustainable, right? Then the company, or it can be a win for the company. And it can be a win for you all, but it can be a loss for our consumer. And that's not fair to the consumer. So we always look at everything from a win-win-win for the long-term stability of it. And so some things like a product, and the demand for it, it can definitely be a win for the consumer, a win for you all, but it all has to be ensure the longevity of the company, it's gonna be a win for the company too. So we always looking for win-wins, win-win-wins.
so we're gonna pass them a jug of aloe around, everybody can take a couple ounces, and we're gonna have Shelley to come up. And do a little magic, more magic. More magic. Anybody want aloe? Yes. You might need to work on- you go out and start to get more.
The bathroom that you need to do.
Can you go far, if you want the dirty place?
Like
If
this
it
now?
has to go- no, it has to-
your bowl.
And if you want aloe, we can start, we can come back to it, we might need a few more than time.
All right, so can I grab this?
Or aloe.
Best thing.
Yeah.
One, please, here.
That's why I always say, it's on our, thank you. I can see. So last.
Picture, it says, what a reason to.
Yeah, for you. Before. That's a nice picture.
There you go.
She looks good.
No, I can't, now I can't see it.
Oh, no.
60 in the island. Just didn't need that.
I need another, people are. We lost this. I know, we kind of lost a lot of people. Bathroom break.
Yeah, we only need to spec.
You want a download probably, right?
Oh, yes, okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
grab
please.
something else.
Getting up to talk somewhere.
It was like this. I could tell.
Everyone was like, oh. Proper refreshment. Proper treat. I'm on a sugar rush at the moment, so we're all good. Oh. And we passed the front row. You're all alone when.
Well, I was thinking you're doing a perfect talk because I walked with you yesterday. You were here, so try not to outreach you. By all means do, I'm just kidding, because I did a lot of things wrong, those people need to know that.
This is a little different.
Do you think so?
Yeah, not
You're
really.
sharing the opportunity.
Yeah, what I'm doing here is a little different than.
Well, I thought that's what we were doing yesterday, we were sharing.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that's just not what I'm talking about here.
You can use those examples.
Sure, and yeah, you did awesome.
I'll be next.
Yeah, whatever.
I had a, and I was early.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you know, like, I thought that should be. Oh. So you can find everything. That's actually what they did with us.
Okay, guys, shall we get ready to roll? Who's missing?
One question.
Oh,
Is this the whole leaf? No, it's not.
no, just the inner gel. They don't use the outer layer of the bitter portion of the leaf, which is toxic. So, and if they use the whole leaf, it's not safe for pregnant moms. So they just use the gel, just the gel only,
Yeah, or dogs.
or dogs. Yeah, even dogs can't have the outer leaf. Yeah.
Okay, this is, I'm gonna say will probably be a culminating thing of a lot of things that we learned today from, what Stephen said about the opinions of others and deciding to do things and personal growth and just kind of how things sometimes just present themselves. So how many of you have watched Jamie Summers' video on earning income? Okay, she did an absolutely amazing job with that. So what happened, and I think some of you also have a feeling about this, is we watched it and it was fabulous. But a lot of the stats that were used and a lot of the comments were more geared towards the American market than the Canadian market. And I kind of, and I heard some of this feedback too, and I kind of said to my husband, you know what? Like this is really good, but we need something for Canada. And he turns to me and says, well, then do one. And I'm like, yeah, right. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. You know, I don't think so. Like, why me? And then, you know, I'm kind of chatting, I don't know, I've chatted with you or I chatted with different people, probably talked with Joan about it too. And then I'm talking with Ashley. And I said, okay, so here's the thing. I'm watching this thing and you know, we needed a little bit more Canadianized. And she's like, well, why don't we just see if Jamie will then like change some of the things? And I said, fabulous, you know, let's do it that way. So she connected with Jamie and Jamie is absolutely fabulous in those situations. She said, yeah, you send me down the stats and I'll change it in there. And I kind of went, well, that's a really kind offer, but not really what we feel, or I feel anyways, you know, would work. We kind of, there's a few more things that we would need to change. And so Ashley goes,
and I said, well, I was kind of thinking maybe a little bit about, trying to do something myself, but how do I do it? And Ashley's like, well, you don't need to reinvent the wheel, like use like copy part, but just kind of make it your own, and teacher flags go up. Okay, plagiarism, I can't just copy, like, and he's like, yeah, no, take it, but make it your own and stuff. And I'm like, okay, well, let me think about this. So I go home, and as I sleep. I mean, anybody who's traveled with me, I get into bed 2 minutes later, I'm asleep, and I wake up in the morning. Unless there's something on my mind. So I go to bed that night. And I get into bed and I'm thinking, okay, do I do this? So, how do we kind of do this? 3 o'clock in the morning, I wake up in bed and I go, I need to do this. And I went, yeah, I need to do this. And I go back to bed. 4 o'clock, I wake up and I go, yeah, I need to do this, and I need to do this, and I can't sleep anymore, so I might as well get up. So I get up and I go to my computer and I start, and I got 7 pages done by the time it's 7 o'clock, and my husband's going like, what are you doing? And I said, well, you know what, I gotta do this. And so what started happening is it's just started evolving, and I connected with Ashley and I said, okay, this is as far as I got, can you give me some suggestions? And she's really good with wording and everything, and so I would change a few things, and then I get to a part, and people here were very good at, submitting some pictures when I kind of say, I kind of have this idea, and I kind of put it together, and the personal, I'm going to say the learning that went along with it was when I got the product part at the beginning, as I'm kind of going through, yeah, nailed it, knew exactly. I got to the business part and I'm like, okay, well, I don't really kind of get this and the numbers and stuff, and Joan and Winston were great at pulling in all the numbers, and as I'm making these slides and figuring out how it all is, it's like, oh my gosh, this is finally making sense to me, and connecting what these numbers mean for how to build a business. And I thought, I hope that it is simple enough. I mean, it is very similar to Jamie's, but simple enough that people can see how this business can work as you share with people. And something that kind of what Laura May had just said about, doing the voice thing, for your story. I'm taping myself doing this. And I'm on about take number 25. And then I'm watching myself, and kind of go, okay, like you're kind of like a teacher with a lecture and very stiff, and oh my God, like this isn't working. So then, you kind of get the hang of it by about, number 40, things are kind of getting a little bit looser. And so I'm hoping when you kind of see this, that it's more like a story, that it comes across as a genuine, hey, I'm just going to share, kind of what this is all about. I am going to say this isn't the final copy. There is a slide where there's some overlapping in a couple of things. So so this is here as a sharing tool for you guys to use. So I'm really hoping as I worked on my purpose and kind of thing here as well. And I talk about, as much as when I retired, I said, okay, yeah, I'm done teaching. I need to do something else. And as I keep kind of going along in this business, I'm going, oh, it's coming back. It keeps coming back, it's teaching and educating. But I really, really hope that it's not that stand up at the front, I'm just going to tell you, it's more of an encouragement. And I really hope that you guys can use this as it benefits your business as a tool. Yeah, so if there is something that's really sticking out, with truth and grace, please share it. Because honestly, my husband would come in as I took over the living room and he'd go, like, you're still not done? Yeah, I'm on take 70. Like just hang in with me. And he would literally, and he'd leave. So anyway, so without further ado, this is the Canadian version.
Yes.
And I'm so grateful to Jamie
And the people that gave me, you know, oh, and Ashley, who was amazing, and Nadi gave me some feedback too. So anyway, enjoy and I.
Are you supposed to go to a different?
Oh, yeah, hey,
Yeah, no, this is how to do it. How it's starting.
And I'm, on my phone, it says playful. That was the one I'm like, okay, get playful. Relax. Breathe, yeah.
Perfect.
Those are pictures that we drove across Canada from the east coast to the west coast.
You know that the world's biggest problems become the world's biggest business opportunities? Hi, my name is Shelley Sheridan. I'm excited to tell you about something that's made a difference in my life, my family's life, and so many of our friends. And I'm honored to be the one who gets to share this with you today. So let's get started. For the past 14 years, my husband Brad and I have been helping people learn about Neolife. Why Neolife? What sets them apart? Why their products work? How to earn additional income through the health and wellness industry, and what to look for when evaluating any business opportunity. People in general don't walk around with big signs announcing their struggles. They usually keep them private. And because of that, we don't actually realize how many people can relate with us. Or better yet, how many people we can actually help with a possible solution. Health and financial stress are holding so many people back from living their best life. Let's check out some fast facts. 1 in 3 Canadians are diabetic or pre-diabetic. Every 5 minutes, someone in Canada dies of a heart-related condition. 1 in 3 Canadians say they are struggling with mental health, with 3 of 5 children and youth accessing services. 65% of Canadians 18 and over are overweight. 2 in 5 Canadians will be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime. We are overfed but undernourished. And let's look at financial stress. 85% of Canadians believe that their income is not keeping up with inflation. 54% are living paycheck to paycheck. 41% carry credit card debt month to month. And 63% of Canadians 55 or older have delayed retirement. And for the younger generation or those nearing retirement who want to save for security, it's really challenging. These are a few reasons why 60% of Canadians have a second side gig to supplement their income. So why Neolife? Neolife is a family-owned worldwide whole food nutrition company created by doctors and scientists operating in over 50 countries, and it has been in business since 1958. Trusted by millions around the world, and is committed to being the single biggest force behind ending the trend of poor health and financial stress. They do that by having the most scientifically advanced, clinically tested, and effective products in the world. And here's the amazing part. Our business partners, world-class doctors, nutritional scientists, food technologists, sports nutritionalists, health experts, who all put their lives on the line. Neolife has over 70 products to support the health of a whole family, from core nutrition to targeted solutions like heart health,
I'm like, is she stuttering? Take number 29, 29, and 54. Yeah.
I need to pull it up on my computer.
What else can we use? Is it just like, is it the Wi-Fi?
is it,
Probably.
hit the pause button on the bottom left, and then maybe hit the play button again and see if that can reactivate it.
You could restart it and forward it to that spot. Exit, restart, and then just forward to that spot. So I just go for like.
Do it from there, maybe it doesn't see.
Hit the, the little, right there, one of those. This, yeah. Now press play.
On the line. Neolife has over 70 products that support the health of a whole family, from core nutrition to targeted solutions like heart health, like
Yeah.
Stutter in there, it's your stutter. What if you hit the go forward 30 seconds or 10 seconds? You want me to? You want me to start pulling it up on my computer?
Just do it directly?
and even non-toxic, completely clean home care products.
You know.
You're looking at one of our awesome health solutions that not only fills all of the 5 critical gaps of our Canadian diet, but also 4 out of the 5 products are the world's first and only, which means you can't get them anywhere else. While that's very unique, it isn't the only thing that sets us apart. We believe in proof. Our products are clinically proven to work. No more fads, no more diets, no more gimmicks. So you ask, why Neolife products? It's simple. We can prove to you that we have safe, clean, effective, and unique products on the market. Why would you look any further? This is my awesome family. My husband Brad completely transformed his life after struggling for so many years with his weight. Brad lost 12 inches and 37 pounds and was selected as a 90-day weight loss challenge winner. Our son Mitchell used to suffer from major gut pain. After improving his digestion, he's able to break down food and absorb nutrients. Look at all those muscles he can build now. Mitchell once said to me, just think, Mom, what I could have done when I played sports in high school if my body was working better then. And I love that my 2 dogs benefit from the Neolife products too. Abby is 15. She threw up food for the first 2 years of her life and was on IV at the age of 4. Changing her food, building her digestion with products similar to Mitchell, she's living a great life. 3 walks a day, jumps up on our bed, and visits the vet once a year. Boz is 3 years old. He came to us with severe environmental allergies and was on very strong meds. We changed his food and started building his immune system. Boz is now off the meds and his body is getting stronger every day. And both Abby and Boz run over to me every morning for their Neolife supplements. And check out these pictures. Have you ever heard you can't use the same products for your whole family? Well, I'm here to tell you, yes, you can, because Neolife is safe for all ages. Let's look at some of my friends' kids and grandkids. Jen used the products before, during, and after her pregnancy, and started Samantha on the products when she was born. In fact, all 4 of these kids had the benefits of the Neolife products since conception and continue to use them through their growing years. And it's interesting to know that all 4 have never needed antibiotics. Miles loves his vitamins and shakes every day before he goes out to play with his brothers. Emma is a picky eater, so the shake and vitamins fill her nutrition gap so she can spend her days at school and dance classes and not sit at home. Luke had energy for sports and recovered sooner than expected from a sprained ankle and concussion. Next is our lovely friend Nyada, who came to Canada a few years ago. I met her in her 20s and the products feed her body great nutrition and give her energy to work 2 jobs, take night classes, and still get to the gym. Our dear friend Susan struggled for years with anxiousness, but now in her 40s, she had incredible results and was able to return to her nursing profession. And what about aging gracefully? Our friends Joan and Winston are living their best life. After breast cancer treatments, Joan learned about Neolife. She continues to feed her body good nutrition and is a 31-year cancer thriver, enjoying her grandchildren. And Winston, after cracking his kneecap, has completed 14 half marathons. He was told he would have to have his knees surgically scoped, but that didn't happen. And our amazing friend Heather found it difficult to kneel on the floor and often threw out her back. But now she golfs, hikes, does snowshoeing, and even throws from the hack when she curls. Such great role models for active living. For those of you who are looking for a solution to help you lose inches and reach your desired weight, we've got you covered with the Proven 33. Both Brad and I recently used this program for our weight loss and fitness goals. So Neolife isn't just a one and done, it's a lifestyle. Here's my friend Mandy. She's a busy wife, mom, and business owner. She wanted to fit into a special gala dress she had from 5 years ago. Doing the Proven 33, she lost 12 inches and 11 pounds. She told me she felt amazing.
And check out these awesome ladies. Jennifer, Veronica, and Suzanne made a choice to make a change. They all are doing fabulous and so far have lost a combined weight of 111 pounds and 59 inches. Plus Jennifer was chosen as a 90-day weight loss challenge winner. So yes, the Proven 33 program works for weight loss and fitness goals, for men and for women, and for the young and the young at heart. Now that you have a better understanding about Neolife, let's talk about the 5 key criteria when evaluating any business opportunity. Number 1, product. Do people need what I have to offer? And is it a consumable, usable product? Absolutely. We have choices with our health and wellness. Some people may continue more traditional routes. Others are weighing the pros and cons with more and more people moving away from products with side effects and dependencies to options that feed their body with nutrients. Yet others are combining both. You know, nearly half of Canadians are supplementing. Industry experts found that Canadians are increasing their spending on complementary and alternative medicine and on natural health products like vitamins and dietary programs. More Canadians are choosing preventative care as well. Our health consciousness is growing, and we have a willingness to spend more on our well-being. Industry experts say that this will boost revenues for related industries like Neolife. And knowing that as business partners with Neolife, you can help the whole family with proven, consumable, usable products, well, that's super exciting. Number 2, timing and longevity. Is what I'm using pertinent in the world today? And how long will this business be around? After the last few years, I feel it's important to keep our health strong as possible, and that's in our thoughts every day. So health is very relevant. And longevity, that's a very important question to ask, especially knowing that 66% of privately owned businesses fail within the first 10 years. Longevity is obvious with Neolife. They've been around since 1958 with a consistent A+ record with the Better Business Bureau. That's 6 decades of impacting lives. Number 3, trade secrets. Is my product unique to the marketplace? I mentioned a few of the world's first and onlys with you today, and you will discover even more unique products as you get to know Neolife. Number 4, profitability. Will it make money? Yes, and I'm going to show you exactly how much in just a moment. Here's what I want you to know. Neolife takes care of just about everything. The products, the shipping, customer service, payroll, training, technology, and so much more, that you can literally start making income while making an impact on people's lives. We have friends who make full-time incomes that replace the couple's professional salaries and then some. We also have friends who make super part-time extra money that helps take some financial stress off their lives. Some people just want to join because they want to make an extra $500 to $1,000 a month and have tax write-offs. Then there's others who want to build a legacy and expand their business across multiple continents around the world, something that can be passed down to their children and their grandchildren. And then there are some people who just want to be part of our positive community and recognized for their efforts and a job well done. But let's say you decide to join and then say, this isn't for me. Number 5, what are you risking? Well, about what most people would spend on a new pair of shoes. And by the way, you get a 90-day, 100% money-back guarantee. So that's pretty risk-free. And another consideration is, what are my customers risking? You can feel good knowing that our customers get a free membership that comes with an exclusive discount on every order that they choose to make. And the 90-day, 100% money-back guarantee is for your customers too. Plus they get extra perks like earning their health packs for free each month. Let's go back to profitability so I can show you exactly the numbers, how many health solutions need to leave the warehouse each month, and your paycheck, what it would look like. So you can have a bigger picture of earning income while making an impact at Neolife. First, launch your business for $98 and use the products that are best for you. By the way, the Tape-Up solution has what's best for Brad and I, so let's start there. If you share this and help 3 friends get started, you're going to get a check for $129 that you can spend on anything, gas, groceries, debt, you name it. Plus, Neolife is going to pay for your health solution the next month. That's going to be a total of $441 value, and passion products. So not only would you earn back the $98 business investment, but you will be profitable in your first month. And that's just helping 3 people. What if you shared with 13 people? You'd earn $1,557 in value. That's 2 free health solutions and a paycheck for $935. Did you know that an extra $250 a month could help families in Canada who are struggling to pay their monthly debt obligations? Or just think what an extra $900 would be. And that's just for 13 people. So let me ask you this. Do you believe that if you put proven products in your body and you get great results, that you could help 27 people a month anywhere in your life? That could be 13 couples, your parents, neighbors, friends from work. Because if you do, here's what's possible. $2,939, a monthly paycheck for $2,317. That's $27,000 raised to your yearly income if you keep that business side. But don't forget about the $7,000 in product that Neolite is going to pay for. So 27 people helped every month for a year is $34,000. And you can make even more by sharing with more people. Whatever amount of money will make a difference in your life, know that we can show you how it can be done. The possibilities are endless. And this is an opportunity that can help you take control of your financial future by helping others experience health. And also, you'd be a part of a company that has a rich history of giving back to helping children, protecting wildlife, helping the environment, and giving hope to financial support during natural disasters. The last question to ask when you're evaluating any business opportunity is, will it make a difference in people's lives? Let me tell you how Neolife has made a difference in my life. I've always been an active person. In my 20s, I had both my knees surgically scoped because I had pain and I began wearing braces on my knees. All was good until the pain came back in my 40s. Plus, I was diagnosed with osteoarthritis in my hip. I didn't want to have surgery again. I decided to give the Neolife products a try, and that decision opened the door to the brightest future in so many ways. Within a month, the pain was gone in my knee and hips. I added a second Neolife product, and within a year, no more braces. When I learned about Neolife 14 years ago, I was working full-time as a teacher. Brad and I have one child, and when Mitchell was growing up, I wanted to have a special connection with him, special mom-son memories. It ended up being ski, snowboard getaways. But I needed some extra money that wasn't tied in with our own finances. So I started sharing my great results of being pain-free. My Neolife side gig began. The extra money paid for Mitchell and I to go away on 7 mom-son getaways. I call it my connection money, and the memories are priceless. As my side gig started to grow, the money started to grow. A good thing because my son and daughter-in-law live several provinces away in British Columbia. But in 2019, my connection money paid for the 4 of us to have a wonderful family trip to Hawaii. That pays for any time I want to jump on a plane and go visit them when I'm missing them. It really helps us stay connected. But then at the age of 58, I slipped on ice while training our service dog puppy and broke both my bones in my lower right leg. Do you know anybody who has a debilitating injury in their late 50s don't really live the same as before? I didn't want to just recover. My surgeon did an amazing job putting my leg back together with a rod and 4 screws. But thank goodness for the Neolife supplements and protein, because I was able to control my inflammation and pain and get off the meds quickly. I had healthy meals, meditation, and great sleep, and my bones healed in 7 weeks, which surprised everyone around me. When my cast came off, my second journey began, which really threw me for a loop. Lack of confidence, balance, and motivation, lots of frustration, emotional eating, and sugar addiction kicked in. There were lots of things happening inside our 4 walls that people didn't see and people didn't know about. That's when the Neolife community kicked in with support and inspiration. 30-day challenge done, 90-day challenge complete, and was selected as a 90-day fitness challenge winner. By the end of the 1-year challenge, I had moved through my biggest transformation. Personal growth, sugar under control, but through rehab, regain confidence and build friendships and connections with an amazing community that I got to surround myself with. I started thriving. Not only was I back being active and life, I was literally living my best life. I completed a 4-day cycling trip with my dear friend and recently enjoyed a fabulous ski snowboard trip to Banff with Mitchell. Plus, after retiring as a teacher from the school board, I was struggling with my purpose. With great friends and incredible leadership, I have truly connected with the Neolife mission and have found my purpose, which continues to make an impact on families' lives. So as you're considering, is Neolife a fit for me? I want you to think about these 3 freedoms and ask yourself, am I living my best health? Do I need extra money? And if nothing changes, what does my life look like in 5, 10, 15 years from now? These questions really made me stop and reflect. And the result was me walking through a door which opened up to my best life. As I bring this to a close, I hope I have shared something of value and a clear picture of what Neolife means for you. So if you're thinking more about just the products, wonderful, because Neolife literally has the best products. Or maybe you're curious about going through that door too, and you're looking for more than just phenomenal product results. Know that you'd be in business for yourself, but never by yourself. We own our own business within a positive, uplifting community that makes a real difference. We get to provide solutions to the 2 biggest problems in the world, health and financial stress. So if what you heard today resonates with you, if it just feels right, and if it fits with what you've been looking for, I want to encourage you to get back to the person who cared enough to invite you to watch this video. Let them know your thoughts, get your questions answered, and believe what's possible for your life. Thank you so much.
You asked for 20 minutes and it's 1946.
Under 20 minutes. And you know what? I've watched this by myself, but watching it with you guys, look at my skin. Like, my hair is standing on end. I think watching it with you guys, the emotion, to feel it, like the energy, the sincerity, and such a great tool. Because Shelley has always been, they don't say anything about Canada. What about Canada? Now, I have to say, Steve and Ashley have done amazing in that transition of not forgetting us. And I know, Heather, you've been a big part of that. You know, you see things, you guys, teacher librarians here, they just see things that we don't see, right? It goes shoosh, but they see it, they saw it, and they knew that this was a very important thing that we needed for us to grow. Now, our newer guests, how did you feel? Okay, right? This is a tool that we're going to be able to, Shelley put our,
Well, I don't know how many hours I put in, and I'm gonna say Jamie probably would have put in maybe like triple what I did, because she gathered together like the information that I was able to use the structure. And yeah, like it was a month of, and the recordings were like, I would finally go, I gotta go to bed, I can't talk anymore. I'll try again tomorrow. But yeah, it's making the slides was the easy part.
it's making it flow, the words and.
Getting that, so either I can just keep it with a few flaws and that'll be it. You don't mind that there's an overlap on the slide or?
Nobody noticed. You're gonna notice that also.
Listening and that.
Yeah.
The voice, and what I was thinking,
Then we'll leave it.
we'll use it for a while, because I was thinking the next year when they change, or 2 years when they change something, whether it be prices, it's gonna have to be done eventually.
Yeah.
That's true, right?
Yeah, if I don't have to do it again, that would.
No. Those like visuals, nobody will notice.
No, I don't know how to slice it next. I don't even know.
There's only one slide where she,
Yeah.
her face is just covering.
Oh, I noticed that.
covering the words.
Always happens on Zoom. No, I don't think it's.
No, nobody even noticed it, right?
Thank you.
What's that? Right.
Okay, if you're okay with this.
Oh, sorry.
You could have noticed.
Like, you noticed it, but only because you pointed it out, is it like, oh, wow, that was it, like, when you said it, I was like, it was fine.
I'm hoping that I made it inclusive enough, like,
Yeah.
people would use that. Okay.
It is actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Came across natural.
Yeah, good.
You
should-
Okay.
Oops, sorry.
You should have seen the first one.
No, it's authentic and you're not an actor, it's not a paid.
Oh, you're gonna go on to the other.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Free.
No, minimize it, Nat. Minimize it, otherwise, do the little tiny cut. There you go.
Kelly, that was so good. Oh, no, she's told me about it, like, I actually have been telling me about it, like, how they were working on it, and she's like, she's like, I can't wait for you to go to Canada, because you're gonna see it in Canada. And it was awesome.
Yeah.
Such a great resource, so everyone needs to get that link, that should be, and it's so easy, like, and everyone here, you know, she like, you go like, hey, I'd love for you to have an overview of Neo Life. My good friend Shelley, in under 20 minutes, like you'll learn everything about why we love this company so much and why it can be a solution for you. And you get everything. So good. Okay, I am gonna shift gears slightly, not really, actually, it's part of all of this. And I want to go into the prospecting process, because what we've talked about right now, and we talked about a little bit today, which is like, as Heather talked about, like, have a list of people. And I love the fact that you nailed what really stops a lot of people, Heather, which is it's kind of easy to go back and make a list of everyone that you already know. And you should do that. And that can be done and all that kind of stuff. But that's going to run out. You know, you're going to run out of your warm market list. And people who have a lot of success long-term here are constantly growing their list because they're meeting new people and they're building new relationships as they go forward and just continue to add and add. I love that. But like, as you build your list of people to talk to and you meeting new people, and then as you're answering the question every day, like, who can I talk to now? And as you're, packaging your story, you have a story to share. Now you have tools that you can share, like video tools that you can share with your prospects. Sometimes it's nice to have like a little flow of like, okay, what's the prospecting flow that I take someone through? And this isn't like necessarily, I'm going to draw it out. This won't be like absolutely like work out every single time this way perfectly. But one of the things that we called it is the prospecting success system. And I really do love this system because I'll just dive in. Okay. So you may have seen this before, but I call this the success system. And so at the very top of the success system here, we're going to have what we talked a lot about today, which is the success system all starts with one-on-one conversations. And that's you engaging someone in a conversation, starting to pique their interest about Neo Life, maybe sharing your story, and potentially even in the one-on-one conversation, hopefully willing to like let you share a little bit more with them about what you're doing, or let you share a resource like Shelley's video with them so they can see it. And so the goal of the one-on-one is for you to be able to reach out and start the conversation with someone about Neo Life. Like that's the goal of the one-on-one, is to start the conversation and to begin sharing bits and pieces of information with them. One of which is about why you believe in this and why you're excited about this, and a little bit about why maybe this can be a solution for them, right? So that's the one-on-one. Now I think this is why we'll go through this process. Here's where I think this is where a lot of people get stuck. This is the entire prospecting system for them. You just do it all yourself. You have the conversations, you answer the questions, it never goes anywhere past there. It's just you one-on-one with this person over and over and over again, right? Trying to get them to say, trying to hopefully get them started in Neo Life. And that's where a lot of people it gets stuck. And so I want to encourage you that like, this is you having one-on-one conversations with people is the start of the prospecting process. And prospecting is a process, not an event. A lot of people think that like when you are getting new people started or recruiting is an event, it's not, it's a process. And so one thing I want to encourage you is like, there's like, I will tell you a formula that you don't want to buy into very long. You and you without your leader or without other team members in the prospecting process is going to equal not failure, but frustration. You're really going to get frustrated. The best analogy I can give, I don't know if it's going to work so well. Does anybody watch American football? Yeah. I don't know if I can relate to hockey, but has everyone seen a football game?
Yeah.
We've got a concept of football. Okay, this is the best illustration I can give about one-on-ones and where people get stuck here. You are the quarterback. Everyone tracking.
Yeah.
You're the quarterback of your own business, which means that, like, as a quarterback, you have to hike the ball and start the play. In real life, you're the quarterback of your business. You have to start the conversations. No one can start conversations for you in your business to get the play going. Here's what happens too often I see is you as a quarterback of your own business, you hike the ball, and then you're like, I'm just going to hold this ball and I got it. I'm going to try to score the touchdown all by myself. I don't need any help from any team members. I got this. And what happens is you're going to get tackled and you're going to get sacked over and over again. You're going to fumble the ball. You're going to lose yardage. The game will be over. You have to view this as like, think about this. Like if I was in your situation, many of you here, like I'm thinking if I was building a business in Canada right now, I'm thinking if I was on like, let's say Nada's team, because I see Nada here, like I'm thinking of this, like I'm the quarterback of my own business, but man, I am so lucky because I've got an all-star running back right behind me. That all I've got to do is I just got to hike the ball and get the play started. And I can just turn around and hand that ball off to Nada. And we together can move the ball down the field and score touchdowns here. So that's like, what I want to say is yes, you have to start conversations. Yes, you have to be out there prospecting and following up all of this. But you don't want to just leave it just to yourself. You want to make sure that you're getting other people involved in the prospecting process. And I'll show you here in just a second. So keep this formula in mind. This formula works. You with your sponsor or leaders and prospecting together equals success. So this being said this is where you snap the ball. This is where you start conversation. This is where you start to pique people's interest. This is where you hopefully start to maybe identify a need this person has. Maybe you share a little bit of information with them. But as soon as you can, the sooner the better. You want to take as many conversations as possible from a one-on-one situation to, and by the way, one-on-one, the best way to have a one-on-one conversation is face-to-face. Because they can see your excitement, they can see your body language, they can see your passion, right? That's the best. Second would be like over Zoom or something like video conference. Third would probably be like over the phone. And then last would be like sending a text. Oh, well, I would send a voice message before I would send a text message, right? So just think about it like the more you can get in front of somebody face to face, the better. You can't always get in front of everybody face to face. Maybe you do a Zoom. Maybe not everyone has an ability to do a Zoom, so you do a phone call. Not everyone you can do a phone call with, so maybe you send people a voice text. So long story short is like, just think of the different forms of communication. But as soon as you can, like your goal is to move this from a one-on-one conversation to the second step in the success system, which here is what we call either a 2-on-1 meeting or a 3-way call or a 3-way Zoom. 2-on-1 meeting or 3-way call, 3-way Zoom, you can call it that if you want, either one. And so what this would be is after you pique their interest, shared a little bit about Neil Life with them, maybe identified a need or something, you want to introduce them to your leader, sponsor, someone you're working with right here for third-party credibility. Third-party credibility is magic in this business. You're going to, people who know you and that you have a relationship with, when they hear about Neil Life from you, they're going to hear it and see it through a filter. And the filter, they know you. But when I introduce them to Nada, and I edify Nada as the person who's helping me and who is like so experienced, all of a sudden she's the expert. Like my friends, my family, my people that I work with, people that I know in life, that I do life, that I go to church with, they know I'm not an expert in real life. They know I've only been doing this for, they know I'm an accountant by trade, whatever it is. But when they hear from Nada, who they don't know, that's the gospel. Like it is like something else. And if you have kids, you know this. As a parent, you can tell your kids you're blue in the face about something, and then some other parent or a teacher tells your kids the same thing, and they're like, "Hey, Dad, you know this?" I'm like, "Yeah, I've been telling you that for 3 years. What are you talking about?" But yeah, I know that. So third-party credibility is absolutely magical. And what it happens is like with people that you know and that you're talking to in this one-on-one, you have usually a relationship with them. You have trust and credibility with them. And then you get to loop in someone else, Nada, Joan, Shelly, whoever. There's so many in the room. And now that person's the expert. And it's the perfect combination for this meeting, is that there's trust and a relationship through you, but then your sponsor brings in experience and success. And now it's a perfect combination. So a 2-on-1 meeting or a 3-phone call would be a situation where you then are introducing your prospect to your sponsor or leader to hear more and to learn more from someone else. And honestly, probably here's what's going to happen. In this 2-on-1 meeting or 3-phone call, in that meeting, what honestly really the leader's going to do is really probably not share anything that differently than what you've already shared with them. They're just going to validate for that person everything that you've already told them. And they're going to give them another story they're going to be able to hear and another layer of credibility. The goal in prospecting is just continually build layers of credibility with your prospect. You're building a layer of credibility here with your story and what you share. You're building another layer of credibility here with your leader's story, what your leader shares and what they validate. And so a 3-phone call could be the 3 of you on the phone together. Or it could be ideally 2-on-1 meeting could be the 3 of y'all grabbing coffee or grabbing lunch together or over the Zoom. And let me just tell you the different roles here. Like if you are the one, if you are the one that has the prospect, you have one job in the 3-way call or 2-on-1 meeting. It's to simply introduce your prospect to your leader and edify your leader to your prospect, and then just zip it. Let the leader take it from there. Because I want to introduce my prospect to, let's say, Nada, and let them know like how we know each other and maybe what they're looking for in real life. And then I want to edify Nada to my prospect, like let them know that they're talking to someone who knows their stuff, who is skilled and experienced and will get their questions answered and will really make sure that they get started the right way if they want to. So they feel very comfortable. So that's a 2-on-1 meeting or 3-phone call. Now, here's the question is like, you may say this, like some people you talk to in a 1-on-1 setting and they say yes right away, right? They're like, oh, I want to do this. Like they don't need many layers of credibility. And you may think, oh, okay, well then I don't need to get them on a 3-phone call or 2-on-1 meeting. No, you still do. And here's why. Because this is a duplication business. People are going to do what was done to them. So if I don't introduce my new person to third-party credibility, even if they say yes here, and they never go through that experience, they never have a 3-phone call, they never have a 2-on-1 meeting, they've never experienced it themselves, they're never going to introduce me to anybody because I didn't introduce them to anyone. So even if they say yes here, I still want to like, I'm so excited you're getting started on product today, John, or like, oh, I'm so excited we're going to be business partners together, John, and we're going to get you enrolled as a promoter. You know, the first thing we need to do is I cannot wait. I want to introduce you to my good friend who's been helping me. She's going to help you as well. When are you free that I can introduce you to Nada? She's going to support both of us. I'm going to get them on it because I still want to have layers of credibility, even with my new customer or my new promoter. So even them, I'm going to introduce the third-party credibility so that they know when they're getting started, they're going to introduce people to me for third-party credibility. And here, again, it's another layer of credibility. They're going to hear another story, and they're going to learn a little bit more and hear more about Neolife. And they're also going to see the support that's in place. Then from there, you move it to, I would just call this like an event. And this event would be something along the lines of like a virtual Discover More or an in-person experience Neolife event, a health talk, something to that effect. So that's something like last night. something that we do on, y'all do on Tuesday nights, I know, y'all leave one on Tuesday nights, we do one, but you want to get them to an event. Ideally, just like in all these situations, in person is best. If you can get someone to an in-person event, that's the best thing that you can do. So why do I want to get someone to an event, an in-person event? What are they going to do? Well, they're going to see a lot more at this event. And if it's in person, what they're also going to get is social proof. So now they've heard my story and they've heard a little bit about what I've said about neo-life. And so maybe they're starting to kind of like, oh, maybe there is something to this. Then they heard my leader's story and they heard my leader talk a little bit more about neo-life and kind of validate what I was saying. They're kind of like, wow, I'm really liking what I'm hearing now. Then I get them to an event. Hope they're going to hear some more stories, meet some more people involved in neo-life, hear even more about the product and the opportunity, hear more stories. Just again, validating everything that's been said, more layers of credibility. And then what really an event does, in my opinion, the greatest thing about an event is social proof. Like they see more people doing this. I know we talked last night, Maggie, I think one of the things that you said that you were coming last night for, and I love this, is she's like, I wanted to come see the vibe. Like, what was the vibe in neo-life? Because you can't really get a vibe when you talk to one person. You can't really get a vibe and, sitting down for coffee a little bit. When you come to an event at someone's home or come to an event like last night, you get to feel the vibe and what the culture is about, and you get that social proof and you get more stories and everything along those lines. So even if someone says yes, during a 2-on-1 meeting or 3-way phone call, I'm still inviting them to the next event. I'm inviting them to the next virtual event or the next in-person event so they can see even more of what neo-life has to offer. They can see more stories, meet more people. Does that make sense? Now, I also want you to know this. It doesn't always work perfectly where you have the one-on-one and that leads to the 2-on-1 meeting or 3-way phone call. And then that leads to the event. Like sometimes it's Tuesday and you meet someone at the coffee shop and there's not time to do the 2-on-1 or 3-way phone call. So you invite them directly to the meeting. Does that make sense? To the virtual event? That's fine too. It's still third-party credibility, a layer of exposure and so on and so forth. And then honestly, and then this is so important, is Impact Summit. And you might go, why is this in the prospecting process? Because we're wanting people to see more and more about what neo-life could be for them, right? Even if someone's a customer or a promoter, that doesn't mean that they already have reached the pinnacle or the climax of understanding what neo-life could be for them. Right? Does that make sense? Just because someone has a club membership or someone has a promoter account doesn't mean they've reached the peak of understanding about what this could truly be for them and their family long term. So, I'm also in the prospecting process wanting to get people to come to Impact Summit. Why? Because this is where they're going to absolutely, at their heart level, at the biggest level possible, see what this could truly be for them and their family and their future. And so that's kind of the successes. And now I will say this. This is where I want to go through and kind of break it down so you understand, okay, how much am I doing all of this? This is daily. You are daily involved in one-on-one conversations. And this should actually be daily times, like multiple times a day, we're having one-on-one conversations. Also know that the follow-up is always happening. You may have a one-on-one conversation, you have to follow up with someone again, and so the follow-up's always happening with folks through here, but that happens daily, multiple times a day, one-on-one conversations. If someone's really wanting to grow this business at a really high level, I think that you're looking to have somewhere between 3 to 5 2-on-1 meetings and 3 phone calls a week. Try to introduce to your leader, your sponsor, or to someone else. For example, let's say another thing about this with third-party credibility is also relatability. For example, if I meet someone, this actually happened on this trip. If I met someone and kind of talked to them and I heard they were a nurse, they're like, oh my goodness, I have a great friend who's a nurse. I'd love to introduce her. I can introduce her to Joan, right? Who was a nurse, right? So you don't always have to introduce them to the exact same person every time. Every prospect you have, you introduce the same person. Because sometimes there's relatability to it. And you could introduce them to someone else. But this happens 3 to 5 times, I think, per week. If you can get in front of your leader or sponsor, someone else, 3 to 5 prospects per week that you have had one-on-one conversations with for third-party credibility, then okay, I'm getting enough third-party credibility happening in my business. Then events like virtual events, in-person events, I would say this is probably 1 to 2 times per week. 1 to 2 times per week. Ideally, there's probably 1 virtual one you're doing a week. And for some that really want to go, maybe you could even do 1 in-person, event per week that you're inviting to, because you always want to have an event to invite people to. You always want to have an event on the books that you're going to invite someone to. And then obviously this happens like once a year. But that right there is what we call the prospecting success system. It never works out. I mean, sometimes it does, but it's not perfect in any manner. It's not a guarantee. But if you take the mindset of, I'm going to have a lot of one-on-one conversations. I'm going to start a lot of one-on-one conversations. I'm going to share my story a lot with folks. I'm going to try to identify if there's any need they have. When someone does have a need or has a little bit of interest based on a one-on-one conversation or sharing a video with them, and they want to know more, I'm introducing them to third-party credibility. I'm getting someone else involved so they can hear another story, so that person can validate what I've already shared with them. And I'm going to introduce them to third-party credibility. And then all these people that I'm talking to one-on-one or in 2-on-1 and 3 situations, I'm inviting every week to the event, either the virtual, the in-person event, to get to see more of what's really happening in Neo Life and see more what happened for them. And then I'm trying to invite everyone to Impact Summit to get the big picture. So that's a little bit of like the success system. Now I'm going to hand this over, I believe, to Cindy and Nada, who's going to dive into like, what do these actually look like at the granular level, I believe.
Yeah.
And even some role play, right? Maybe.
So it's just some tools that we use.
Perfect.
Tools, yeah. Here, I just have to do. So we're gonna show you some stuff from the blast from the past.
Yes, when I was putting this together, I actually asked Nada, I said, I just threw out my old flip charts that we used to use. If anybody remember all the flip charts? I didn't what we used to call the evidence manual and stuff. And I literally probably just a couple months before this, so just, we were here because we've got so many tools now and more modern. But as Stephen was saying, like what we do, we have so many tools to be able to use. But I'm just gonna hit it right. What do I want to do first? Okay, I was just gonna share my story. Yes, people where go girl, yeah. And I was introduced to Neo Life by Nada. And it took her a year. Nicely, we used to have breaks together, and they knew that I had a lot of pain from them down. For a year, she kept telling me about these. Yeah, so I take supplements. I was trying to do well, and but one day she said to me when I said fish oil, I take fish oil, and she's okay. Just be careful of the source. Well, that was the trigger for me. So he had invited me to so many times to her house for our in-homes that we have. And I always said no, but this time I invited myself to one that I knew she had. She'd actually, I think maybe she had started to give up on me because she didn't invite me to that one. But it just when I heard and I met Nada for the first time, very pregnant with Judd. And just everything just made so much sense when I heard, and I think this is basically what we hear on Tuesday nights, our presentation. And so I decided to get the whole family started on the products, but not so much for myself, even though I was suffering terribly, but more for my picky daughter. And that picky eater that you saw, that's my daughter's daughter. So what goes around comes around. I was surprised that within 3 weeks, my energy came back. And within a month and a half, my chronic pain was gone. So that was because I had suffered for 5 years with my knee. I'm 70 now, and I have, not that I don't have some 70-year-old. But I'm not as good at exercising as Fran is. I wish I was. She's an inspiration for me. But more for my daughter, right? And we have a lot of heart disease cancer in the family. And so I was really concerned about what her future would be as well. That's my son, for some reason, he was, I guess my dad was about 5'5", so we didn't have real height in my family, but for some reason, he was afraid he was gonna be short, so, I knew that, I just wanted to give them good nutrition, right? And, as I said, my pain was gone, but I also noticed that my daughter, once she did much better in school, when she was in high school, and her hormones were so much working better, such a much nicer person. So, yeah, so, but when I first started, it was not for the business at all. It was strictly to, just hear more about the script, and it's always interested me. But, very shortly after, when Nana was saying, is anybody interested in making an extra $100, $500, $1,000 a month? I just thought, I do, because I had been a single mom and I didn't have anything saved for my children's education. That was just something that was really important to me. And I actually remember in prayer, just like, how can I help my children? And bingo, life, right? Because that was kind of the beginning. And, but it helped me to, so I just started sharing this with people, and I had a presentation at my home, and that came, and just start with family and friends. And, what was I gonna say? Yeah, so I had that presentation, and, the business just started going. I just started sharing people at work as well. And so, and including Ian was from one of my coworkers from work. And, I was, shoot, I just lost my train of thought there. So in 2010, I was actually downsized, but I had built this business part-time to the point that I was able to fall back on it. So it's been an incredible journey, and I've helped my children with their education. We've done trips, family trips, but also Mike and I were able to, with many of the neo-life conventions or impact summits that we have, we make extra holidays out of that. And so it's just been a really wonderful journey. And
And the personal growth, I have to say, guys, when Cindy was not able to do this, I remember asking her to speak. Remember that first time?
oh, just to say my name.
She
I
would,
would
she
go
would
red
all
from here
blotchy, and she would like ask me to stand beside her. Like, yeah, she could not talk and do presentations, let alone say her name. So, that's why I was telling the girls at the back, like, personal growth. Okay, it really, it's just a part of the journey. Yeah. No. Awesome. Okay, so. We are talking about first.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so I can just kind of give some tips about. When I was thinking one-on-ones is also for me when I actually meet someone new one-on-one, maybe I've met them at a group or something. And I love to do that because I find I get to know them better. And I would probably say the majority of, not everyone, the majority of people I would have one-on-one like that. But in the time to get to know them, they become friends like so many people. And but yeah, and Nana's gonna show some of the old tools that we used to use.
So in the good old days,
Yes.
Neil had provided some flip charts that talk about the sal and salmon oil and Tran, and then we decided, some of you remember Lance, he came into our life as part of the corporate team and said, you gotta show evidence. Gotta show evidence at third parties to show people why they need to supplement. So our presentations were like an hour. And we would literally go through all this research on, I'm sick and tired of these people being sick and tired, the prostaglandins, the body's own miracle drug. It was pages of research on why we needed grain oils.
We used to do this one-on-one in groups.
In groups,
Like-
large in-home meetings that would last hours, talking about the cell. Oh, yeah. Who went to those meetings? Remember that? And then we talked about PMS naturally and, talking about linoleic acid. We talked about then more about essential fatty acids, low fat diet risky. This was the best article, stabilized rice bran. We talk about this because people say, well, you know, how do you know they milled the grain? The whole article was on polishing the grain, removing the oil from the grain, where that oil goes after it's milled. And we would tell people this the whole, like, during the whole meeting. Excellent article. If you want to read it, this is what convinced me to take Tran. It worked for me. You know, and then we talked about protein and the building blocks but it was literally a flip chart. The psychiatrist in anti-anxiety shake. You know, and then we talked about obesity in kids and stats and newsworthy trends and nutrition in children. Oh yeah, it was like just literally we use this evidence manual. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Why Johnny can't read, maybe school lunch, sodas and junk food. So we would use this as a source to show families why your kids need a supplement. Good digestion, great article on antacids. This would be for you, Francis, what antacids do to the body. But we would literally, and then talk about fire in the belly, esophagus cancer, like literally studies link cancer to heartburn. Like we would literally, this would be a whole presentation. It would take a long time with questions and answers. That now it worked. It was effective.
Yeah,
And I think it was more.
it's years before, if I remember Annalise, who are your grandparents here. And she did come once you weren't able to. Yeah, she came to the house and I think they used to always do this, literally go through every single product.
Every product. We had a suitcase with all the products and we show every product.
That would take.
Every product we talked about. And then we had Time Magazine, Live Trust, Herbal Cures. Remember where they tested all the products and they found toxins in several products, inactive ingredients. You know, then we talked about Dr. First. Like we literally just, all of these articles were in our evidence manual, which we called it. And again, it did work. And then we'd have pictures, you know, and then we tried simplifying.
And we ended up putting some of that on laptops.
Yeah, then eventually we created a PowerPoint presentation and this is before the company had some of the basic tools that we have today.
So much to be able to do all of this, really sharing. Yeah, the events.
But the easiest tool, I think.
Yes. That one too, yes. Yeah, and you know, I actually used to do basically the presentation that Nada would do on a Tuesday night. And I had that on a laptop, and if I met somebody in Tim Hortons, I met my laptop there, you know, go through all that presentation. But I recently have finally gone out of my comfort zone, because that was very comfortable for me, because I just knew how to do that, was to use this tool. And I think this is what I'll always use now. The laptop's not going with me. It's so nice to be able to be meeting somebody, say in Tim's or going to their home or vice versa, just to open this simple book. Has everybody had a chance to look at
The product catalog? So you'll get one in your kit, but the girls that don't have one, I think the product catalog.
But it literally goes through everything that we talk about. On our Tuesday night calls are all here. Who has done a catalog? Yeah, this is the new one. Oh, this is new. I do the product catalog, but not this. Yeah. But yeah, this is, you know, it's got Jerry Brassfield stories.
When would we have gotten that now?
Yeah. It talks about the new life difference.
I purchased them. You can buy them online and they're available online as well through a digital. They're available digitally, but this is, what is it? $5? $5
Yeah.
per catalog. Amazing tool to use. You get one for free in their kit, so. You can download them. I forgot, you can bring it up on your, a lot of times I'll bring it up on my laptop and I'll go through it when I'm doing a presentation with them. No, how many I have here? You guys, yeah, all the promoters that signed up as even new members get this. It's a product catalog. It comes in your kit.
Us old guys don't have it.
Jen would have it. No, the older
We'll buy
promoters.
it.
But they're available. I buy them every month as part of my month end order. Because what I do is I'll use this as a one-on-one with somebody at a coffee shop. And if they're really interested and they're like, oh, I'd love to show this to my husband, or can I take this home and look it over again? Absolutely. A lot of times they go and start flipping through and they start looking at other products or asking questions. Just a great tool.
And just as a recent example, Kate, who I met at a show. And of course, I did my usual follow-up calls and we built a bit of a relationship that way. So that's really important. But I met her at a Tim Hortons and I did this, the catalog. And she was, you know, she was almost ready to buy. So it doesn't mean like they're gonna sign up right away, right? She had to look at her finances. She was very, very interested, but we became friends there. And we built up a relationship and a trust, and so and I just use this catalog. But then I had I call it a neo-life social at my house, or used to be in homes, and Kate came, and then she heard Nada, and so right away she signed up. It's that third party credibility. Yeah. But yeah, everything's here as the pro vitality. And it goes into each individual product, and you really just have to just read a few points that one. And then you'll actually.
Even the first, I think, the first few pages, you don't even have to go through the rest of the catalog.
Yeah.
You can literally just point and talk. Jerry Brassfield's story in there, his family, right?
Yeah.
And you talk about the SAB. Just, you don't know about Dr. First, you can just read that little bio on Dr. First. You can point and talk and share. You could do this tomorrow with a friend, not knowing anything. You just want to share a little bit. If they ask you questions, say, I don't know, I'll ask Joan. I'll get back to you. You can literally use this catalog as a one-on-one. When I told Cindy that I stopped, like, I'll still use my PowerPoint. It depends on who I'm meeting, but when I told Cindy I was using these,
Only this.
yeah, you.
I said, okay, I got to do this, simplify.
Because it does talk about.
And I was like, I honestly was shocked, very pleasantly surprised that it just like had everything, same flow that it was.
I know, and it's funny, because we do these presentations on our Tuesday nights, we teach this, but if you're not on. So you just started.
Majority.
Yeah,
Thank you, Cindy.
it's more duplicatable, thank you, because it talks about the TRANN, right, the studies from Texas A&M University, it's cell absorption, right? It talks about inflammation, 68%, right, in 8 weeks, and talking about, you know, the salmon oil. So it just talks about the vitality pack and the shakes. So you can even stop there. It talks about the glycemic control. You want to get them starting the breakfast solution, right? But what's really cool, if you're meeting somebody with, you know, let's say they have digestive trouble, there's a whole page just on digestion. You can go to that section. So, you know, we do have something for digestion, and these are the pots that help with digestion. There's targeted area.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I did with Jen, but you know what, just as she was flipping through it, there was more that she was interested in. Yeah. And also videos. I mean, if you're with someone, you can always even just show them a video, like, sit with them and show them one of the 5 key criteria. Or Nada's got some on YouTube, and I know Ashley, I think if we ask for the recording on, we get it, right? So I asked her for a recording for that, so it's wonderful. And I like that if you're actually sitting with someone and doing it, because you just send it to them. Sometimes they don't always watch it, right? So that's another tool. 3-way call with your outline, which Nada and I have done many a time. As Stephen said, for the credibility, but also your sideline. And I have thought of, say, Joan's story, for example, right, as a breast cancer thriver, that if I have someone that has breast cancer, I'm going to ask Joan, and that's one thing you'll find with this family, that we're just so willing to help each other, right? So just also use that. I guess should we go
consider like what other ways to share?
Well,
I want to say that I love doing the one-on-ones, but I also love doing, I call it now the Meal Life Social. We used to call it an experience. And just, you know, having some fun and some food. Mike and I always love to open our home up. So we used to, about once a month, we call it the Meal Life Center for Brampton. And, but recently I did this at home, and Nada came and did a presentation. And just one thing though is to just keep it simple. I went a little overboard.
yeah. It's funny, 'cause Frances, you know, and it's funny because you did what Frances did.
Yeah.
She made these rice wraps, she made all these dips and beautiful, like the food was like amazing. And it was great.
It took me 2 hours to do the right
2 hours to do the rice wrap,
One person.
which was great. Everybody enjoyed it.
We enjoyed it.
Yeah, we enjoyed it. One person ate the wraps. They all came, oh, we're doing a detox. No, we're fasting. What'd they say?
Oh, yes, it was during,
So they didn't eat anything. And then
Ramadan.
thing happened to Frances. Frances made her own homemade crackers, muffins, beautiful cheese, a beautiful watermelon that she cut fancy that made this big, beautiful art thing. I walked, and you've done this almost every time. Everything homemade, everything from scratch, even yogurt snacks, like yogurt, frozen yogurt, with bars, like tons of food. Nobody had anything at that.
Fasting.
They were fasting, just like the. And I thought, okay, no, you're gonna go broke before. Right? So, you know what, people, and what I tell people is, there's gonna be food, let them know, they're gonna have snacks, are you okay with that? Is there anything that you can't eat? Find out ahead of time. They say, oh, that would be awesome, I know, snacks would be great, then you know to prepare a little bit, but not all that stuff. Okay, tea, coffee, maybe some muffins, maybe a cheese tray, maybe a fruit, but not all of that, just a little bit.
From my experience, previous company, that was long time ago, they said, but it's store-bought cookies.
Yeah, I was trying to, you mentioned that.
In those days, you could cook cookies when you had no cookies.
Right.
But store-bought, anything that you can buy, this is convenience, is duplicated.
Duplicatable.
Yeah.
Yeah, duplicatable. If you start getting too fancy. People think that they have to do that, right? And they think, oh, I don't think I can't do that. Oh my God, Frances went through all that trouble and she wants me to have a meeting at my home and.
Coffee and Nada's energy balls.
Yeah, protein balls
Yes,
are
we
great.
had Nada's energy balls.
Protein balls are great.
I was just saying, that's exactly how I was raised there in which was exactly what you said a little bit is you don't want to provide like a meal or a bunch of food or anything, because exactly what Nat just said is that the best thing that can happen from an informal event for a guest to come and go, I can do this. Yeah, this was easy. Like I can do this. What we try to create is an environment where we go, goodness, that was absolutely incredible. The problem is the backside of that, somebody, oh my goodness, that was absolutely incredible. I can never do that. So one of the ideals is to use, like, if you're going to use the products, create some, like, use the products to create some snacks. Because then it's kind of like, it fits in that, like, you're sampling something that's in part of the meeting itself. Yeah. I love that.
Yeah.
But I have, and all means I haven't seen it all.
No, you haven't seen Frances' display yet. And you know, what's really funny is that the 3 times that I've been there, she was still in the kitchen cooking while I was there setting up and guests were still arriving. And then she had her guests come in the kitchen and help her finish the muffin. They were laughing and the smell coming from the kitchen. And then she literally made her own crackers. Like they were so good. Like I was like, oh, yeah, they're really good. You know what? We'll have Frances do that for our team event. A team event. We'll have her prepare something, but.
Everybody knows, because I did it.
Okay, this is gonna be a little bit of a practice session now that Cindy's gonna share.
Unless everybody's much more techy than me. Does everybody know how to do a 3-way call?
Not know how to do a 3-way call. Okay.
But
So-
I didn't, and it intimidated me.
Yeah, she was so afraid to do it with me, and I said, Cindy, just try it. Try it with me now, and we tried it, like, oh, that's easy.
That was easy.
How about a video messenger chat? Who does not know how to do a video three-way messenger? Okay, so we're gonna practice.
Ian, do you want to practice on your phone? Do you
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
merge with, you have my phone number, right?
Okay, so why don't you, Ian, why don't you call Cindy?
Okay, he doesn't have, you don't have Nada's number. Okay, and then I can merge you, but I want him to merge.
Oh, right, no, he's, oh, I see. Yeah, I'm trying to think, because we want you to practice doing it, so you know how to do that? Chelsea?
usually do on Messenger.
Okay, as long as you know how to do that, you know, who doesn't know?
Either.
Yeah, get your phone, we're gonna practice, because that's the best way is to practice, because you're right, Cindy was so afraid to do this with me one day, and I'm like, "Cindy,
But not everybody wants to do this.
even a three-way call. Three-way call. Like you just merge another call, people don't, like, some people don't know how to use that.
Yeah, I do it.
No?
Just add call on your, on.
So I'm gonna call you, Chelsea.
No, I mean.
Is he okay? Actually, no, you call me.
Okay, talk about calling there.
Do you have anybody at home? That you can call? So call me first.
You can call you one. First an iPhone. Okay, so if you want to do it then call me. Okay. Basic.
Merge the call. You're calling me? No, they didn't do it else. Okay, good. Okay, get paranoid. My purse is on here, right? Your purse is right here. I don't know, I wanna see if it's still there.
Okay, so you're calling.
Okay, well, then you want to have to do. You're both, okay, then you're gonna be just.
Yeah, we're basically something that was. But I'm saying hi. Put on, yeah. Then you close it. Then it comes up merge. Okay, what that means. Okay. Yeah, okay, so, yeah, so the iPhone is live. It's one that is right. Merge it into the camera, all three.
Close. Video off, yeah, there, some people don't have this. But everybody else is pretty, at least they know now to do a three-way call, right? Let's see how good it is. I was touched. Oh, yeah, touched on that. So just some other ways to share Neo Life is the Tuesday Health Talk. You probably new people might not be aware of this. The Tuesday Health Talks that Nada does at 8. And that Stephen and Ashley do at 9 as well. So that's great. And then Thursday night, Nada does a health talk and lots of stories shared. And that's the one I find I really invite a ton of people, right? I send out emails or send some text messages, everything. But where I really do, and I just want to say, be surprised. I don't judge, right? Be surprised at people that, I don't know, 4 years ago, all of a sudden, she said, come on, right? So, yeah, Ashley, invite to corporate the events, like the January rally, which is usually virtual, and the experience like we had last night.
And then, of course, sometimes we have a science advisory board member come, but that's where I really just do invite blitzes and, I just, you know,
Well,
I
last
phone-
night, how many guests did you
well,
have?
and what I do is I phone them first. If they don't answer, I'll leave a message. And I say, I'm gonna send you a text as well, and I send a text. And last night, a lady that I met, I think, I'm not sure if it was 2017 or 2018. At the Brampton Fall Fair, and of course, I've kept that little bit of a relationship up just by, you know, occasionally calling, but sending out the Thursday night invites to come on Zoom. And she came with 4 guests. So after.
And she does not give up on follow-up. That's from a show that she did 5 years ago.
So, and I truly just called her, because she had cancer before, and I really truly just called her. Just to see how she's doing. I just wanted to see how she's doing, and we just were talking and stuff, and I invited her, and she said, oh yeah, I'd love to come, and can I bring people? Sure. So, yeah.
Yeah, building that relationship, building that trust and connecting with people, because not everybody is ready, like Stephen was saying. Right? They might say no now, but it's because they don't know enough. They're not ready, right? But you gotta just keep dripping on them, right?
Yeah.
And I asked them, are you okay if you receive my weekly emails, just invite each different things that we're doing? Usually they say, yeah, sure. If it's a topic that interests me, then I might pop on. Right? So just make sure they know that you're still doing it. Because that's the thing they always say, are you still doing that? You still doing that thing? Right?
So, and I think you're doing in how to invite messages.
Yeah, a little bit of that, and also how to plug into events.
Yeah.
The power of in-person events, home shows. We've done so many over the last couple of months. Francis, Cindy, Leonie, who else has done? Sean, Heather, who else has done in-home? Oh, yeah, you guys have done one, and Joan, we've got one with Virginia coming up. Is that next Saturday? This Saturday coming in. So I mean, the best thing is to invite people into your home, easy snacks, protein balls.
Maybe.
I know you guys like to do your Italian food, and you just fucking and some hot sauce. Yeah, I know we like to do it. You know what, if it's for your family and close friends, then maybe your first one, but try to, if you're wanting to use this as a tool to grow your business, the simpler the better. Okay? Awesome. Thank you. Oh, final stuff the info that Francis has done. Can you stand, please? She became a new senior manager this month. Okay, yeah, you know, just inviting and having, and now she's got a few more books coming up, right? So, and one wants to do one. Are you a friend that wants to host one?
Yes, my friend wants to.
Right? So that's what we want.
Now, can I just add something? This happened to me with regard to the catalog and bringing, let's say you meet someone in a cafe. This has happened to me a couple of times. So I have my laptop and of course it doesn't work. And it plugs in, something happens. You always make sure that you have your catalog because I thought, oh my gosh, what am I gonna do? So you have your backup, right? You always have that catalog. It's amazing because that's happening.
And when you get more, when you do get more confident and you like using the discover more slides, it depends on who you're meeting. If it's somebody that maybe has a bit of an education, has a degree or a nursing background, you might want to use the discover more slides, and if you're comfortable with that flow, but wait until you're ready to do that. Use the catalog in the meantime, get really comfortable with it. It's easy, it's quick. Sometimes people only have about half an hour, or let's say they only have an hour lunch. You want to get through that in 20 minutes. You can talk for 40 minutes and get them signed up in 40 minutes. Okay, not just do the presentation. Oh, I gotta leave. Okay, I'll sign you up later, and then they change their mind, right? So you want to make sure you close the deal. Okay. So that's the power of home shows, in-home meetings, and you know, how to invite enthusiasm, excitement. Don't say a lot, just, you know what? I'm having some people together. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have a few healthy snacks. And we're just gonna share how to have more energy, what this company is all about. And it may or may not be a fit for you when it comes to the income opportunity, but we're gonna talk a little bit about that as well. And there's gonna be a lot of questions, and we're gonna answer some of the questions that you might have. Just come and check out what I'm doing, and I promise you, you're gonna have a really, really good time. Right, keep it simple. Don't tell me and teach them about cells and training. I used to do that. It's silly too. I know. Yeah, so I mean, if they have a health concern, you know what, you're gonna learn more about how to support your body, how to get healthy. Just come and learn. You're gonna hear about some products that may help you with some of the challenges, some of the struggles that you're having in your health. Right? That's it. Don't talk about the products that are gonna help them. We will learn that at the event. Okay? Yes.
What if, so like somebody had it, like down in the June, that's like, that be like 6-7 weeks. If everyone on your calendar, everyone had it at home, at least between now and the next 6-7 weeks. You know, like everyone's like, yeah, everyone's like, hey, you know what, like, I'm gonna do an in-home at least between now and June. You know, like you guys have open up on Saturday, so you're already set, you got like, yeah, but that would be kind of a cool challenge, everyone's kind of like, okay, like, I'm good with what we're doing, my in-home.
Do one for John.
Sorry, I was just saying we get
Do
John,
one for John.
John and Judy in their house.
Yeah, do one in their home, that new couple, the new brother, sister team that came. And you know what, plugging into events, I'll tell you, if I did not come to the weekly meetings, because back then we had to drive. I drove an hour every Tuesday, every Thursday to and from Mississauga for years to attend meetings. We didn't have Zoom. I was working long hours and I still made that commitment. So that is one of the reasons why my business grew. So I went to every meeting. I went to every convention, now called Summit. The only one I missed was I was 8 months pregnant and wouldn't let me fly.
I can't believe you didn't fight that.
I almost did. My mom was like, you know. But yeah, that was the only one that I missed. It's always been a major commitment. Because that first convention, I was 2 months in the business. Remember, I went to Nashville, and that's when I just knew I was in the right place. I don't miss any leadership call Monday at noon. And if I'm out and about, I always get in my car, or I'm at the gym while I'm doing my makeup and listening. Like I'm always listening. And if I miss a little bit, I go back and I listen again. Those messages that Stephen and Ashley do for us every Monday at noon are incredible, right? I know I see, and I love it because I say hi to Jen, we talk on there, like, Shelly's on there, we say hi to Taylor from Canada, right? It's when we see Canada on there, right, it generates some pretty cool excitement, okay? Show our Canadian presence. Discover more. We do one at 8, then there's the following one at 9. I love having the 2 back. Some people can't get on at 8. And some people like to get on at 9, right? So it just depends on your prospect when they're free and when they can hop on. So 2 great things. And then our next team huddle is Tuesday. So we're gonna have lots to talk about on Tuesdays. You gotta join us on our Zoom, on our team huddle. So 8 o'clock, we do a health talk, and then at 9, Stephen and Ashley do one. For 30 minutes. Every Tuesday. It's the same link.
Team huddle.
But our team huddle is once a month. And it's the second Tuesday of every month at 7. That's what they do. We do our business training every Tuesday at 7. But one of those, Stephen and Ashley come on and do a Canadian team huddle.
At
7.
Oh, at 7.
That's just our business training, our team, our Canadian team. The other 2 events are for guests.
8 o'clock, 9 o'clock.
Yes. So 8 and 9. Tuesday night is my marathon night. Tuesday night at 7 PM is our business training. Okay.
Yeah.
And then from 8 to 8:30 is where you invite guests to do like our health talk.
Yeah.
Then at 9, Stephen and Ashley do one for 30 minutes. bit of more of an American twist. But I love having, no, that's every Tuesday.
One of the Tuesdays on the seventh.
That's the business training.
One of those in one. Oh, one of the 7 o'clock. Then what's happening at 9 o'clock?
They do their health talk.
Oh, they go out.
It's the same thing. They call it Discover More. So what I do, okay, you know what, maybe I should do, we do a Discover More at 8 to 8:30.
Yeah.
They do a Discover More 9 to 9:30. So it's kind of the same presentation, only I've added a few more kind of slides, but same information. No, there's a different link. Yeah, and I usually email that.
Yeah.
I usually
I
email.
guess I didn't realize.
Yeah. And what those two are guest events. 8:30 is a guest, 9 to 9:30 for you to introduce people to Neolife for 30 minutes. Yeah, you know what I would do? I would recommend watching both.
Yeah.
Then when you're meeting your prospect, you'll know which one you think that they would, yeah. Sometimes I would rather them listen to Stephen or Ashley that rather than me.
Like you invite people typically to the 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Because then that's that third party for you.
Third party, it's more credibility. Especially, I find, especially if it's a guy. That I would like him to listen, listen to Stephen. Yeah, but I always say, watch both, see which one you like, which one you feel would fit the personality of the person you're inviting. Sometimes, actually, it's funny, the lady I signed up in Michigan that I met at Crazy. She came on every week, every Tuesday, for a week, she came on both. 8, 9, 8, 9. I kept seeing her, and then, yeah, anyway, she signed up as a promoter, and she knows to see it. Yeah, yeah, so you just never know. And she still comes on both. For her, it's motivation, inspiration, it keeps her connected. So, anything else you want me to cover before you come up to close?
Anything you want to, I'll have 2 minutes. So
Yeah,
I have, so.
yes, I think you covered what you were gonna do at the end already, with the message. You've done a lot of great things today, Stephen. I don't know if you could add anything with what you've done. Oh my God, I'm so glad I videotaped you these sessions, because there's so much to share. Impact Summit, I cannot stress. Yeah, if you can come to that, it will, your business will grow way faster than if you don't go. And if you can't make it this time around, put it, as soon as we announce the date for next year, put in your calendar and keep it open. Do you know where we're going next year?
Not yet.
It's probably.
You'll let's see where we're going next year. In fact, so many secrets doesn't always solve the same thing. Yeah.
Pretty close though.
Pretty close.
No, it's just that when we have a public vote, it's usually the thing.
Oh,
Sure, it was a week later, it was a week later, so it was on our anniversary. Now it's not. It's on the wrong weekend. Or the long weekend. This year, it takes a little earlier, which is nice. The first 20th to 22nd is nice.
we could actually find out when the dates are for next year, can we not before?
Yeah, we don't, it's not factored yet.
Okay.
Unless it gets, unless we do have it, then yes, we can get dates.
Just give the dates out so that people can know ahead of time to book their holidays and things like that. Awesome. Come on. Okay. Okay. Come on down.
I'll be super quick. I was gonna really repeat this thing I said based on like, and Adam, we were talking. And feel like y'all know what to do.
Yeah.
Like there is, it's not like y'all, I mean, unless you're brand new, right? So like y'all are probably thinking like, we don't know what to do, but you will quickly learn and you're in great hands. I would really say, I'm just gonna go back to something that came to me earlier that I was wanting to talk about. This is my kind of my question or my close would be, I would just really encourage. And again, it all comes down to, it all comes down to how much success you want to have, right? And I never want to project that everyone in this room wants to have the same amount of success, right? Like some people in the room for sure want to create a life-changing, generational legacy business that provides a significant income for their lifetime. They pass down to, generations that, some have that kind of big vision, right? That this is going to transform our life financially. We're going to create a significant income. We're going to create a willable business that's going to be generational, right? Some others are like, I have no desire in this room to build a significant income that's generational, that's going to be, life-changing. Some want to earn, $1,000 a month or $100 a month, whatever it may be. So I don't want to project. I typically always talk to, and that's what I'm going to talk to, is like those who want to have a lot of success. And so I would say if that's you, if you're here and you're wanting, and I'm going to classify a lot of success as like you're wanting to earn a few $1,000s per month, moving forward, 2, 3, 4, 5,000 a month or north of that. Then I would say the number one tip I can give you based upon, my experience in this industry, in real life, and kind of what I've seen is I think the number one change is going to have to be is going from a hobby mentality to I'm a business owner. Like I run a business here. And so for an example, and perhaps this with I know some of you have careers and you work together for business, but if you're a business owner, going to the meetings and stuff, the team meeting that NATA has, if you're on that team right here, that should be on the calendar. That's a no mix, right? If you were a business owner and you had let's say you had a traditional brick and mortar business and there was a weekly team meeting for your brick and mortar business, you're going to be there, right? You're not just going to not come to that, right? Because it's your business, right? And if you want the employees to show up, then you got to show up, right? So take that same mentality into your Neil Life business. So you never want to miss a team meeting, right? If you can, right? Or another great example would be, so that was just my sorry, but that was my biggest advice in the room is if you want to have success and you're wanting to create significant income of thousands of dollars per month or more, I think too many people, and this is Neil Life in general, this is that I think too many, because of our culture, which is amazing, it's very community driven. It's very friendships and relationships. And honestly, the culture is so good at Neil Life that really you just want to be a part of it. You just want to hang around the people and you just want to be in the rooms and hang around the flagpole just because you feel good being a part of it and all of that. And if that's the win you get out of Neil Life, then you don't have to look any further. Just being in the room and being around the community can be the biggest win.
Can we do two stories? Because we didn't do that.
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Okay.
So then the last thing I'll say is that but if you're really wanting to go to the next level, it's got to go from a mentality of just hanging around the flagpole. I'm just kind of I love being around people that's no, I gotta start treating this like a business owner. I'm the CEO of my own business. I've got to start putting some ownership mentality behind this. And I've got to be intentional every day, every week, every month with how I treat this business and what I do versus just letting it just kind of, hang on the side. That is my biggest tip is that if you're here and you're really wanting to go to the next level in your business, which I hope you are, and you're wanting to have a lot of success, let's move from a hobby mentality to a business owner mentality and start seeing yourself as the CEO of your business. Like I said, if you treat it like a hobby, it'll pay us like a hobby forever. And if that's all you want, then that is fantastic. As Ashley, I love what she says. She says, Ashley says, if you're failing in your business and happy, then I don't want to do anything. You know what I mean? If you're failing in your business and you are as happy as can be, then I'm happy for you. But if wherever you are in your business, whether you're succeeding or failing and you're not happy, I really want to work with you. So if you're here today and you're happy with where you are, do what you're doing. Don't change anything. That's the beauty of this is you get the flexibility and freedom to do anything you want in your life. So if you are happy with where you are in your journey and there's no desire for anything more, then how you've been treating it, keep doing it just that way. We would never want you to do more than that. But if you are not yet quite satisfied with where you are, It's now gonna be, okay, I'm leaving this room a different person. I'm leaving today, this Saturday, this event, as a different person. I wasn't a Neolife promoter when I came into this room, but now I'm a Neolife business owner when I leave this room. I came in as a Neolife promoter, but I'm leaving as a business owner and the CEO of my own business. And take that mentality to everything that you do, it'll change everything. When you change your intentionality that way, it'll change everything you do. You know what to do. If you're in this room, you know what to do. And if not, you got some of the greatest leaders I've ever met in this room to help you. You have all the tools, like you have all the tools here. You have all the support. You have all the training with the team. You have all of the events. Like, I'm trying to think what you got. Like y'all, there's a lot of people that would love to be in this room, associated, like in this room, that have leaders locally like this, that provide so many things. There really is nothing I can think of that would keep y'all from getting to where you want to go, except for your own mindset and intentionality. And I think we can fix that today to go to the next level. So that was I was going to end, Nada. That's where I was going to end, and with stories. Absolutely.
So we're gonna close. And who else? Are you guys ready to do it too in the back? Yeah, just try, practice, right? And then you'll know when you go home tonight, Joan can help you. You know. Freshen up a little bit.
So it might be boring.
It's not
because
boring.
I said a lot of this yesterday.
No,
so-
but now you polished.
Okay. Still needs more polishing.
That's good.
So, okay, everybody, I'm
Are you gonna be
Francis.
by yourself?
Yeah. So I'm Francis, and I haven't been here that long. I guess I met Nada in last summer. So just to give you the time frame, I was experiencing a lot of acid reflux, and I was especially at night, and I was having a lot of issues with my throat. When you have acid reflux, your body tries to compensate it by coating your esophagus and your throat with phlegm, because that protects it. So what happens is then it sounds like you have a cold all the time. You have bronchitis or something, right? And I was always self-conscious during the pandemic about that, but anyway, so that's part of the problem. Then the other part is just like digestive issues, because when I would eat, I would burp, and and that makes more acid. So my doctor put me on acid blockers, and that would cause side effects, and I didn't like the acid blockers, so I would try to do things naturally. So I would be at the health food store buying bitters and enzymes, and I have a cupboard full of bitters and enzymes, and they work for a little bit and then they stop working. So and then my tendency was, I remember last year I said to you, Nada, I went back to the acid blockers, and then you said that's no good. And anyway, so this was my problem, the acid. And one day I met Nada at an exercise class, and we got on the topic of my health somehow. And so Nada said, well, I know some products that could help you. And so she told me of natural ways to address the acid reflux. And I was hopeful, and I was curious, and so I agreed to try some of the stuff. And so I I'm all mixed up here. No, okay, I can do it. So I started thinking that it was going to be impossible for me to resolve this issue, because I kept going back and forth between the acid blockers, the bitters, the enzymes that I got at the health food store, and I was always going to the health food store by myself, and I needed direction, and there was nobody before you.
Just go right to the point though. Now go to the
Okay,
solution.
now go to the
Solution.
So Nada introduced me to a few products that targeted the acid reflux. And then she also introduced me to some products that was more for my general health. So when that happened and I started taking these, I finally started to see some improvement. And then I became hopeful, because I'd lost hope. And I was always afraid when I would go to bed at night thinking I'm going to get esophagus cancer. So when Nada came into my life, introduced me to this, I started, it's the hope that I got back in my life. And so, yeah, I did want to say that I got married at 41. I don't think you even know this, but I got married at 41. I had my son at 43. I have one son and I had him at 43. So I am now 61 and he is 17. So I really am looking to Neolife to help me enter my old age. I don't know if that's a nice way to put it, but my old age, with a lot of functionality, because my son is young and I want to see his life as he goes, you know, as he grows. And I think Neolife can help me do this now, because I feel like since I've been on these products, my acid reflux has calmed down. My digestion is really a lot better. And so I now have hope, and I think that I can enter old age with functionality, because there's two kinds of old people. There's the ones that you see them and they have joint issues. They're slow. They don't do things anymore because of health problems. And then there's ones that are functional, right? And I want to be functional as I get older, because I want to be part of my son's life. He's only 17. And I think Neolife's going to be able to help me do that. I know. Yeah. So yeah, that's it. That's
You know, so what's really cool is last night it was long, today it was shorter. And now you know how to make it even more, like, we're gonna cut a few more things out, just some of the details, but the flow in the story is getting very powerful. Like adding that. Well, because you're creating something new, because you added your son, you added the, you know, so don't worry. Now I know your flow, we'll work on it together and you'll see, the more you do it, like for your next in-home, you're gonna be able to do that. Okay, next in-home meeting before you introduce me. Okay, so now I know what you want to say, your flow and functionality. What's a better word for Francis to say that?
Vitality.
Vitality, excitement to watch to be a part of my son's life, to be active in his life. Right, and know that I'm going to be able to do that. Not as I age, I'm not in old age, that's another word that you can use. As I'm aging gracefully, I can stay active and be a part of my son's life. Okay.
Actually, you have got a powerful story, because it was like where you were, what happened, or where you were, what you did, what happened, and then where you're going. And you kind of got that, you can talk about where I was, having frequent issues, etc. I tried a lot of things from doctors, health food stores, and nothing really worked. Thank goodness I met Nada, which is an amazing background of people with healthy nutrition, like change their life. And I couldn't believe it, but you got started on a program, the products, and it actually worked. I couldn't believe it, nothing else would work. But you know what I'm really excited about? Like, and I would say when you go to your son's park, you should line up, because that is so cool. That's all excited about. Not only is Neolife alt furniture, but how's your mom at 43? So, since 17 now, I'm 60. I know that I'm gonna have this amazing, active, engaged, vibrant life with my son as he gets older. I'm gonna see all the experiences with him. So you you should be bursting with joy and excitement there. That's really cool.
That is cool. That's gonna be your story, friend. I know. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe what we'll do is we'll get him to do a recording and send it to us. I wish I would have audio taped that too, Stephen. You just have this natural gift of getting her story, putting it together and saying it. Okay, how's Gina? And the girls, this one? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah, no train, yeah, I'll talk to him, yeah. Don't train, yeah. Yeah, so just digestive issues, acid reflux, try it all, and don't name all the things that you tried, because I tried so many things, nothing worked, like, and we'll do that together, yeah. Yeah, yeah. All right, girls. You wanna come together? Let's start band now. I know, our band for now. I know, this is really good.
Normally it's always higher than.
Where's my
My name is Tina, and I'm Maggie, my sister Maggie. We're a bit nervous, but, for the first time here, you know, how they always say, you know, things happen for a reason, and there's a reason why we're here. I'm gonna talk a little bit just to the reason why we're here. Of course, it leads to our health. My mother died 10, 11 years ago of breast cancer, and my mother-in-law just passed last year. She also had breast cancer. My mom did it the conventional way. My mother-in-law did it the natural way. And I learned a lot from my mother-in-law, and I've always been into health, Maggie and myself. She's a nurse, and we've always been close at heart when it came to health, always searching for answers. And as time went by, you know, we've had our own health issues that we're dealing with now that we're older. And I personally have been looking for something to help me with my health. And I haven't found it yet until just recently. And I was so excited because of my uncle, and I'm gonna go through that with you and tell you the story. But I just wanted to say that we're really excited. We want to know more about Neolife. And I'm gonna let Anne explain a bit as to why we're here.
Thank you, that was awesome.
Well, I don't know what to say, but because I've never been to anything like this before. Okay, it's like my first time, and I'm glad I'm here. I'm really glad I'm here, and I'm so honored to be here. I'm sure my sister as well, to be part of Neolife. I'm saying this before I even know what I'm doing. And just hearing everyone yesterday and today has made me feel so much more enthusiastic, so much more energized, and I feel like I'm well already.
I think too, just to add to that, is just because we're very family oriented and we feel that feeling here. So, thank you all, for giving and sharing, because that's important, and I think it gives us confidence. I never thought I could be up here.
Yeah.
I'm a shy person, really shy. The only thing I'd say not shy was singing in front of people. Because I sing. But anyways, carry on.
Yeah, so, I'm gonna share with you all, you guys are all the experienced ones, and I haven't tried anything as yet, except for the aloes that I just got. Right? So, and the upbeats I tried yesterday, right? And I always, try my best to keep myself healthy, and, trying to influence others, and keeping themselves healthy as well. Being a nurse, that's a different story. That's a whole different ballgame. But being here has really touched so many people's lives. Really, I can tell with the ingredients that you've had in the making of the Neolife products. And I haven't done the full research on everything, but just by looking at that, what you gave me, the shape, I can tell, and I see
a great vision for myself and my whole family to have this product and ingest it and be well. Right? So I really look forward to trying everything, you know, one by one, time with time. I'm sure we can live as long as you all have. Because you all truly look amazing. You know, really, truly amazing. So, you know, I hope that we would, you know, follow in your footsteps.
And what led us to here was because of the story you heard from Florence. Florence is our cousin. And we had been in and out of touch. But when we learned the story in depth too, that really triggered it for us.
And we haven't connected in years, Florence and us, we haven't connected in years. So this brought us all together. So I can tell that being here, I can feel that spiritual presence as well.
Well, welcome to the family. I know. I'm gonna stop in the kitchen once you get us out here. So we're over 5, but you know what?
But you know what, I want to say this quickly, you know, because you know, we didn't know how to share this with you all. You know, being here, I've never used the products, and that's my third favorite one. But my vision is, I don't know, I guess I could see without my glasses. You know, Stephen has really helped us.
Yeah.
You know, and so I'm just gonna say this off the top of my head, you know, how I would tell somebody about entering into this journey with us, right? So, I mean, I wrote it down and I'm going to laugh. So, you know, I guess it's gonna go like this, Stephen. Hey, Gina, I'm at the beginning of this journey and I have something to tell you about. I found out about something recently and, you know, it's truly exciting. And it makes a huge, it's been making a huge impact with my own family. I have to tell you about this. It's really life-changing. It's a really life-changing story and it truly inspired me. Remember our cousin Florence? You know, she was actually planning her dad's funeral and was told that he only had 3 months to live. He had pulmonary and cardiac issues, wasn't able to walk. He was using oxygen, 6 liters, and now he's not using his oxygen to walk. He goes to the gym. He has more energy. And, you know, he's just feeling fine. He's feeling great. He's feeling wonderful. And he's been using these superior, this is what he tells me, some superior plant-based food supplements, whole food supplements, right? I didn't know what to say. You know, whole food supplements. He's been going to the gym for 3 weeks, 3 times per week. And the doctors were in awe. They asked him, what are you doing? You know, this was an incredible story for me. And forever life-changing, I must say. My uncle is well, is healthy, and has a quality time with his grandkids and our family now. Honestly, he is so happy and healthy. And I want to see that for myself and others. And I would like you, Gina, to really be with me on this. So Gina, I'm really excited to share this with you. And as I said, I'm just getting started and I would really like you to join me in this life-changing experience. My friend Joan, she is fabulous. She has been, thank goodness for her. She's like a mentor to me. And she shared this experience with me and I'm meeting her this evening. I hope that you would be just as excited as I am. Why don't you come along with me? I really look forward to you meeting her. And I don't know what else.
Perfect. Coming from what you did earlier, you're like, Gina, what to say to that?
Really good.
It like, that was the grand finale. Thank you all. Stephen, one thing.
Oh, yeah, Nana.
Something to take home to your lovely wife. But I know you're I know you leave her alone a lot with the kiddos at home for just a little something. Oh, no. Yeah, but
I was
it's
like,
it was amazing.
Like, less than 24 hours being a part of your life. It's kind of crazy.
Oh, now, guys, that's for you to take home.
Well. Oh, okay, so my wife loves like dark chocolate and like, she loves like the clean ingredients and all that and like clean chocolate, so she'll be sending back to Canada. She'll be sending back to Canada all the time. She's like, why don't you leave to go to Canada again?
So Giddy Yo-Yo, we were gonna buy the coffee, because we buy it clean organic coffee.
Yeah.
But you don't grind, they don't give you ground, you have to grind it yourself, so he doesn't grind it, so when I was there with, I said, he likes chocolate, because they make those, they're known for chocolate,
Oh,
so I think she'll enjoy that.
she will love that. Thank y'all so much. Now you're gonna get me all the time. Oh, awesome. Unless you want to reuse it, you can reuse it.
Maybe throw it in a racket, so that it's,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's all good.
Whatever you can do,
Okay.
make sure.
Thank y'all so much.
I can take them on, I took lots of. Yeah.
There, just for me. Okay, yeah. Shit. I don't want thanks for your help. I always swear.
That was on, we went after the Neil Life Business Order page. Thank you.
Are you looking?
Thank you, Nash. She really like, Because one thing I can give her as a gift that like, yeah, she loves it.
I don't know, and have I got everything that I just seen with this morning?